What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, a Newsday Tuesday, the 20th of January, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live, brought to you by the Corporation for Public Bitching, which is brought to you by viewers like you. NCC TV, we are about to jump into it here on various platforms, any number of platforms. How many platforms? So many platforms, chat, all the platforms. We are live or alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures. Rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body. Like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness. This is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting is disbanded, but the Corporation for Public Bitching cannot be stopped. Cannot be stopped. Yeah, whoever inherits this thing that will have at that time will have used to be America, they got a lot of cleaning up to do. They got a lot of fixing stuff to do. A lot of shit that should not exist exists. A lot of shit that should exist stopped existing. We gotta do something about that, chat. Look, you know, I've just been thinking it over, all right? In my head. I've been thinking that it's high time we made a stand and shook up the views of the common man when the love train rides from coast to coast. The DJ is the man we love the most. Would you be squeaky clean and smash any hope of democracy? As the headline says, you're free to choose. There's egg on your face, there's mud on your shoes. One of these days, they're gonna call it the blues. Yeah. I think that's an anti-Thatcher song. Anybody from Turf Island want to back me up on that? Is that indeed a song about Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady? What is up with the Iron Lady? Yo, Sasha G, thank you for the gifted membership to RM ED1IF. ED1IF, that is a awesome series of the RM accounts. But thank you for getting them a membership. Yeah, sowing those seeds. Oh my god, it reminds me. I've got to sow my own seeds of butterfly having on my hair, in my hair even. Butterfly in my hair. That's a possibility, that's an option. All we gotta do is gather 10 super chats of the teal variety in the next 3 hours. There we go, chat, 3 hours. Let's go. But yeah, we got a lot of news today, basically. Like a shit ton, a fuck ton, a metric fuck ton of news to go over today in terms of what's been going on with Trump and Greenland. He decided to break the world again. I don't know what we got going on now with China negotiating treaties, like Canada negotiating treaties with China. Europe should be negotiating treaties with China. They seem to have not quite woken up to the fact that, yes, this is the president of the United States telling you it's his way or the highway, and that he wants something that he wants part of a NATO country. But we'll be looking at the text that they send Trump behind the scene. You know, it turns out even when they're like tough talking, sunglass wearing European leaders, behind the scenes they are every bit the ass kissers that the media is and that the Democrats are. And this is the biggest frustration with Trump. I don't think he's all that powerful. I just think that there is a strange phenomenon of nobody really wanting to stand up to the guy. And that's concerning. That should be concerning to all of us, right? As we are sowing the seeds. Yeah, I got that done. And the next thing I need to get done is grab this. Look, chat, I am actually one step ahead of you for once today, right? I think it's because chat's so sleepy. And why is chat so sleepy? Because once again, despite my intention to start the stream early, I started the stream at roughly the same time, maybe a little later. Definitely later than I want to. I feel obliged to like watch videos in the morning and just to know what's happening, because like you got to understand, when I wake up, like I've been sleeping through daytime in the United States. Like, right, I go to bed in the morning, what is for you the morning. I wake up in what is for you the afternoon. And so in between those times, like everything that's going to happen that day has happened. And my way of catching up with that is just to scroll through my YouTube feed, maybe like your way is. And I don't know, that way seems to be inefficient. Cause like, I feel like I should just, cause like, okay, look, I'm sitting in my bed, I'm watching YouTube videos on my phone, and I'm thinking to myself, why am I not doing this on stream? And I know the answer. The answer is because I would look hella disorganized if I was just like, what happened today? Oh my God, Gavin Newsom says that the European leaders need to grow a spine. That is what he said, and he is right about that. And it's funny to hear that coming from Gavin Newsom, the guy that really needs to grow a spine himself, when he talks to Ben Shapiro. He just fucking iced his whole 2028 campaign, possibly. I mean, I don't know. It depends, chat. I keep on wondering, are Americans smart enough to recognize that a guy that angrily tweets is not necessarily better than a guy that like meaningfully opposes, a guy that's like even a guy like fucking Ro Khanna. Oh my God, I hate to say it, chat, because we're talking about the congressman for Silicon Valley, right? Obviously Ro Khanna does not, a lot of what Ro Khanna represents is objectively bad for the American working class, but at the same time, like, it's just like we don't have anybody. People, it feels like the Democrats are just like, they don't trust, even when the numbers are on their side, even when Donald Trump is eating shit in the polls, they've been burned. You know what I mean? They thought that they supported a popular agenda before, and so they're kind of like regarding the public like a football being held, in front of them to kick, and they've had the football lifted out of the way so many times now. You think I am keeping the same hours as Donald Trump? I always forget that when I'm chiding him for being sleepy. I always forget that he's up all night. He's up at the same time that I am. Wait, like Donald Trump, me, and Dracula, chat. What is the common thread here? I don't even, oh my God, chat, I should have brought some fruit out so I could have like a little mini fruit spear in case I have to deal with Draculito. You never want to have to deal with Draculito without the wooden stake. Oh my God. Here we go, chat. Well, right now I feel like I need coffee more than I need fruit. If I have to get it later, I will. We're gonna buckle in. We're gonna cover a lot of topics today. I'm gonna try to move fast and not break things, considering how the current occupant of the White House is really embodying the worst of that slogan, move fast and break things. I mean, like, that is literally what he's doing, but not even in like a smart way of like, you know, I'm gonna be creative, I'm gonna come up with something better. There are some people out there that think that, though. I was watching. See, I'm not sure you all would be interested in this, right? But I watched Adam Friedland interview. Oh my God, what is the guy's name? He's on CNN. I can't remember his name. He's on CNN. He's on the panels, and he's like Scott Jennings, I think is his name, right? The guy that's on all the conservative that's on all the panels, right? And like, when you actually hear him out, when you actually hear him in long form, he's somehow even worse. The American people were, to the extent that people supported Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, and attributed that to economic issues, right? The promise was from Trump, unambiguously, I will make things cheaper on day one. I will make things better on day one. I feel your pain. Yeah, he did all but said, I feel your pain, like Bill Clinton, to people in order to get elected. And you got Scott Jennings pretending that the American people have signed up for a long-term project to transform our economy using tariffs. And if that is what he thinks that he can pass off as being the talking points that were sold to the American people, he's got another thing coming, right? What people were saying was that they were on the edge. They were uncomfortable. Like when Biden and Kamala was saying, "Oh no, things are getting slowly better. No, it's okay. You know, we got the inflation is under control." People are telling them, "Look, I can't afford this. You know, the inflation under control means prices aren't going to go up. I need prices to go down," right? And you know, any kind of intervention that was going to address those needs was something, obviously, that Biden and Kamala did not feel comfortable with branding themselves with something that they you know, were afraid would be called big government. And so, yeah, you still have Americans out there that voted for Trump because they remember he signed that stimulus check when they were fucked over, when they had, you know, unable to work, laid off, like, not, you know, no prospects, right? People still remember that stimulus check. Now, granted, that's not a Trump policy, right? That is, in fact, it is not in any way indicative of the nature of the Trump administration. That stimulus was indicative of what any economic advisor would have told Donald Trump at the time, which was that you need to put some money in people's hands right now or shit is going to get ugly, right? The allowances that were made economically for people during COVID were not made because Donald Trump is, you know, some kind of economic populist. They were made because this was the only recourse in that situation. And so, because Democrats are so afraid of being perceived as, you know, big government, big spending kind of people, even as Republicans spend an insane amount of money, right, on ICE. How much do you think this shit costs, chat? How much do you think's invading DC with our own troops to have them pick up trash? How much do you think that costs? Because this is the thing. It would be one thing if all of Trump's theater was just that, was just theater. You know, I am going to give you the theatrical rendition of feeling safe and secure, and I think that is a soldier walking around the city with a large gun. Right now you feel safe. Do you not feel safe? Okay, I'm going to show you what that feels like. It'd be one thing if it was just, you know, okay, that actually doesn't make me feel safe. It makes me feel the opposite of safe, and I don't trust the guy commanding the soldiers, right? That's why I don't feel comfortable, like, more than anything. I mean, it's probably a bad sign when you see soldiers in the street. If there's like a good reason for them to be there, then okay, I guess. But, you know, I remember being in Europe at train stations and that being like, I think like in France, right? You'd see, I don't know what kind of law enforcement they were, but they were guys with like, you know, big guns walking around, and I'm just kind of like, whoa. Yeah, I mean, that's not something that makes you more comfortable. But so that in Trump's mind, you know, there it is, right? Because he's not doing it to make Americans comfortable. He's doing it to somehow make his voters comfortable. His voters who are mostly not in that city, and if they are in that city, they feel isolated, and they're the ones that think that the city is out of control with crime, like it was Batman, you know, Gotham City with the Arkham Asylum has just, yeah, I mean, like everything about Donald Trump is like this, like siren, this like red flag, and it just keeps on blowing and keeps on, like they've emptied their insane asylums into the United States. Just completely unbelievable shit. Shit that would not, shit that if you were on the writing team for Batman, you would get rejected. If you were like, I think like maybe all of the criminals from another country should come into Gotham City, and then it's like really, you know, threatening, and Batman has to look at their papers, that you would be like, no, that's a little, A, that's a little too crazy, and B, that you're making Batman sound like an authoritarian. That's supposed to be the subtext, right? Shh, we're not supposed to say that part out loud, that Batman is, you know, is trying to make sure everybody's got their papers in order. But I mean, you know, what do you think they got? What do you think Batman symbolizes? What do you think Batman is about, right? A rich guy who with a traumatic past, like, you know, exercising his demons by doing what no one else will do because it's fucking illegal and dangerous and ineffective. But somehow in Batman, it's not ineffective at all. It is the thin black line, you know, keeping us safe from all of the evil, insane villains from Arkham. But he's back at it, chat. I don't know. Do you want to watch this with me? Do you want to watch a Trump press conference? I never know. I know you probably, and I don't want to watch like a whole press conference, but there is somewhat of a press conference, and the content of that is Donald Trump coping about everything that is making him unpopular, trying to adjudicate or what is the word? He's trying to relitigate how everybody feels about ICE, how everybody feels about the Epstein files, how everybody feels about invading Greenland, chat. I think that, like, when I've looked at the numbers, it's something like 80% against, right? Oh, let me update the let me update the bonus goal here. We're at 3 out of 100. There we go. Boom, 3. But I feel like we do have some good content tonight. We got Dr. K explaining. Oh, Narwhal, if you have that, right? Could you send that to me? Dr. K explaining to apparently an audience of incels what is happening to them in their post-nut clarity. What is post-nut clarity, right? Unbeknownst to me, chat, apparently Dr. K, who used to be, like, I don't know, his channel was called Healthy Gamer. All the content that I've seen of his would either be like, you know, the idea of like balancing, you know, I don't know, like managing your gaming habit so that it's not harmful or something like that. Like, right? Yeah, like mental health for gamers. There we go. It's mental health for gamers was kind of what his brand was, right? And his content would be, well, interesting actually. Like, right, the first thing I remember hearing about Dr. K was he was interviewing, no, not even interviewing. He was, I think, kind of like conducting a session with ContraPoints, right? I think they were kind of talking about her, you know, feelings about being trans. I mean, it felt like a session, right? It felt like a it felt like Contra on the couch, right? Which you know, I thought would be interesting, but when I actually saw it, yeah, it's not mean, that's not how you should do therapy. And I think even Contra kind of understood that and felt uncomfortable about it by the end of the session. We have those military police with assault rifles in our airport and certain train stations in Amsterdam. Yeah, I mean, when did that start? I'm curious, don't cap. Did that start? Yeah, because I saw that in France too. I guess it's like pretty common. Did it start after 9/11? He's an addiction specialist, which makes it even worse. Doesn't Post-Nut Clarity sound like a breakfast cereal though? Shouldn't it be a breakfast cereal? I can see the commercial, right? Like, I can't get anything right until I have my Post-Nut Clarity. It's even better with yogurt. Post-Nut Clarity by Kellogg's. Like the squirrel. Maybe there's a squirrel with glasses, and the squirrel is like, you know, giving you a thumbs up for eating. Yeah, Post-Nut Clarity. It contains like, you know, I don't know, 30% of your daily recommended allowance for omega-3s, right? It's good for your brain. It's got walnuts. Post-Nut Clarity, right? Or maybe would the squirrel maybe be jealous? I'm trying to think of this advertising. I'm trying to workshop an advertising campaign with you for a cereal called Post-Nut. Yeah, Grape Nut Clarity. I don't know, something about the Grape Nut Crunch. It does like satisfy much in the same manner as like sexual gratification, I think. I mean, it's like the closest thing to sex on your cereal aisle. What was the cereal? There's one cereal, unironically, that was originally made to try to make you not horny. Is it cornflakes? Was it Kellogg's cornflakes? Because Kellogg's, one of the Kellogg brothers was this like natural living kind of guru doctor guy who was obsessed with examining poop and biological living. And no, it was his brother though. Oh, that's right. I think it was his brother. Wasn't it his brother that made the not Special K, but the cornflakes? But wasn't there something? Am I totally mixing this up? I know graham crackers, right? Graham crackers were supposedly eating a graham cracker. If you were horny, you would no longer be horny. You would lose the urge. Biological urge would go away. And that was a good thing, right? You know, to keep you chaste and moral or something. Is it cornflakes that's supposed to make you not horny? An anti-masturbation cereal? Well, then Grape Nuts is obviously the pro-masturbation cereal. It's got nut right in the name, chat. Nut is right there in the name, all right? It's great nut cereal. As opposed to, anyway. Because, I mean, right, there's like an orgasmic, you know, nature to the crunch, right? It has like that sort of, okay, I'm reading too much into breakfast cereal, aren't I? I'm of the mindset that, you know, sex sells. So if we're gonna sell a cereal, we're gonna have to use like Freudian analysis of people's desire for different cereals. I just bought a box of cornflake crumbs. Wait, what? Are you telling me that it was all crunched up? I think that's kind of unacceptable, maybe? I don't know, it could be good too. I've never thought of crunched cornflakes, but literally about to open my box of graham crackers until you said, well, I'm like warning you not to eat, you know, these are foods that will, wait, no, I think you gotta get grape nuts to live a normal, healthy sexual life, right? Which is not apparently what anyone in the Trump administration wants you to be able to do. They do not want your libido to be normal. They want your libido to be all freaked out, and so that you exercise it through watching like fucking torture porn of masked men on the streets, you know, undermining the dignity of human beings. Because that is what is on the menu now in the Mad King's kingdom and Trump's kingdom. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. True. Those crumbs could be utilized well for some kind of sweet. Wait, isn't there something like that? Oh no, chat. What is the music? Awesome music playing. Hopefully it's not. I don't know. Melty Blood? That's a video game, right? That's a video game. I think we're okay. I just have to get us out of here somehow. How about this? How about some festive? I mean, look, it's still the holidays, even though Christmas and New Year's are over, right? It's a winter wonderland, especially for all the ice agents out in Minnesota enjoying the winter weather. Oh, also, I meant to say, Kitten Capoodle, thank you for resubscribing. That is 16 you've been subscribed for 20 months. Wow, congratulations. And also, look at that. It makes the bonus goal get bigger. Look at that. We're almost in double digits, right? 9. It's at 9 now. So we do have some bonus content in addition to talking about. I think we've been talking about Greenland. We've been talking about Minnesota. We're gonna check in on those 2 subjects. I'm trying to get a feel though, chat, for if you have any interest in watching the press conference. I just don't know. I know some people, like when it's just Trump on the screen, they like run the other way. We also have to cover, oh my God, somehow, like, I feel like the Trump administration is like lashing out at different people, right? They're going after Jennifer Welch from I've Had It podcast. They're going after Don Lemon. Oh shit, I forgot about all this. This is good stuff, chat. This is important. We're gonna have to get through a lot of things, basically, is what I'm telling you. I want to get through a lot of things. And I want to have a different kind of stream when I cover news where we kind of move fast, cover a lot of topics, cover a lot of ground. And so, yeah, hopefully we'll be able to. You just sent me the stamps. Thank you. Was it the Kellogg's Wellness? Well, I'm thinking of the movie, right? There's like a movie, but it's obviously not, it's dramatized. It's not like what really happened necessarily. Although I like to think the poop getting thrown definitely did happen, right? I like to think that part was real. But I think there's brothers, right? There's Kellogg brothers, and one of them made cereal, maybe. I don't know. How does the cereal tie into the dude's preoccupation with masturbation being evil? Yeah, this was like really common during the 1800s. There was doctors out there that'd be like, masturbation will ruin a man's character and body. And am I doing the Kellogg impression at all? The Anthony Hopkins, I guess it is. Biological living. It does get in your head as a character, right? Much like Daniel Plainview, who was Daniel Day-Lewis, not, I don't know why I'm mixing Daniel Day-Lewis and Anthony Hopkins up. Look, I do know a little bit about movies. Christian Stay Wild, NCC. Oh my God. But yeah, we got to jump into all of this stuff. Oh, also, I kind of want to, if we can, Asmongold. This is an interesting story. Remember how Asmongold's audience is just like massively MAGA? It turns, well, I don't know. See, I don't know whether to believe Hassan on this one, right? Hassan says that Asmongold's audience is European. And look, does anybody know when Asmongold streams? Like what Asmongold's stream time, kind of like roughly the same as Hassan's stream time? I feel like that would be too late. Like, why is it that, I don't know, chat, there's some reason. It's probably a boring reason. So unless anybody knows, I'm gonna eat a half a box of graham crackers and give myself negative libido. Wait, if it goes too negative, does it go back positive? It was a good 1800s doctor. Okay, yeah, that's what I was going for, like a general 1800s doctor that thinks that masturbation, and was it like Sigmund Freud that kind of broke the taboo on, or did he think masturbate? I don't think he thought it was bad for you, right? Was he like more like the suppression of the libido is the problem? I mean, he did have like, you know, like many of the early psychoanalysis people, he had kind of like a one-track mind in terms of his theories. Everything, you know, relates back to sex or your mother or both. Or both. Vibrators were invented. Wait, what? Oh yeah, weren't vibrators like sold as like health aids or something? There were other doctors out there that were like more, you know, sex positive. You actually see this a little bit in that movie, The Road to Wellsville, as well. UK time. Okay, so he's probably, yeah. Anyway, so Asmongold's got an audience, according to Hassan, of like European and UK MAGAs, right? They are chuddy, they are hog-like, they love a lot of what Donald Trump does, but sometimes not so much, right? And we've seen Asmongold get off the Trump train, like when the Epstein thing got too crazy, and now we're seeing really the audience sort of revolt at his support of Trump over what's going on in Greenland. Because these hogs that think it's funny as fuck when you bomb Iran, all right, or you abduct the president of a South American country, they love that shit. They love that shit, right? But when it is, you know, part of Denmark, they don't really feel it's hitting a little too close, right? They've already got one Putin, you know, to their east, right? And now they've got a orange Putin to their west. And so, yeah, Asmongold pulled his audience. The majority were indeed European. See, I maybe Hassan's right. Maybe he knows what he's talking about. I just kind of, in my mind, I thought that he saw like, you know, I don't know, like a 60-40 split or something. Like, I don't think they're all European. And that's a good thing, right? Because if it's just Europeans that are objecting to this latest policy drive, I guess, by Donald Trump, right? If it was just Europeans and the Americhuds, the Amerihogs were still like, yeah, go get Greenland. It's going to be ours. We're going to get all the ice from Greenland for our beer. Keep the beer extra cold, right? I'm going to get me a polar bear from Greenland. I'm going to order a polar bear because Greenland's ours. We're getting all those rare earths too. Trump's going to send them. He's going to mail them to our porch. But anyway, yeah, what I'm saying is that there's American hogs in there too, I'm sure, right? To some degree, right? Am I wrong? Is it real? I guess certain time slots could make you mostly a European audience, chat. I think I still have a mostly American audience despite my time. My time slot seems like a perfect one for Europe, for European viewers. They do have a good appetite. Yeah, that they go nuts for the anti-Muslim, anti-brown people type views. And then when it comes to white people, well, no, not always, right? They also like to see liberal American women get shot in the face. That definitely scratches their itch. They enjoy that part. But yeah, when there's somebody too much like them, or like, you know, it is like their national sovereignty, their national pride. And here's what Trump is doing, right? I want to make this really clear. Because of the nature of NATO and the way that it was implemented and the way that it was practiced, it was a de facto, I mean, Hassan keeps calling it a vassalization. That sounds a little too sexual or like, I don't know, we're gonna vassalize you, Europe. You know, get vassalized. I don't know. It sounds dirty, right? I don't want to think about vassalizing any Europeans. But yeah, no, I mean, it is true, right? The nature of the alliance. And the only difference is up until now, European leaders were allowed to save face, right? The coercion went on behind closed doors. The coercion was just the situation that they had to deal with in the only way that they possibly could. And, you know, that is through a massive amount of deference to the United States you know, in times where it makes sense, right? And in times where it's about the common defense against, you know, the Soviet Union and now Putin's Russia. But also in times where maybe it didn't make so much sense. Maybe they're, you know, maybe these countries would not have ended up supporting such a thing if left to their own devices, but they kind of, you know, get shown what happened, you know, the kind of coercion that America can exert. But anyway, what Trump has done is he's just kind of ripped the mask off of this and said, no, NATO isn't all of us. NATO is us. And if we want Greenland, you as NATO are going to give it. That's how it works, right? That's how NATO works. You give us Greenland, right? We take what we want. That is, you know, and like, look, I'm not, I don't want anybody to draw any implications to this towards Ukraine. Obviously, the Ukrainian people want to, they want to increase their relations with the Western European countries and decrease their dealings, not be in the sphere of influence of Putin, right? But you know, the nature of what has happened for so many years has robbed a lot of European nations of their sovereignty and has put them at the whim of a United States, which up until now was limited in the way that it would show its coercions to the European allies. Up until now, they did a lot to kind of put the veneer up of like, hey, we're all partners in this. We're all working together. And what those years did was engineer a forced dependence of the European allies on the United States, so that a situation like this was not in anyone's contingency. There was no planning for, you know, a rogue United States, because there was, you know, nothing that could be done against a rogue United States. There was too much dependence. And so now, you know, those European leaders have really a choice. They can keep on living in the delusional world of yesteryear where, I don't know, you can appeal to the better angels of the United States. I mean, obviously the people don't support what Donald Trump is doing, but that doesn't mean that, you know, he's not going to keep pushing the issue. And that doesn't mean that even if for whatever reason, you know, he decides to give up on this issue, there's not going to be other issues, right? This is a sign, this is a red flag to European nations that the United States, at least for now, is not your friend, cannot be trusted, right? The nature of NATO is a banger podcast title, yeah. Normal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Kenshin4113, you just got weaseled. Azjuk, you just got weaseled. Alex Wisniewski, you just got weaseled. Pedhajnik, you just got weaseled. And Yellow Scarfs, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that is more subs for the YouTube side of things. And that brings us up to 24. So yeah, on the Boda Skull, we're about like a quarter of the way there. And, you know, there's a decent chance that I'll be able to hang around and cover some of that bonus stuff with you. Let's go ahead. I've done a lot of... well, that's not what we're looking for, is it? I've done a lot of yapping. Oh my god. How? Canada and China, BFFs forever. Yeah, and it was weird when they told Trump about that. He was like, yeah, that's good for them. They should do that, right? I don't know. I have a feeling, you know, anything that, you know, I'm really worried that even if he takes Greenland, I don't think he's going to stop at Greenland. Canada's in real danger. So yeah, They should become fast friends with China. Fast, really good friends, right? I don't know. Yeah, what is the hedge against a rogue United States when you're Canada? Talk about dependence, but like, I mean, they've already kind of addressed some of this. It feels like Canada has recognized, Carney has recognized maybe what some of the European leaders are still at least nominally refusing to acknowledge about their relationship with the United States, and you know, it just, yeah, the whole fucking, yeah, that's right. Normal by Nature is listing off the nations that would make up an American technate, which was a really bad idea from around the time of the original Nazis, and now that there's new Nazis in the White House, it's coming back. It's coming back up. Was Peter Thiel's like dad somehow involved in the technate of the Americas? I feel like I had heard that. The crown moves its pieces before making large strides. That's how I see Canada's move. Well, yeah, I mean, they're not going to go over and sign a mutual defense attack pact or something like that. Although it'd be kind of awesome if they did. What if Canada changed their flag, right? What if Canada, like, just like, they were like, we're going to LARP as like, we're going to change it to like Maoist Canada just to troll Trump. No, they like, I mean, the thing is, he'd use that as a pretext. He'd use anything as, I don't know if he needs a pretext, right? And the fact that, like, chat, like I'm saying, like at least 80%, 85%, I think, of Americans do not want anything to do with a invasion or takeover of Greenland. Nobody wants that. Queen of Denmark is also Australian? What? How does royalty work? I don't understand. I do not. Royalty, like I was going over the what are they called? The titles of like the king before he became the king. The king when he was a prince, right? Like that multitude of titles that he has. And like royalty is confusing, is all I'm going to say. I'm glad that we got rid of feudalism for that reason alone. I think it's too complicated. There we go. That's what we're looking for, chat. We got post-nut clarity, okay? I got post-nut clarity. You got inbreeding. Are we talking about inbreeding, chat? I have a few thoughts about inbreeding myself. You know, not being a Destiny orbiter. Is it not some kind of purulent, is it purely, I sound like, oh, fuck. Nick Shirley. Chat, we gotta watch Nick Shirley. Do you know what happened with Nick Shirley? He fucked around with Andrew Callahan and he found out. Right, there was the video that we watched a little bit of that made him look pretty bad. But Nick Shirley accused Andrew Callahan of like attacking him. I'm in a spicy mood right now. Yeah, so as far as like the inbreeding thing goes, look, I just gotta say this, all right? This is an irrational thought, okay? I'm not gonna defend it logically, but I think that the Trump family is an incest family. I think it is, you know, just in the family that since time immemorial, that family could not keep their hands off of each other. And that is why you've got these mutants just spewing out of their loins, right? Just like a whole new, like, you know, just, I think that Trump is, yeah, he's the head of an incest family, right? It's like the Habsburgs, but worse, because like, you know, you'd think people would have learned something and that they could, you know, he could not ogle his daughter, right? But yeah, it's worse than anything, chat. Not only do we have a fucking, creepy ass incest president. We got an incest family that's trying to become the new dynasty, chat. Out with the Kennedys, in with the Trumps. Do you want that incest family associated? Do we really need our own Habsburgs? Like, how far are we gonna let this go? Right, Donald Trump talks about his daughter on TV in the most unacceptable ways possible. I'm gonna call it, right? The Trump family may have royal lineage because they are definitely an incest family. Anyway, enough demeaning and the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces. We got to talk about bonus content, right? We talked about post-nut clarity. That is a concept that Dr. K will explain to us if you end up choosing that one, right? He will explain what is post-nut clarity in the most, I'm sure, scientific manner, and not in a way that is purely grifting towards incels. That's the part I forgot to tell you about Trump's, Dr. K's transformation, is now he's basically like a incel advice channel. It's weird. It's pretty sad that Epstein said that Donald Trump is the worst person he knows. That really does say something. That really does say something. Yeah, we got our own Romanov family here in the United States, right? I don't know. Were the Romanovs incestuous? I feel like all of royalty, right, was pretty incestuous. Like, if you have this, if you're taught from birth that you're part of a lineage that's like better than other people, like, would you wanna like go out and fuck people that aren't in the... It's like the Trump families. Have you ever seen that movie, Society? That's how I imagine the Trump family, right? That's how I imagine the Trump family. They kind of blob up into like a giant, yeah, gotta keep the bloodline pure and very thin, more than the doctor recommends. That's right, hormonal release of serotonin. But anyway, so yeah, we got Dr. K with post-nut clarity. He is he is a therapist, as far as I know. I think that's real. I don't think anybody's like challenged his credentials. Oh my gosh, Narwhal by Nature. I don't think I put this on. Is it on? Is it there? No. I have to fix something. Oh, I got it. Yeah, I thought I was one step ahead of chat today. There we go. Did it appear? No, it didn't. One more time. There we go. Great movie, Society. Yeah, basically. Incest was part of the downfall. Rasputin had it had an in with them because they were he was a hemophilic child. They had a hemophilic child. Yeah, and he was supposed to be telling them how to treat. I think didn't their child die despite his? I can't remember. Oh my gosh, chat, so much shit about the Romanovs, but we got to talk about Hassan getting shocked by his own collar. It turns out he really did abuse Kaya, and they caught him, and now they're gonna shock him with his own collar. Actually, Kaya is gonna shock him, I think is how it's gonna work. Also, Sasha G, thank you for the gifted membership earlier. All right, so have I got... Yeah, we're at 24 now out of 100. If we get to 100, by the end of the stream, I will stick around and cover one of these topics, right? Which topic is winning right now, though? That's what I want to find out. What I want to know is... All right, so post-nut clarity is in first place. Surprise, surprise. Just like I said, chat, people love grape nuts. And you afterwards, your head is so clear. You get that post-nut clarity, right? We got Hassan versus a Hasanabi head ICE agent. That's right. He found ICE agent in his chat. Not somebody that was sitting around collecting information, but somebody that was actually claims to be a Hasanabi head. So we could take a look at that. And then tied for fourth, we have Hassan gets shot collared. That's right. They put a shot collar on Hassan. No, I think it's like a game show he's doing with like one of his friends where they do trivia, and if they get a question wrong, they get zapped with a shot collar. So we can speculate, you know, if we pick that on what is the wisdom of him, like, continuing to joke about the shot collar. Is this a good idea for Hassan or maybe not? I don't know. And then we got Anna Kasparian apologizes. Yeah, what's up with that? She apologized, apparently. That'll also include the Francesca Fiorentini reaction to Anna's apology. Feels like a lot of people have reacted to it. What did the doctor say about posting nuts? Asking for a friend. Who's doctor? Are we talking about Food Shop's doctor? Reverse Uno on the shot collar? Yeah, basically, that's what we got. But reverse Uno on the shot collar. So those are the options. I will stick around and watch one of these with you if we get to 100 out of 100. If we get to 100, I'll do one of these topics. The top scoring topic. Again, this number goes up every time somebody does a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or sign up for the Patreon, and I'm going to read out the Patreons in a second here, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free, using a Twitch Prime sub, hooking your Prime account, if you have one, no judgment, up to your Twitch account, and getting yourself a free sub and putting a little bit of money in my pocket, which I appreciate greatly, especially as it is coming away from a big evil corporation. That is one way to get yourself a sub on Twitch. The other way, it does cost $6. I know that's a lot of money. It's twice as much as a YouTube membership. But hey, you know, if you can't afford that, your best bet is to just be active in chat, because there's, you know, occasionally people are very generous and give out gift subs, and when that happens, you could get one if you're just, you know, in chat, probably with good takes, maybe good takes. I would say, hell, I don't know, chat. But you know, I don't know what the basis for people deciding who to gift subs to is. I just know that people from time to time gift some subs on Twitch, and you could be the lucky recipient if you're just active in chat. So anyway, with that all explained, wait, what else? Anything else? Oh yeah, when you donate, you can let me know in chat which one of these topics you want to see, and I'll add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Yo, Tanner, dude man, thank you for becoming a weird champ. So yeah, basically, wait, did anybody already say something as far as this? Right, so when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting a membership, if you're supporting me on Throne or on what's it called, Patreon, or if you are supporting me on Twitch, you can let me know in the chat which one of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will take your donation, turn it into a percentage, and add it right up there. So basically, it's an add-on, it's a buff. If it doesn't sound fair, the donors are able to kind of put their finger on the scale, put their thumb on the scale. You can always say Vox Populi, right? That's an option.
Super chatted $10. For anyone interested, Jensing1 did an interview with Time magazine on YouTube. It's quite the journey.
Wow. We'll have to check that out. Recommended by Narwhal. But yeah, I'll add your donation to the topic of your choice, or you can say Vox Populi, in which case you're saying, hey, whatever people are voting for, that's what should win. I'll have what they're having, right? That's Vox Populi. So those are your options. I also owe you two plus 30 for grape nuts. Yo, everybody loves grape nuts. Oh, Huang. Tanner Dude Man says, I voted for Hasanabi Ice Agent. All right, and thank you for helping me show how this works. So look at that. People donate. They say, I want to see such and such, and I add it to the bonus. And then at the end of the day, you know, if we hit 100 here, this should say 37, I think. 37. At the end of the day, if we hit 100, then I will do whatever this is the top scoring thing with bonus, with a bonus in addition to the vote. So I hope that makes sense, because we're about to jump into the real stream right now. Okay, I picked the free half, the topics that we cover here, which we're gonna start by talking about Minnesota. Or no, we're gonna start. Wait, yeah, I think we are gonna. I think I do have some Minnesota videos to start us off with. Let me see. Yeah, and then the leaked memos from, DMs. I think Donald Trump has leaked DMs. God, I gotta cover this Nick Shirley thing too. Why is there so much content, chat? I'm having trouble deciding. No, I think I should,
doesn't even seem to.
Wall Street's main indexes ended.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be start by talking about Minnesota, but I wanted to cover a specific aspect of what's going on in Minnesota that I don't think a lot of people are talking about. Majority Report touched on this, but at this point I've got enough videos that I kind of want to do a segment to start us off on how ICE is going after Native people that are members of First Nations. The last people in the world you'd think would be the immigration and custom enforcement would be interested in, and yet they are causing trouble for we're gonna start off with the Oglala Sioux members in Minnesota. So let's get that, because I've been wanting to cover this for a little while now. All right, here we go.
Members who were picked up by ICE in a community called Little Earth right here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And one of them has been released, but they couldn't locate the other three. So the council members here, they're all elected officials of the Oglala Sioux tribe. And they gained access to the facility and they couldn't find their three tribal members. They claim that they're not classifying.
You can see they've got a this is Fox 9 Minnesota St. Paul. You can see they've got a status quo microphone in their face. Who's the guy in Minnesota for status quo? Zach. But anyway, they've been covering the hell out of this movement.
Them by their nationality, which tribal members are also citizens of the United States since 1924. You know, there's nobody more American than American Indians, but they were unable to find them here today, and so they're going to continue on. They got some contact information. They love the fact that you're here, that everybody's here, and they're going to be giving out tribal IDs to their tribal members who are in Minneapolis, St. Paul, at the American Indian Center down on Franklin Avenue. But I just want to say thank you to everyone that's here. Stay vigilant and stay assertive, stay constructive. We're in unprecedented times, the way that I see it. So my name is Chase Iron Eyes. I'm an Oglala Sioux tribal member. I'm a constituent of the elected officials that made a trip all the way here. And that is Don Roy Ghostbear. I just want to recognize them for a second. Councilman Don Roy Ghostbear, Councilman George Dreamer, Councilman Garfield Steele, Councilman Tyler Lunderman, and there's one more, Councilman Ryan Jumping Eagle. They came all the way here to retrieve their tribal members who were captured by ICE, and we failed in that mission today, but it will continue. So stay where you're at and stay vigilant is all I can say. We're all concerned about, you know, this white supremacist influencer coming into town in less than 48 hours. We don't know their route, but our goal is to keep the good people of Minneapolis, St. Paul safe. So thank you very much.
What was your name? ICE does not allow reservations. We're closing our borders to any ICE agents. You're not allowed to come terrorize our tribal members on our homeland. You're not allowed on our fucking reservation. Period. Thank you.
Love you guys.
Thank you. So we're sorry that this is happening. Thank you. We won't forget your people.
And you were, so they're still in there too?
Yeah, they're still in there, or they don't know where they're at. They're claiming they have not self-identified.
What was your name, sir?
Chase Iron Eyes.
Why did
This is from a few days ago, so we'll see if there's any update to these members that have that they're trying to track down in the system. Oh my gosh, chat! What did I watch? I feel like I watched something where Bloomberg News did it. Yeah. They basically tracked a person through the ICE system, right? He gets taken in this town, right, in his hometown, and then they show him, you know, being taken to this facility, and then that facility, and then that facility, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole route across, like, you know, the map of the United States that this guy is traveling until finally, I believe, somewhere around 200 days after he is, you know, is put into the ICE system, he is deported and is finally, you know, sent back. Is back with, you know, has a family member pick him up in Honduras, right? But if you actually see, you know, how this system works, right, you're gonna recognize that not only are they doing crimes against humanity in the name of the people of the United States, they are using an absurd amount of resources of our money to do this shit to us, right? And you know, it gets scary when we're talking about the way that the ICE agents are looking at First Nations, right? You would think that they got nothing to do with these people. You know, this is the last person in the world that should have their right to be there questioned, right? And yet, you know, it seems like it seems like ICE has, you know, has plans. Anyway, we'll get into it.
guys take them, did they say?
Like, it's not going to end with, in other words, chat, and many of you probably already recognize this, it is not going to end with undocumented immigrants, right? It's already swept up a ton of American citizens, members of the Oglala tribe, like he's talking about here, and then yeah, Chase Iron Eyes is talking about here, and it is gonna. This is a organization which is already shown a lot of mission creep, right? A lot of, you're there to do this operation, and, you know, here you are, you know, shooting, you know, somebody in the face, right? Here you are, you know, doing police actions against Americans expressing their First Amendment rights, right? It's mission creep, and that mission creep has no definite end. As long as it's allowed to perpetuate itself, it will continue to involve more people
These are houseless relatives. They're homeless folks, and they must have been doing a sweep. They don't know. They claim not to know anything, so we're going to continue the search.
How many?
They're
And you got to wonder with the ignorance, right? How much of it really is ignorance, and how much of it is like they're like, we just don't like these people. If they're ignorance, right, Chad? If they've got the kind of impunity that JD Vance is implying when he talks about the oh my god, what was his word? Unlimited immunity or whatever. Like then yeah, they can use their they can pretend to be ignorant about, like, yeah, I know that guy's First Nations, but you know, if you're a racist piece of shit hog, maybe you don't care. Maybe you think he deserves to be, you know, put in the system, abused, hurt, taught a lesson. Maybe he talked back to you, right? You're going to see more and more of this shit because ICE is going through these towns, making the assumption, you know, when they are being dangerous with their, you know, driving and they hit people. Oh my God, I got to show you this thing if I can, chat. I just don't know. I kind of put it away because the Bloomberg Originals, I think, did it. I just don't know if that is going to get me in trouble copyright wise. It sounds like something that might, but it shows you so much about what's going on with this organization.
Or initially, but one has been released, Oglala Sioux tribal member, and so 3 of them are either in there and they don't know that they're in there, or they were transferred to some other facility, or some other agency might have picked them up.
And they were just on the street in
down in Little Earth, down right by the bridge on Cedar Avenue there in Minneapolis.
And they didn't give them any reason that you heard of why.
No, we don't know. We don't know why they picked up Native Americans
Or why they released one person.
No, they weren't able to tell us any of that. The Department of Homeland Security, you know, Kristi Noem used to be the governor of South Dakota, and a lot of these elected officials voted to ban Kristi Noem from access to the Pine Ridge Reservation. In fact, all the 9 tribes eventually voted to disallow Kristi Noem onto the reservations, and it stands that way today. So our tribal membership, our tribal leadership is concerned about retaliation. But we're in this together, and the fact that we're dealing with deliberate instigations of violence against tribal members, against American citizens, against peaceable American families, puts us in a place where the dividing line between law and order and lawlessness is being blurred at all times. So we're going to be here for the long haul. We're here for the duration. And we'll find our people.
Where are you coming here today from?
I'm coming from the Standing Rock Reservation and Pine Ridge Reservations. That's where I'm a member of. I used to be a member of Standing Rock. It's all one nation, Lakota Nation. But yeah, we're here supporting the Native American community in Minneapolis.
And you did find the 3 that are still in there?
We haven't found them. We got to continue.
They let you go.
I know.
They let you go into the jail?
Yeah, no, we didn't get access to the jail. Just right there into the
So
access desk.
The lobby?
Yeah, only to the lobby. We got to speak with DHS officials, HSI officials, ICE officials, and they gave us contact information to follow up. So
what did they just said no when you said, can we see your jail?
We didn't ask to go inside. It was a secured area, and so we were just waiting to, hopefully they were going to be able to get our tribal members and bring them to us, but that didn't happen today.
What has been your emotional response of nation members being pulled in by immigration services? I mean, the irony I don't even know if irony is the right word.
Yeah, well, it's offensive, and it's part of the colony. What America is finding out is that the same colony which expropriated our land and dehumanizes us and seeks to strip us of our rights is the same forces that are coming here to confront all of us now. Why are they shooting peaceful American families? Why are they maiming peaceful American protesters of all races and demographics? Why are they doing that? We don't know, but we have to stand strong.
Now, it's not lost on us that President Trump's favorite president, he has the painting on the wall, is Andrew Jackson.
That's the father of the Indian Removal Act. The fact that we're here at Fort Snelling, this is a concentration camp, a prison for Dakota people. Abraham Lincoln ordered the largest mass execution in American history. 38 plus 2 Dakota people were hung here. right here. And so it's not.
This is what the woman in the video where DoorDasher runs into her house, right? This is what she was talking about.
Lost on us at all. In fact,
Confederate generals in the Civil War were given, had their sentences commuted, right? While these 38 really resistors of colonialism were hung.
it seems like a deliberate jab at the soul of our people, but we also have relatives. They don't understand that we are America. How could you possibly target Native Americans and with immigration and customs enforcement officers and then imprison us? That is impossible. It's legally impossible to do that. But I gotta run, my friends. I gotta catch my ride. So,
Say the name.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm trying to find as much about this as I can. I found a few videos here.
We begin today's show in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as the Pentagon's placed 1,500 soldiers from the 11th Airborne Division in Alaska to be on standby to possibly be deployed to Minnesota just days after President Trump threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act as protests continue over ICE's immigration crackdown. The Trump administration says it's opened criminal investigations into Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, who've sharply criticized ICE's tactics. In a statement, Walz said, quote, "Weaponizing the justice system and threatening political opponents is a dangerous authoritarian tactic," unquote. This comes after the FBI reportedly opened a civil rights probe into the ICE agent who killed Renee Good, but then pivoted to focus instead on whether Good and her widow assaulted the agent. Meanwhile, on Friday, a federal judge ordered ICE agents to stop arresting or pepper spraying peaceful demonstrators in Minneapolis. On Sunday, demonstrators disrupted Sunday services at a church in St. Paul to protest one of the church's pastors, David Easterwood, who they say is a top ICE official in the Twin Cities.
David Easterwood is a...
Okay, so yeah, this is I think this is this is just the normal broadcast of Democracy Now! Sometimes they clip things out for 15 hours ago. So yeah, they're gonna kind of catch us up on I think a lot of what's going on in Minnesota, as well as I'm pretty sure they have the story. I'm pretty sure the story I'm looking for is in this video.
Pastor here. He is.
There's also a majority report. The majority report was the first place I saw, cover what's going on here. But yeah, it's really disturbing, right? The shit. I mean, like some of the most disturbing stories, right? They're impossible to confirm, but you keep on hearing them, are about what ICE agents say to people. I've had a lot of reports of ICE agents using the death of Renee Good as like a "didn't you learn your lesson yet" kind of a way to a thing to hang and the shove in the face of protesters as a threat. And with these tribes, we've got a lot of the ICE agents supposedly saying shit like "you're next," right? So if you ever thought it was about legal status and not racism, here you go.
Also the director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul. So someone who claims to worship God, teaching people in this church about God, is out there overseeing ICE agents.
The Department of Justice says it's open.
Wait, what is this? A weird fact about Iron Eyes. His daughter, Tolkoda, was supposedly kidnapped by actor Ezra Miller when she was 12 and taken across the country. Yeah, that is a weird ass story.
An investigation into the protesters. In another development, the Trump administration is being accused of denying legal counsel to many arrested during the immigration sweeps. Multiple attorneys say they've been blocked from seeing clients held at the Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis. Meanwhile, ICE agents continue to carry out raids and
They get paid for every person they take, not how many they keep. Also, the reason you don't see Proud Boys, etc., is because they are dressed as ICE. Yeah, pretty much. They are. There's also like an arrest quota that I think Miller has put down. So every time they can take somebody in, even if it's somebody that they don't end up charging, it's like that is a that is a check in their book.
St. Paul armed masked agents battered down the door of a home and without a warrant arrested a man led out of home in his underwear in sub-freezing weather. It turned out the man was a naturalized U.S. citizen born in Laos. For more, we go to Minneapolis.
For anybody who doesn't know the history, Laos is a country right next to Vietnam that had part of what was called the Ho Chi Minh Trail running through it. In other words, the supply line that was used by resistors of the American-backed puppet government in South Vietnam would use this trail, would use this general region in order to run supplies down from North Vietnam to South Vietnam. The United States used this as a pretext to bomb both Laos and Lao is the name of the country, and Cambodia, and so this guy is a part of a country that the United States destabilized. If he was on like the U.S. side of things, if he was somehow like a lot of people come over because they are if they collaborate with the U.S., then to stop them from being treated like collaborators in their own country, they bring them back. I don't know what this guy's story is, right? But I do know that the United States completely fucked up, destabilized, and brutalized his country, right? And if he's like coming over in the 60s, right? That was definitely it's definitely relating to the 60s or 70s US involvement, the spreading of the Vietnam conflict, the dirty war in CIA-backed dirty war in Laos.
For a report from Democracy Now!'s John Hamilton on the ground there this weekend, speaking with people about how communities are organizing against the ICE raids.
James Schwesnadol is a volunteer with the Community Rapid Response Group on the lookout for federal agents in his Minneapolis neighborhood.
Just driving around my neighborhood, kind of picking an area to just keep an eye on, looking out for any ICE or Customs and Border Patrol.
Hundreds of legal observers like James now patrol the streets of the Twin Cities each day on the lookout for masked federal agents in unmarked vehicles.
And then I'm on a signal chat with people in my neighborhood here, and then there's people all over the neighborhood who are following that signal chat, and if they see a message that ICE is, passing through their block or getting out of their cars on their block or the next block over, they're ready to run out and, videotape, do constitutional observing, blow whistles, let neighbors know that ICE is on the block and it's not safe to come outside.
Activities like these are protected by the First Amendment, but that hasn't stopped federal agents from deploying violence against people who track their movements.
Now, get out of the way. Move your car now. You're obstructing. Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
Patty O'Keefe is a 36-year-old South Minneapolis resident who learned that lesson firsthand.
I live about 8 blocks away from where Renee Good was murdered, and last Sunday, January 11th, I was out patrolling and observing ICE with my friend Brandon when we were violently arrested and detained. When we got on the scene, the ICE agents were getting back into their 2 vehicles. there were a number of people who had shown up by that point, and so they decided to leave the area. So they turned down a side street, and we proceeded to follow them on that side street and continue blowing our whistles and honking our horns. 30, 40 seconds into doing that, they stopped their car, got out of the car, surrounded my vehicle, screamed at us to stop following them, told us we were obstructing them, even though there was no one in front of their cars. We weren't at an active ICE raid even. They could have just kept going forward. And then one of the agents proceeded to spray pepper spray into the front windshield vent of my vehicle. So we got pepper spray in the car, which was, hurt our eyes and our mouths and our throats. And they got back in the vehicles, kept driving, and when we didn't turn around, they stopped the car again, got out.
You can go forward! We are not obstructing! We are not obstructing! You can go forward! You can go forward! We're not obstructing! We are not obstructing! We know our rights!
They broke our 2 front windows and dragged us out, arrested us, and brought us to detention.
Get out of the car.
Yes, sir.
Get the out of the car.
Yes, sir. I'm coming out.
You got any weapons on you? Put your hand behind your vest.
Sir, I got passport and passport.
Shut up. Shut the up. Sir, you are under arrest for repeated operation.
I was in the vehicle with 3 ICE agents, and as soon as they all got into the vehicle and shut the doors, they just immediately started taunting me, making fun of me. One of them took a photo of me and showed it to the other agents, and they were just laughing, insinuated that I was ugly. And then one of the agents, the one who had sprayed the pepper spray into my car, proceeded to say, "You guys got to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian bitch is dead," referring to Renee Good.
Do not break windows!
Other legal observers have experienced physical abuse. A disabled U.S. Marine Corps veteran named Sky suffered bruised arms, hands, and legs after being violently pulled from the driver's seat by federal agents.
Get out of the car. Put the car in park. Get out of the car. Put the car in park. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
TBN. You know the Marine Corps veteran.
I don't care what you are.
Others have had their license plates and face.
POV, you're about to get tased. In case you're ever wondering what that feels like, what that looks like, there it is. There it is. This is like this is what it looks like when a fucking out of control ICE officer, American Gestapo, is pointing a fucking taser in your face. What happens if a taser hits a phone, chat? Does it like with the battery?
Others have had their license plates and faces scanned by ICE, with agents even following them to their homes.
ICE is at my house.
This is an intimidation tactic.
Yeah.
Judy and Noah Levy were at their home in St. Paul on January 6th when they got an alert.
Someone from my book club sent a message on the group chat that, hey, I think ICE is staging in the parking lot of a grocery store that closed down several blocks away. So we drove over, and there were about 8 SUVs lined up kind of tail to tail. Some had plates, some didn't.
They stopped us almost right away.
They stopped traffic. The first car that was behind them was about to take a right-hand turn. They surrounded him. There were like 5 agents that we could see from several car lengths back where we were, we could hear that they were giving him a really hard time.
No, he's alone.
And then the agents that weren't occupied, the employees that weren't occupied with him, started coming back, and car by car, they took photographs through the windshield.
And I want to point it out that the way that ICE is operating right now, there's nothing that stops them from doing this to just somebody that they thought looked at them the wrong way, right? Sometimes these people that they're going after are involved in, some sort of, protest, making things hard for them in some ways, or tracking them, following them, or whatever, which you are allowed to do, right? But I feel like the way that it works right now, they're just like anybody that they want to pull out of a fucking car, anybody that they want to give a hard time to, right? Somebody cuts them off in traffic, right? They're probably gonna get thrown on the ground. This is a fucked up. You're creating a new culture, because you got to understand this. Like, ICE is a separate organization from the police. It has always, since its inception, after the 9/11 attacks and the war on terror and the Patriot Act, right? Since its inception, they have lived beyond the regulations in some ways of other law enforcement officers, and so the culture that is being created is one that is fundamentally more dangerous, more unhinged. If you've ever listened to one of these guys when they get arrested for DUI or whatever, when they're like in the interrogation with the law enforcement officers, they're spouting just paranoia about, like, everybody's out to get me, they're trying to dox me, they're gonna get my family, or just complete I mean, these people are not in a good state, obviously, given what they're tasked with doing in Minnesota and how much Minnesotans do not want them there. Their mental health is already eroding, and yeah, there's no limits on them, right? They fucking kill somebody stepping in front of the car, which is, that's not standard operating procedure, right? No, it doesn't matter. The Trump administration will protect them. They will defend them, right? Even when they're literally shooting somebody in the face. Even when, if we get a chance to watch the Trump press conference today, there is a moment where Donald Trump, I guess you could say, he is offering more empathy than anybody else in the administration towards Renee Good, but only for the reason that he found out, I don't know if this is true or not, he thinks he found out that her father was a Trump supporter. So there you go.
They're saying, get out of the car, roll down your window.
And we didn't do either thing. We just said, hey, we don't want to talk to you.
I do not want to talk to you. You're in our neighborhood.
You're in our neighborhood.
You're in our neighborhood. I have every right to be here.
I'm driving.
Random 3PO says tasers shoot wires with barbed electrodes. It would just bounce off. Oh, okay. So they don't shoot like actual lasers at you with a taser. It's not like a laser.
I'm driving.
You are in.
After the dude took our photographs through the windshield and checked the plate, he came to my passenger side window, just kind of knocked on it and said, hello, Judith, how are you today? What can I do for you, Judith?
Do not threaten me. Do not threaten me.
As I told you, I go by Judy. Nobody calls me Judith unless they've just run my plates. Of course, the next day, they killed someone who was doing just what we were doing. They killed Renee Good. And they've escalated. The violence has escalated, the harassment, the abuse, the beatings, the kidnappings. Every day, they're wreaking havoc. They're speeding through the neighborhood. They're causing accidents. They're disappearing people before the police can even get there.
And what we did was legal.
What we did was legal.
It was legal to follow them. It's legal to film them. And they were trying to chill that. And I will have to say that was incredibly intimidating.
That intimidation is felt most in Minneapolis's diverse neighborhoods, like the.
Yeah, there's so much of it. It's so insidious when you know the reason that they're like, it's they're calling you by your name without you having told them your name, right? It is like literally to let you know they got a file of you opened up. They got some, I don't, who knows how much information about you, like on their phone or wherever.
The Lake Street corridor, where ICE's crackdown has led many immigrant-run businesses to shut their doors.
My name is Miguel Hernandez, and I'm the owner of Lido's Burritos here on Lake and Bryant in Minneapolis, which is a Mexican-American Chicano restaurant. If there's not a significant change in what's happening here in Minneapolis, like right now, we will lose a massive amount of the community, restaurants. People aren't going to work. You can't keep open hours. You can't pay bills.
Yeah. So the thing to do would be for the city to maybe try to direct some funding their way. Now, the problem with that is that Trump is already threatening to cut funding. These parts of the country pay their taxes, right? But to cut the funding from state and local or state and local government, right? So it's not easy, but yeah, you gotta find some way to keep these people afloat, and it's hard to tell how long this is going to be going on.
If you're not open, but you're risking the safety of staff, you're risking the safety of your family if you continue to work, and those conditions can be stressful. It's really tough to be making tacos and burritos and wondering if someone's going to barge in and just start asking for people's, statuses. It's not a sane way to live. And over, I'm really proud of the
And here's what I'm getting, right? On so many issues, right? On Greenland, on certainly Canada, on what ICE is doing, this invasion of Minnesota, right? People are against this shit. American people have made their voices heard, and they are in no way for this, but actually stopping it is another matter, right? Actually doing something about it. The only thing that anybody can tell you is like, well, we're going to have the midterms. The Republicans are going to do bad in the midterms. At this rate, I'm not sure, and a lot of people are feeling this way too. We're going to get to the midterms, or if we do, that it's not going to be in some way manipulated, right? It's a really fucked up situation. Nobody's happy with what is going on. You've got the majority of humanity that are suffering because of Donald Trump's access to power. And the strange thing is, he's even lashing out against some of the sources of his power, right? What are the sources of Donald Trump's power? I mean, look, one of them is his MAGA cult, right? Which has him in a situation where there's a de facto gun pointed at the head of every Republican legislator. If they ever step out of line, if they ever vote for something that Trump doesn't want, or don't vote for something that he does want, right? They're going to get primaried, right? So you got, the legislature could check him, but no, it won't because of that, because of the Trump cult. Then we've got the judiciary, which should be the last line of defense, except that this court has been taken over by the Federalist Society. Like, chat, there's a Federalist Society majority on the Supreme Court, and they're the ones that came up with this half-cocked, unitary executive thing that is playing out now at the worst possible time. Possibly the worst person you could give these powers has been given powers to them. But chat, he's even going after Leonard, what is his name? Leonard Leo, the guy, the Federalist Society guy. I guess Leonard Leo really doesn't like the tariffs. So he ended up fucking over the guy that put the Supreme Court in place. We're waiting any minute, chat. That's going to be a big deal when the tariff decision comes down the line. Trump says that he's got a backup plan. The administration says they've got a backup way of reasserting tariffs, but I would guess that any day now the Supreme Court's going to take his toy away, and Trump is not going to be happy, and it's going to be Leonard Leo Supreme Court, right? The the power that got him, that gave him this, that gave him this impunity, is a power that he is now biting the hand that feeds him.
Up and fight back any way they can. And all they're looking for when I say fight back is accountability. Accountability, due process, and respect of human rights.
My name is Yudu. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a community organizer and immigrant rights activist with the Minnesota Immigrant Rights Action Committee. Folks at all hours of the day, no matter who you are, just being on the lookout in the community. We see, especially in streets that are cultural corridors that have a lot of immigrant-owned businesses, but just people of color who own their businesses. We see people standing on street corners, looking after each other. If there's any suspicious activity or vehicles, reporting it to each other and seeing if there's any license plates that we can bring back that we know are confirmed ICE vehicles, and if there are ICE agents who show up, to immediately alert other rapid response networks, to blow their whistles, to alert the community that ICE is in the area, and ultimately just chase them out and make it known to the community that ICE is here, not only to protect the community, but also to let ICE know that they're not welcome here.
As ICE agents openly use racial profiling to determine who they stop, some of Minnesota's indigenous citizens have been detained.
Yo, Cozy Gaming, thank you for resubscribing with a Prime. I think I need to. I got some more numbers to add here.
Sometimes violently. Chase Iron Eyes is a member of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an attorney and executive director of the Sacred Defense Fund.
I've said nobody is more American than the American Indian. Yet here ICE is executing immigration enforcement violence against the original Americans, the true Americans. And when they're capturing us and violating our rights and illegally profiling us, where are they going to deport us? Where could they?
Cozy Gaming says Vox Populi. Also, I love that song from Hasman Hotel. Wait, oh God, Vox has a song now. Wait, is there a new season, Cozy Gaming? I feel like I haven't. If there's a second season, I have not watched it. Oh, because I lost Prime. I can't. Yeah, I canceled my Prime when I moved to Thailand just because Amazon. I don't think that any of the benefits of Prime are good if you live in Southeast Asia. So, it came out in November. Oh, I gotta check that out. But yeah, I will add your dono to Vox Populi. Look at that Vox Populi, right? It's like a little guard against, it's like 3% off the top of like any donations to sway the poll. Vox has a song called Vox Populi. Each time you say it, I think of that song. God damn. I know the character you're talking about. I just have not seen the new season yet.
They possibly deport us. So it is a legal impossibility for ICE to be doing what they're doing to Native American people right now.
Get out. Just get out. Just get out, Beto. Just get out, Beto. Please, they're mean.
There's a Native woman with her nephew, another Native American, driving in Minneapolis, St. Paul area, and they're pulled over and profiled. And probably because they look like us, we look like them. The people that ICE is trying to target, one demographic, are those people who are indigenous to the entire Western Hemisphere.
We're citizens.
Okay, then show your ID.
Get your ID.
Let me show you what the
We're native. What are you doing?
They pull this family over, and the auntie, the aunt, is doing her best to maintain decorum under those extremely stressful circumstances.
Just get the ID. Get the ID.
She's complying with everything that the ICE officers are stating, and they're asking for her nephew's driver's license. He's driving, he's 20 years old. I have a son about the same age. He never takes his driver's license or his wallet anywhere, so he's having a hard time finding his license. At the same time, ICE is using a facial recognition technology, and they're scanning his face, and they begin to beat him, physically attack him and assault him. And this woman, I don't remember her name, but she's looking in to the camera, and she is calling out for help.
Let him scan your face. Why'd you hit him? No! Stop! What are you doing? No! Why? My nephew! Okay.
Hey, out there.
Stop! Okay, back out! Back out! No!
Do not move. Do not move. Do not move, okay?
The violent arm of the state, which is ICE at this time, is staring her down, and they begin to beat her nephew, and she begins to cry. And by the end of it, they scanned his face and found out that he is a United States citizen. I got a call from a councilman from the Oglala Sioux tribe, and he says, "Brother, we're in town, can we meet?" So I go to meet with this certain councilman, and he's not alone. He has 4 other council members that are with him, and they want their tribal members back. They want their tribal members returned. They want the body released. That's habeas corpus. They want these tribal members who are also American citizens to be released. And we proceeded to the detention center because they wanted to gain access to it. And ICE wasn't really, they knew nothing of these men. But we have eyewitnesses that can attest to the fact that they were apprehended by some uniformed personnel. Now, it is absolutely possible that ICE did not apprehend them, but somebody did.
Look,
so we're continuing.
This is one of the worst aspects of ICE. The fact that they operate as like a Tonton Makut, right? You know what Tonton Makut means? Some of you, recognize this as the organization that was supporting the power of the Duvaliers in Haiti. 2 dictators, father and son, Papa Doc and Baby Doc, right? But this is kind of a paramilitary, right? But yeah, the meaning of it is Uncle Rucksack, like a rucksack, referring to how they would kidnap people, right? Just put them in a rucksack, take them away, right? This is some Tonton Makut kind of shit. And when that's happening, legally sanctioned by the law, mandated by the federal supremacy law enforcement clause that that these guys can come in here and pretty much do what the fuck they want, right? When that's happening, you don't know if any random mass person doing kidnapping and shit is maybe just a criminal, not with no mandate to do that. This allows a space for crime to proliferate, and there's no way that you'd even know. So yeah, maybe they weren't taken by ICE agents, right? They could have been taken by anybody. And the way that this shit works, it's so hard to keep track of your relatives. If they get sucked into the system, right, they're like immediately gone to another state, and they're there for like 3-5 days or something there, and then they're off to across the country, right? And they get sent back. It's they make it purposely, I think, hard to find people. And so you want to, your relatives disappear, you kind of like first and foremost want to make sure that like, okay, this was law enforcement that took my relatives, right? Because if not, we're this is even worse, right? But ICE can't tell you that. They're not in the business of helping people find their loved ones, all right? They're in the business of disappearing people in the middle of the night, right? Including potential witnesses of cases that they would be implicated in, right? They are using, this deportation tactics to minimize, their culpability even more.
Continuing the search, and we're making progress. What I can tell you right now is that ICE couldn't identify them. I shouldn't say they don't have them because we don't know their names.
On Saturday, a steady stream of mourners visited the intersection of Portland Avenue and East 34th Street, where Renee Nicole Good was fatally shot 3 times by ICE agent Jonathan Ross. They came with flowers and signs of protest.
My name is LK. I'm a teacher from the Twin Cities. Last time I was here was last Wednesday night, the day that Renee Nicole Good was murdered. This is unprecedented. I mean, I have kids emailing me about what's going on and the presence in their neighborhoods and at their front doors, and the very things that keep community going are trying to be torn down, like schools, you know, because kids aren't able to go. They can't go and they can't learn and they can't create, and everybody's in jeopardy. It's not, you know, one type of person. It's literally everybody.
For Democracy Now!, I'm John Hamilton in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Hey, everybody.
Special
Hey, John.
thanks to John Hamilton.
So the Brooklyn Park police chief, that's a suburb of Minneapolis, a guy named Mark
raged in
Bruni,
Minneapolis. There was
had an
another
extraordinary
ICE
statement
shooting
about what's happening in.
Thankfully, it appears like he is now in stable condition, but this was a Venezuelan.
So this is an older video. She's talking about one of the shootings in Portland that I think that went on. But I wanted to touch on this because it does. They do end up talking. Is it here? About what's going on with First Nations people in Minnesota.
Up in Fort Snelling, South Dakota, which was the site of the concentration camp for Indigenous people in the.
Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the 10 community subs. Wow. Good to see you, Mylan. I got some jellyfish to read off though. Look at this. Nick76, you just got jellyfished. Pundit Tree, you just got jellyfished, right? Lily93, you guys just got jellyfish. Shanika, you just got jellyfish. Hank Packer, China Ski, Hank Packer. Okay, I recognize one of those. Chinaski. Okay, wow. Okay, regardless, you just got weaseled. Gumbo living, right? That's the best kind of living. You just got jellyfished. Rainbow, you just got jellyfished. Old school dad, you just got old school jellyfished. Charvia, you just got jellyfished. And der H, oh god, I don't know how to say letters in German, do I? Der HJ Bay, maybe? I could be completely wrong. Put me down on Anna the Salt Queen. Yeah, I mean, look, that content is there. That content is there, tempting many a viewer to it. And look, like we got a new leader. Looks like Anna Kasparian just took the lead over Dr. K explains post-nut clarity. We're at 100. That is correct. That is a 100. Let me change that up. But yeah, shouts out to the Majority Report for covering this shit. I mean, this is where I first became aware of, you know, this dynamic that's going on, and it's disturbing, right? It's disturbing. ICE's, because, you know, you'd think that, you know, maybe you could just chalk it up to ignorance, racism, etc. You know, cop sees, ICE agent sees a brown person, you know, tries to deport them, just not even on their mind that, like, maybe this person is native. Also, you know, the native IDs, sometimes the ICE agents aren't recognizing, but you get a feeling that that they're kind of doing this on purpose. Anyway, let's let Emma talk.
1860s, housing them there. The image that Matt has shown on screen a few times. Here it is. All right, well, we'll show it in a second, but you can see how There it is, this larger image. I mean, this is the model of concentration camps around the globe.
If you've flown into Minneapolis Airport and when you go over the water, that's the same. That's the Mississippi River right there.
In the memoriam about this story sent to Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, the president, Frank Starr, comes out, released a statement about basically the tribe members being snatched up by ICE. In this memorandum, Starr comes out, said that when the nation reached out to the agency, DHS, it was provided with only the first names of the men. Homeland Security refused to release more information unless the tribe, quote, entered into an immigration agreement with ICE. DHS.
So they're holding these people hostage to try to get a tribe to give up their autonomy, right? These are, tribal nations. They are supposed to be autonomous. They are supposed to be sovereign. And yet the ICE has now, kidnapped their members and will not cooperate with them, apparently, unless they, give up this bit of sovereignty, right? It's kind of fucked up. Mega, I think you got a hype train started. We're at level 3 already. Look at that, 4 minutes left if you want to jump on board the hype train. If you've got if you need to resub, or if you've got a Prime burning a hole in your pocket or something like that, I think any dono over 100 bits will get you on the hype train and give you access to exclusive emotes that you would get no other way. So now is the time, if you were considering donating on Twitch, that you can get a little something extra for your trouble. But yeah, this is evil. This is crazy. This is bullshit. Trying to force tribes into signing cooperation agreements. Yeah, definitely on purpose.
Just did not immediately respond to a request for comment Tuesday evening. Starr comes out, said the tribe has no plans to enter an agreement with ICE. They're holding, or attempting to hold, multiple members of the Oglala Sioux tribe hostage unless the tribe agrees to participate in ICE activities.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Narwhal by Nature.
To accept that those men are, or whoever's detained as, are illegal aliens despite being indigenous Americans.
And, but they're indigenous. But that doesn't matter, because this is not about this is not about immigration. This is a white supremacist ethnic cleansing project. Let me repeat that. This is an ethnic cleansing project based on white supremacy. And this is abundantly clear in an experience from another indigenous American. This is a Red Lake descendant. He's 20 years old, named Jose Roberto Ramirez. His mother is a Red Lake tribal member. And this is a short video here speaking about their experience in Native Americans being harassed and detained by ICE in and around Minneapolis.
Just said, we are Native, we're Native American, we are U.S. citizens, and it just didn't matter.
You help us! We're citizens! Beto, get your ID! Okay! Stop! Ow! Okay, Beto! Ow! Beto!
Can you explain what happened last week?
Yeah, this is literally just the day before when Renee Good got shot. I was just freaked out. Like, they don't want to stop nowhere where nobody would see, It felt like I was getting kidnapped. Like, they literally rushed me out of my aunt's car and handcuffed me, threw me in their car, and tried to keep me down, put my hoodie up. And they don't even care if you got your identification. They'll take you. Like, they're just evil people. I didn't think I had nothing to worry about because I was a U.S. citizen. I'm half Mexican, half Native. That didn't matter though to them.
How does it feel to be stopped by federal immigration agents as a Native American?
We thought we were safe. You are from here. We are Native. We are the original. Don't be scared. They can't do anything. Can't touch us. We are untouchable. Seeing what had happened to us and to my nephew, we are a nobody to these agents. About a month prior, I was driving over here, and I was coming up to a stop, and I didn't know it was ICE agents, and they were. And they started yelling, and I rolled my window a little, and I said, "What?" And he said, "Coming for you." And I said, "I'm Native American." And he says, "Yeah, you're next." Any immigrant, I can imagine the fear that they are living currently.
I just wanted to get those two quotes kind of to be the pillars of our like segment on this morning, today, is the gratuitous comment by the ICE agent about Renee Good being a lesbian, and then the very telling comment recounted by that woman of the ICE agent saying, "You're next," to Native Americans. Because I think that colors things pretty clearly.
I mean, it is frankly and straightforwardly and objectively a white supremacist, white nationalist movement, and that includes all the Latino guys that are doing it too. They're Nazis as well.
Well,
look at your history of South America. Like, some people seem confused by that. Like, Steven Crowder, I think, got sued over something like that. Yeah, like Latino guys that join ICE, they're Nazis too.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Huh. And with that Sam Cedar jump scare, I'm gonna keep let me see if I can find anything else on this. He's got a channel. Yeah, not a lot on here. Anyway, let's take a look at this. It's a press conference of a Minnesota police chief, right? And this is Pod Save America going over this, right? Wait, actually, this is new too.
By now,
Oh yeah, I remember this. I remember when this happened.
you've probably seen this video from Minneapolis, a woman being dragged from her car while driving through a protest against President Trump's immigration crackdown. She was arrested 2 blocks from where an ICE agent shot and killed Renee Good a week before. You heard her screaming, "I'm disabled," as agents carried her by her arms and her legs from her own car. Tonight, we know her name, Alia Rahman. And in just a minute, you'll hear from her for the first time in an exclusive interview. Alia says she was never part of the protest that day. She was simply just trying to go to her doctor's appointment. But in a statement, the Homeland Security Department called Rahman a, quote, agitator, adding she, quote, ignored multiple commands by an officer to move her vehicle away from the scene. She was arrested for obstruction. The Minneapolis Police Chief, Brian O'Hara, he watched the video. He sees it differently.
Obviously, I don't know why law enforcement officers initially approached the vehicle. It pisses me off to see that. To see men doing that to a woman who's disabled. It pisses me off. If those cops works for me, they'd have a problem right now.
With me now, Alia Rahman and her attorney, Alexa Van Brunt. Thank you both for being here. Alia, I want to start with you because this has been viral. People have seen this video over and over again. People have many opinions. This is what happened to you. It is your life. It is your journey. But the government, they're calling you an agitator. So can you just help me understand? Walk me through what happened in those moments before these agents dragged you from your car.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Laura. And happy birthday, Dr. King. I'm really happy that you asked this question, right? Because I have been so concerned that folks might be distracted from the real issue at hand by instead debating why I proceeded slowly through a militarized traffic jam full of pedestrians and a cacophony of conflicting instructions. I was on my way to the doctor. I was on a main road that is a direct road from my house to the parking lot. Suddenly there's traffic in the road. There are vehicles blocking it ahead, vehicles that later I understood were ICE vehicles. People around me trying to...
I mean, look at what happens when we take something that is just pure racism and we make it the #1 priority. We mandate it by law. This is the #1 priority. You need to get to your doctor. Tough fucking luck. ICE is using this road. And if you end up on that road trying to get to your doctor, they're going to fucking pull your ass out of there. Wow. This is like, you know, because apparently you as a human being, you're not important. You're not as important as racism, right? We got to do racism. We got to ethnically cleanse the United States of America to make America white again. For all the MAGA hogs out there. And, you know, you getting to your doctor, apparently not important.
Understand what to do. And I think that you see the rest.
So you weren't, I mean, in the beginning of the video, you see the federal agents saying something to you before you were dragged out. They say that you were given what they call repeated warnings. I just heard you say this cacophony of conflicting commands. What were they saying to you? What did you understand to be happening?
Well, I think I didn't understand what was happening, right? I am a disabled person who has autism, right? That is a big piece of this. But I think even someone who doesn't have the kind of auditory processing challenges I do would not know what to do with the sentence, move, I will break your effing window. And then back and forth between move, get out, trying to open my door, more threats of breaking a window, which I don't understand the functional purpose of, and it's not a warning, it's a threat of...
Think about how much just waste there is here, right? Like, they're just like gonna break, like how many windows have they broken? How many seatbelts have they cut? How many people have they injured? Like, not to mention the ridiculous amount that is being dedicated to this fucking mass Gestapo organization in the big, beautiful bill.
Violence that really shouldn't be packaged with an instruction. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to tell you about what my ears hear in that situation. But in my ears, my autism also comes with an auditory sorting challenge where multiple human voices at like a loud party or on a chaotic street all sound like they're the person talking to me. So that's one reason, you know, you see me looking and trying to identify which lips are talking to me. But of course, that's not possible because ICE officers wear things that cover their mouths and faces except for their eyes, right?
So it is so informative for you to explain what it was personally like for you, for us to have watched the video and now to understand at least a part of what you were experiencing in that, because there is a conflicting report from their vantage point that tries to explain what you were thinking or feeling, and you've done it yourself. But I want to be clear, you say you were not there to protest ICE. You were there on your way to an appointment and you stopped in the traffic and I got the conflicting reports and commands. Were you there to protest ICE? Had you ever protested ICE before in that arena?
Democrats are going to agree to fund them $1.2 billion more in the next few days. Yeah, I mean, they have an opportunity right now just by not cooperating with the Republicans. They can stop the they can enact another shutdown, and they can withhold those funds. Now, look, ICE is not going to run out of money if they do that. So it doesn't have an immediate practical benefit in that sense, but at least you got to put up some kind of symbolic fight and extract some sort of concession, like force them to wear, badge numbers, right? Force them to, you got to get something out of this in order, if you're gonna, pass their fucking, you're going to continue to fund the government.
No.
So when you went that day and you were detained, as you said, what was that like for you once you were? What happened after they took you?
Number one, I experienced a very specific set of dehumanization practices during the 6 stages of detention and processing that I counted before I went unconscious and was taken out in an ambulance. Number 2, during every one of those stages, I clocked ICE agents doing things that indicated they were not aware of what their job was or how to do it. Lots of, where's this? What do we do next? Agents had to stop at all 5 stages. Agents had to stop, ask someone else what to do, where basic things were. There were local staff who seemed to know some of that thing, but I distinctly heard 2 of them at one point say to each other, we don't want to step on ICE's toes, when I was trying to get medical care. And the third is that the practices I experienced with like my own body, ears, and eyes do not make sense to me as an immigration or public safety strategy, because they make things less safe. And honestly, I was not separated from a citizen of any other.
Yeah, let's be real. Like, normal law enforcement officers are not always great with even dealing with like the default person. They're treating each encounter with a citizen as like, this is like making assumptions, right, about people's where if you're disabled, you don't fit into that. So obviously their interactions with the disabled population are going to be inherently dangerous. Now add to this, like, an organization that is purely created to enact vengeance upon parts of the country that the administration is still angry at over things that happened in 2020, right? Add to that you got this, like, fucked up, masked, unaccountable ICE agents, causing violence everywhere.
I think people believe this is just immigrants in there, and it is not. I was told that if I were a normal human, nothing would be a problem.
They said that to
We have now heard from, when
I mean, that's definitely how they think, and that's how they're set up for. You don't think, like, that's the thing, is there's no thought of the possibility that, hey, the person you rolled up on maybe is disabled, maybe isn't processing sound the same way that you would expect.
Asked for disability accommodations, and I said, did anybody bring my cane with me from the car? I need that to walk, not stand, but walk, because my balance.
Yeah, a normal human. You're apparently, that this is okay for this shit to happen to her because, a normal human would understand those instructions. It's like literally what they're telling her.
They said there's no canes here.
I mean, you see what this is, right? It's so fucking clear at this point. The way that ICE deals with people is really reflective of the way that the Trump administration and MAGA view people. Only some of us are human. Only if you fit this list of list of descriptions are you human. And anything that makes you a little bit different, you're gay, you're disabled, you speak with an accent, well, I guess you're less of a human being to these people. That's how they're. You don't get like a more clear definition fascist priorities than this.
They stood me up in leg irons and said, walk, push my back. Walk, you can do it. Nobody said, maybe we should find something else. There was no medical screening. I was never once asked for my ID, even told I was under arrest, never charged.
Wow.
And when I sat there and somebody finally noticed I was not able to balance even sitting. And they said, I think there might've been a wheelchair around here the other day because I kept asking, can you at least get a wheelchair? People said, I don't even know if we have those. That's not the answer to that question. That's never should be happening. And when they put me in the wheelchair, finally, an officer said, wait, you were driving, right? So your legs do work.
What?
I refrain from saying, I refrain from saying, hey, have you ever seen a handicap parking spot, sir? What? But the thing is, right, people are going to say, well, none of that stuff is illegal. It's just me. But I have read too many books to think that things are okay when this level of dehumanization is happening, because it means officers are probably trying to get through their day when they have been given orders that are not righteous and they are to hurt people.
Alexa, I have to ask you, and Ali, you have to forgive me, my own sister is mobility impaired. And she drives with the assistance, had to accommodate and adapt her car so many different times to be able to still function and live in the standard that she wants to. I get emotional thinking about it, but my blood is boiling thinking about that experience. So can you just describe from the legal perspective of it?
Yeah.
She was detained. The DHS said that she was arrested for obstruction.
Yeah.
Are you aware if she is facing any charges? I have to, for a second, compartmentalize the dehumanization just to get through the question. You have to forgive me. Have you heard that she is facing any charges?
I have not heard, and it would, if she were, they would be completely baseless, because the people who violated laws at that scene were the DHS officers, and in particular, every officer in the way they treated her once they found out she had a disability, because Alia was very upfront about it. She told the officers, I am a woman with a disability. I have autism. She yelled it. You can hear it on the video. And they escalated at that point and then subjected her to a very brutal use of force, pulling her out of the car, slamming her down on the ground, and then carrying her like an animal is the only way to describe it. That violates every police standard and how you are supposed to interact with somebody in a car. And it violates every standard in how you're supposed to interact with somebody with a disability.
Okay, so I just wanted to check up on that. We'd seen that woman pulled out of the car, this description, the story that she's on her way to her doctor's, and she literally can't get there.
Nos están siguiendo.
I don't know who they are, but until they pointed the gun at us, it was like, what are we supposed to do? Just stay there. Because we were already in danger. We were already in danger, pointing guns at us and stuff.
No, sí, usted dígale. No quiero que se lo lleven.
Okay, what is this, like some kind of I get afraid when I see higher production value. Like, I don't, this is MS Now. I don't think they copyright claim. Let's hope that's true. If so, I'm sorry. I've also got a P right now, so MS Now, Rachel Maddow, please don't sue me. Sue Waluigi instead.
Arnoldo Bazan Carrillo and his father Arnulfo, an undocumented immigrant from Mexico, were on their way to school when they were pulled
I gotta pee so bad.
busy Houston Road by what they thought were local police in unmarked cars. Instead, they say, they were surrounded by masks. Guns drawn, no badges. Arnoldo was confused, terrified. He says the men began pulling on their doors, trying to shatter a window. Their slow morning turned into this high-speed chase as Arnolfo made the fateful decision to flee.
What was going through your head?
They're trying to kill us or something. They're trying to kidnap us or something. Because we didn't know what was happening. And at the first thought, my dad was like, who are these people?
Arnoldo grabbed his phone and hit record. He shared this video exclusively with MS Now.
Vamos a la casa, vamos a la casa. Vámonos por la casa, vámonos por la casa. La migración, hijos de
Within seconds, a fear the 16-year-old U.S. citizen had long suppressed comes to the surface. His undocumented father might be taken by federal agents.
Vámonos, vámonos, vámonos. Vámonos por la casa. Espérate, espérate, pues, calma, 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 calma. Espérate, pues, vale, calma, calma. No creo que lo vieron. Vámonos, vámonos. Vámonos, nos están siguiendo, pues. Nos están siguiendo, pues. Nos están siguiendo. Nos están siguiendo. No quiero que se lo lleven, pues.
We didn't know what was happening. They were still chasing us, and that's when they started hitting our car, trying to flip us.
As Arnoldo continues to film, agents appear to ram into the Bazan's car at least 4 times.
Le va a pegar otra vez, le va a pegar otra vez, le va a pegar otra vez. Le va a pegar al lado. No, esto ya es muy feo. Esto ya es muy feo. Esto ya es muy feo. Es la mira.
What the Bazans encountered was an emboldened immigration enforcement machine, utterly transformed by President Donald Trump's unprecedented goal to deport 1 million people a year. Thousands of federal agents are descending on American cities and towns, and there's an escalating pattern, from a fatal shooting in Minneapolis
Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Whoa!
to confrontations from Texas to Alabama.
He's a citizen, bro.
Oh, if he's a citizen,
he's a citizen.
California to New York.
No, no puede mandar fuera así, hombre. No me sean así. Ay, por favor, no sean así, no sean así, hombre.
Louisiana to Illinois.
He forcefully opened the door of the truck. It was locked. It was locked.
The violence, the clashes. Experts tell MS Now much of the chaos is driven by a major shift.
I haven't said anything.
Border Patrol, historically restricted to zones within 100 miles of the border, has spread its culture and tactics designed for cartel land into the interior.
Out of here. You're gonna shoot a pregnant woman? Yeah, you're gonna shoot a pregnant woman? She's not available.
That morning, Arnoldo says the agents did not once identify themselves or even so much as say, "You're under arrest." They pulled into a restaurant depot lot where Arnoldo's father knew some of the workers and thought he might be safe.
Telephone.
Arnoldo followed behind.
Hey, nah, hell no. Get away from my dad, bro.
We ran into the restaurant. My dad got out the car first. I stayed in the car. And then when my dad ran inside, I saw like 3 men fully started kicking him down, punching him down.
Get away from my dad, bro. Get away from my dad, bro. Get away from my dad, bro.
And I was not gonna just let that happen, because they're punching, they're treating him bad. I'm pretty sure everybody would react the same way if they saw their dad getting beat down.
Get the off me, bro. Get the off me. Y'all
On the ground.
My heart kind of broke in that moment. When I saw him screaming for help, my heart broke. And I tried my hardest to stay cool, but my emotions got to me.
Did he say anything to you in that moment? Was he trying to communicate with you?
He was telling me, back away, it's fine, I'll be okay. But seeing how they were when they dropped him, that's when I was I'm not just gonna let this happen.
Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin told MS Now that allegations that federal officers assaulted Arnulfo and Arnoldo are false. She described Arnulfo Bazan Carrillo as a criminal illegal alien and cited a 2015 misdemeanor for driving while intoxicated. She did not respond to MS Now's questions about whether agents knew any of this information before detaining them. She added that Arnulfo, quote, recklessly rammed his car into a federal law enforcement vehicle, endangering the lives of everyone in the local community, including his sons. We informed DHS that we obtained a video showing it was actually the agents who struck the Bazan's vehicle and not the other way around. McLaughlin claimed that Arnoldo struck an agent with his elbow. When we asked for evidence of this, she did not respond.
Get away from my dad, bro. Get away from my dad, bro.
Arnoldo screamed and swore, but says he did not touch the agents. MS Now has reviewed 3 videos taken by bystanders, showing agents drag the 16-year-old to the ground, ripped his clothes, pressed a knee into his back, and held him in a chokehold.
When was the first time that you tried to tell them, I'm a citizen?
When I was on the ground, and I was in a headlock. And then he told me, you're done. I was like, I'm underage. I'm a U.S. citizen. And he choked me more, so I guess I couldn't speak.
What kinds of things did you hear them say to you and your father?
A bunch of racist stuff. Like, they were calling us criminals, that we didn't deserve to live in the U.S. Beaner, border hopper, illegal, like, son of an alien, and all that stuff. A dumbass, all that stuff.
For hours, they say agents detained them handcuffed in the back of a car, trying to verify their identities. Arnoldo struggled to picture life without his dad.
That's my best friend.
Agents drove Arnoldo and Arnulfo to their family home. Only Arnoldo was released. His sister Maria recalls stepping outside, shocked to see her brother.
I saw him, and his shirt was like, shredded. And my mind in that moment just went blank. And I remember that I started screaming, but it wasn't like me. It was like something inside of me. And I remember I did ask them, I'm like, why do you guys do this? Why? He's a kid.
I just remember that I just fell to the ground, like, pure broke down. I couldn't really hold it. Like, I just fell down to the ground. I started crying.
Were you able to say bye to your father?
I gave him one last hug, but it kind of broke me. He couldn't hug me back.
John Sandweg led ICE under President Barack Obama, an administration criticized for deporting the most people in history, but he says he's never seen behavior like this.
What has ICE become?
Before he even talks, while acknowledging that this is what's going on right now is nothing that the Harris administration would have done if they'd been elected, or the Biden administration had they been reelected, we got to acknowledge that this lack of moral backbone from Democrats in doing the right thing, which is making laws that provide a pathway to citizenship, that make citizenship attainable, to keep people from being stuck in this legal gray area that is beneficial to no one, but the corporations exploiting them and then using them and abusing them, sometimes calling ICE on their own employees, right? If their own employees try to, stand up for themselves at any point. We gotta have moral clarity and coherence from the Democratic Party if we're gonna solve this issue. If we're gonna, put money into those immigration courts that are backed up, the reason that we've got this whole, long list of people seeking asylum that can't get their case heard for years and years and years. Yeah, a lot of this, look, I don't want to completely blame the Democrats for what obviously Donald Trump and MAGA and the racist id of America is doing right now. But I gotta say, if you want to fight this, you got to be stronger. So yeah, let's see what the Obama administration immigration. What is this guy again? What did they say this guy was?
One last hug, but it kind of broke me. He couldn't hug me back.
John Sandweg led ICE under President Barack Obama, an administration criticized for deporting the most people in history. But he says he's never seen behavior like this.
What has ICE become in the Trump 2.0 era?
I think it's more about what just the entire infrastructure of immigration enforcement become. We've never seen anything like this, where it's not just ICE anymore. It's CBP officers, it's DOJ assets, it's the military.
You know what I see? I see the maximalist, absolute version of the Patriot Act, right? The spirit of the law. Yeah, combining ICE and CBP and all these different, federal organizations, letting them become the president's goon squad. I mean that is probably pretty close to the intent, the original intent of the Patriot Act. And until the Democrats have the courage to actually repeal that shit, to stand up against that, to point out even what's wrong with that, right? I mean, a lot of what we're suffering from, right, including ICE, like literally, if the Democrats had a backbone and stood up to George W. Bush and maybe just, compromised on something, a lesser version of the Patriot Act, I don't know, right? Rather than just gone along with it, right? Every time there's always a cost, is what I'm saying, to Democratic cowardice, right? They always try to, justify it with strategy, right? But ultimately, the strategy blows up in their face.
He believes much of what's driving the violence is that Homeland Security is merging what were once separate cultures at ICE and Border Patrol.
Merging separate agencies, right? That isn't that what the Patriot Act was all about? It's just they've just taken it to the extreme, the absurd extreme.
Now tactics once reserved for shootouts with cartels are deployed in American neighborhoods.
You have agents in the middle of the night in the remote desert who we've had horrible incidents where they run into a cartel members, smugglers, and a shootout ensues. You want your Border Patrol agents who are operating in that rural desert environment to be very aggressive. We want that. We don't want it in Chicago, though, and we're seeing the results of this: car chases, car crashes, broken windows, strong arming, go right to level through, the highest level of force from the very beginning rather than work progressively.
Less than a week after the Bazans encounter, reports announce the Trump administration would replace the leaders in roughly half of all regional ICE field offices with Border Patrol officers.
We put them out of their element. We took them out of an environment where those tactics are appropriate and arguably necessary for officer safety, and put them in an urban environment where they're completely inappropriate. And
I remember this. I guess the Stephen Miller was not satisfied with the performance of ICE at some point, and I think they ordered this to try to.
What has the administration done? The administration promoted Border Patrol chiefs to be in charge of ICE offices because they wanted that aggression.
As agents transported and booked their father, Arnolfo, into an immigration detention center in Conroe, Texas, Maria took her brother to Texas Children's Hospital, where doctors rushed him to the trauma unit.
Okay, so do you got the TLDR? Border Patrol officers are used to seeing some degree of actual violent action, right? They're in a position where potentially they could be attacked, and so the level of operations, the aggressiveness with which they undertake these operations is obviously going to be different for a Border Patrol agent operating. Now, we think of it as, on the border, and certainly they are there in some capacity, but the actual area of operation for the Border Patrol, I think, extends something like 50 miles or maybe more from every port or border, right? So like the shore of the Pacific Ocean, the border with Mexico, the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic coast, right? Even someplace like Chicago, right? Because there's a port there that's that is considered part of their territory. So it ends up being like most of the American population is in an area where potentially Border Patrol could operate even without any kind of special orders, and have operated, I believe, um, during the George Floyd movement in 2020.
Morphine for excruciating pain in his neck and spine. A nurse helped report an assault to police.
I'm calling because I have a patient here, a 16-year-old male that was assaulted this afternoon. Where did the incident occur? I don't have that information. I don't believe the patient is aware either. He just said they were driving to school, they were hit from the back, and the patient was trying to help the father, and then he was physically assaulted and choked to death as well. Okay, we'll send somebody out there.
They waited for hours. No officers came. Maria called back again.
Please fire.
Hi, good afternoon. I was calling over because my brother was assaulted, and we're currently in the hospital waiting for someone to come and take the report.
Maria says when she finally spoke to officers, they called what happened, quote, normal.
It just made me feel like so powerless, you know? It's like you guys are supposed to be there to help. I was like, right now, I'm the one taking care of my brother. I'm the one that has to, like, protect him. But who's gonna protect us?
But then things took a strange...
Yeah, it should be politicians. It should be the opposition party. You'd hope it would be the local police. And I mean, that's not the way that they're operating right now. Yeah, he's basically saying the border is dangerous, so the Border Patrol being aggressive is fine. But also talking about the reason that they, that they brought Border Patrol in to supervise some of the ICE operations, right? Because the type of operations, I mean, yeah, obviously there's like a racist, kind of rationale that they've got going into how they handle, business at the border. But now that distinction is kind of gone. That distinction is kind of gone, and you're seeing what happens with those kind of tactics applied to an urban environment. It is basically a nightmare. And yeah, a lot of people have remarked on this, but Trump is not acting as if he expects to be held to account by any sort of election, like, right? Or it is scary. It is scary.
Turn. Arnoldo and Maria realize that the federal agents whose identities they still don't...
Because either he's like insulated from his own, horrible polling to an absurd degree, or he just doesn't care.
No, had not returned Arnoldo's iPhone and AirPod headphones.
Never gave it back.
Do you know who took it from you?
Well, I know it was them.
A bystander's
They took
video
his...
corroborates his account, showing this agent passing his phone to the other. As this agent exits the store, both his phone and AirPods can be seen here in their left hand. Neither DHS nor DEA would respond to questions about this. That weekend, the Bazans tracked the phone on Apple's location service and found it traveled from Houston to a place 2.5 miles down the street from where agents left their father Arnolfo in the Montgomery Processing Center. Somehow the iPhone went from the possession of federal immigration authorities to this Tech for Cash pawn shop kiosk.
I feel like I've seen this shit before, chat. I feel like this, maybe it's the same case that they're talking about, but I feel like I've watched something that talked about, somebody's phone being taken by ICE and then them finding it in like a kiosk. What do you do, chat, right? Because that's like one of those, is it like a vending machine type deal for phones? You like you download it, you hit the thing, you download the app, and then your phone, Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Asaxia, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If not, correct me. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Better than trying to fish your phone out of a vending machine. Is that what this is? Basically like a vending machine that you use your phone to buy a phone from this thing. But how do you know you're going to get yours? There'd be no way. Like, how does this even work? Has anybody seen this before? It looks like a vending machine. Yeah. Oh no, wait, this is one where you sell your phone. Okay, this is just a play. Wait, what? So you somehow I thought that there was like a vending machine there. Maybe it is just a shop. Maybe it goes into it. Maybe they process it and it goes into a shop and you could maybe find your phone and I don't know. I mean, I don't think they'll give it back to you. You might be able to buy it back. But yeah, this is what ICE did. They got cash for their phones. You sell the phones. Okay, I just wanted it to be a both ways thing, an anonogamy. I wanted it to be like you also buy, like I was thinking somebody, I swear to God, where did I hear that, chat? Where did I hear that there's a phone vending machine? I don't know. It does sound pretty not realistic now that I mention it. Like, I'm just imagining like there's like a whole bunch of iPhones over here. There's your Samsung Galaxies over here, right? Your Huawei is right here. You punch in C9, the Huawei phone falls down, and you grab it out of the thing. Yeah, it's a vending machine for phones.
Conroe police
Yeah, it does sound like something they'd have in Japan, for sure.
retrieved the phone for Arnoldo and took down this report obtained by MS Now, noting that whoever sold Arnoldo's phone for cash committed a second-degree felony. The theft remains under investigation.
What did you think of that?
Like, that's crazy to me. They just sold the phone.
At DHS, Trisha McLaughlin initially said she was happy to do an interview. Ultimately, she declined. We repeatedly offered to meet with DHS personnel in person and show the video of agents hitting the Bazan's car. MS Now also shared photographs of Arnoldo's injuries and the Conroe Police Department report detailing that his phone was stolen. At one point, as MS Now continued to press for an interview, McLaughlin emailed, "What didn't we address? Their allegations aren't true."
If you guys are claiming that there was no wrongdoing, then how come you guys didn't come forward when you guys were confronted with this? How come you guys are hiding behind masks? How come you guys are not identifying yourselves?
If you had a chance to speak
Anonogamy says, I don't believe those machines sell phones. I think the business plan is they break down the phones for, oh, no. Does that, wait, so if he gets it before they like take it out to melt the phone down for gold and cobalt, then maybe like if he could talk to like the owner, maybe he could get his phone back. I'm sorry, I'm getting obsessed with the, does he get his phone back? Because that would be, if I was him, that would be what I would be worried about. I would be like, I need to get my phone back.
any of the agents who were there with your dad and your brother that day, what would you say to them now?
May God forgive you. May you be able to sleep at night knowing that you are ruining innocent people's lives. I hope you're never in our place.
While we do not know who had access to the phone between its seizure and sale, Sandweg says there have long been strict protocols for handling detainees' belongings.
So if you have an officer who's stealing a cell phone, that officer has now demonstrated he or she lacks the integrity to do the job, and that they are a significant insider threat. And you have absolutely no choice but to fire that individual. And I would really expect that the Department of Justice would prosecute that individual.
So there's no scenario, no kind of item that agents are allowed to keep from a person that they encounter.
Of course not.
He worries that all of this will put agents' lives at risk too.
And the politicization of this mass deportation campaign has just supercharged the threats against the agents themselves and the country as a result. But it feels to me with the continued tactics that this administration is adopting is that's what they want, right? That's politics. That's not law enforcement.
When a community sees officers in large numbers most of whom are wearing masks, and you combine that with their experience of these new tactics, what message do you think is being sent?
Fear. They want to drive a culture of fear. I mean, you can't enforce your way, even if you were the biggest hawk, like this administration. They know. Stephen Miller knows you can't deport 12 million people in 4 years. Even with all these, even with 100,000 beds and 20,000 ICE agents, 30,000 ICE agents, you can't deport 12 million people. So so there's a subtext to this, and the administration's not shy about it. It's a self-deportation. I mean, they're advertising it, right? They're offering $1,000 if you leave the country. I think a lot of what is going on here is to try to create fear. Fear that you're not safe anywhere. You're not safe taking your child to school. You're not safe at work. You're not safe at church. You're not safe at court.
Arnolfo Bazan says it was fear that drove him to immediately sign his deportation papers. He says agents threatened they would charge Arnoldo and send his son to juvenile prison if he didn't.
That's my sister, that's my dad, and that's me.
Is this the kind of thing you're gonna miss over the next few years?
Yeah, the Christmas this year was supposed to be very fun.
Since that morning in October, Arnoldo says he's been unable to sleep. He often has panic attacks. This soccer field is the only place that brings Arnoldo some peace.
When I was little, he always take me to the park.
Wait, it's an advice from Luis. Isn't that one of those ones like Samir Bhavnani or like Darman? It's like one of those. Or no, I'm thinking of like, what is it, like life lessons? I'm thinking of like life lessons from Lewis.
Played soccer all together. Me and my whole family played almost every day. Just play soccer as a whole family.
This is Arnoldo's first soccer practice since his dad was detained and deported. Now it's a reminder of what's happened and the person he's doing all of this for.
Papá,
Hello, Shushu.
¿cómo está? Bien, bien. Acabo de salir de práctica y metí 5 goles. Sí.
Every night, these calls keep the kids and their dad connected.
Se mira bien raro sin bigote.
¿Y cómo le fue después que se fue?
Pues mal, porque pues qué vamos a hacer después de tantos años que no he venido para acá, pues que ya no conozco nada, ni a nadie, ni a nadie. ¿Y cómo te sientes tú?
Pues mal, porque siempre me juntaba con usted y ya no está acá.
How important is playing soccer to you right now?
I think it's my whole life now. Because my dad supported me. He told me, like, I believe in you, that when he was in the car, that's the part that broke. Because he never told me that. He said, I want you to go pro for me. I want you to score a lot of goals for me. And I got dedicated towards him, so I think that's my whole life.
Yeah, I feel like more Americans need to know that they're robbing the people that they take in. I feel like that really puts it in no uncertain terms what ICE actually is. A criminal gang operating with impunity, coming to a street near you. Coming soon.
For Arnoldo, adolescence has ended. Making a career out of his sport has long been a dream. Now it feels like a duty. If he can succeed, maybe his father's sacrifice can mean something. Maybe he can find a way to support the family that remains.
When you're on the field, are you able to forget what's happened, even just for a few minutes?
I forget about it, but then, like, the wave hits me back. My life has not been the same. I don't feel the same. I don't think I'm the same.
Damn. Okay, this is the New York Times. This is what I was talking about with this is what if it is what I think it is. It shows you a raid happening, a person being taken, and then kind of like what happens to them for the next 200 days of their life.
It's just after 6 a.m.
Yeah, oh shit.
a.m. on Flower Street. Amid the morning.
Do you remember this shit, chat? Do you remember I feel like this got promoted on the DHS page or something. Like they put this all over social media and they made it seem like they were going after, you know, really bad people.
In calm, a security camera captures a SWAT team moving in formation. Operators in tactical gear carry ladders into the backyard. Another group enters the front and attaches strips of explosives along the windows and door. Inside, Jenny Ramirez and her 2 kids are sleeping when her phone rings. It's a neighbor calling.
Jenny, wake up, wake up. I see a lot of police in front of your house. Are you okay? Get up.
Out front, an armored vehicle pulls up. It's carrying a canine team, a photographer, and a drone operator. At the end of the convoy is a U.S. Border Patrol vehicle. These are federal immigration agents at the home of U.S. citizens, and they're ordering them to exit immediately. Agents wait 14 seconds, then blow out the bedroom window.
My 6-year-old started screaming, we're here, we're okay, we're okay. But he wasn't understanding. It wasn't like something that happened to the house and they were coming to.
So yeah, they show this video and imply that they are, you know, going after these like really dangerous criminals, right? That like that was some kind of successful raid that captured that on the other side of those blasts were like, you know, dangerous cartel members or whatever, right? This is who was on the other side of that blast.
To help us. I told him they're not helping us.
The second explosion.
Sorry. I want you to hear this part, right?
It wasn't like something that happened to the house and they were coming to help.
She's having to explain to her 6-year-old that the people outside of the door that has just exploded are not like, you know, police coming to help her, right?
Started screaming, we're here.
Is it to the 6-year-old? It seems like a disaster has just happened, and here's police outside. Maybe they can help me.
We're okay. But he wasn't understanding. It wasn't like something that happened to the house and they were coming to help us. I told him they're not helping us.
The second explosion blows off the front door. We wanted to understand what prompted this show of force and use of manpower. These high-risk tactics, according to current and former federal officials, are typically used for drug smugglers and violent fugitives, not by immigration agents trying to arrest a U.S. citizen accused of injuring government property, who it turns out isn't even home. But a closer look at the footage shows the man behind this raid is on scene watching.
Is that who I think it is? Is that Greg Bovino?
This is Greg Bovino.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
He's the Border Patrol chief who's become a key figure and social media fixture in the Trump administration's immigration crackdown and slick video campaign.
Yeah, he's the guy that basically tries to like walk around with like, I don't know, it's like fascist drip.
Bovino's rolled out cavalry in Los Angeles, boat patrols in Chicago, strip mall sweeps in Charlotte.
Okay, this is way too much copyrighted music.
Injecting Border Patrol tactics into areas nowhere near the border, and sending agents trained to patrol vast deserts for...
I feel like I haven't covered this guy enough. You know about this guy, Greg Bovino? Yeah, long coat Nazi guy. Yeah, that's what he does. He just sits around and he aura farms, but like in a Hitler way, right? It's like a Hitler. He's just like, I'm here. I am a Nazi. What are you gonna do about it, right? That's his deal. And it's really, I don't know, I think he's really cringe.
For border crossers into busy urban communities to round up unprecedented numbers of potential deportees.
This is how and why we secure the homeland. For Ma and Pa
Bovino's playbook is a stark departure from ICE, a separate arm of Homeland Security that's historically conducted more methodical, time-consuming investigations of individual targets.
On behalf of the men and women of the United States Border Patrol, it's time to turn and burn. We're turning and burning onto that next target.
Turn and burn isn't showboating, Bovino says. It's using fast-moving shows of force to deter criminals and keep agents from getting bogged down by agitators so they can enforce laws that he says have been neglected for decades.
We're here and we're not going anywhere.
The messaging from the administration has been clear. Bovino and his aggressive approach are delivering the deportations President Trump promised and keeping Americans safe.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is that the one? Is that the helicopter raid?
Administration has been clear. He says have been neglected for decades.
We're here and we're not going anywhere.
The messaging from the administration has been clear. Bovino and his aggressive approach are delivering the deportations President Trump promised and keeping Americans safe. But we took a deeper look at one of the operations featured on Bovino's timeline. This raid on Flower Street and the events that led up to it, syncing hours of video and audio from CCTV, social media, and a trove of never-before-seen police body cameras. We found behind Bovino's social media hype about law and order lies an entirely different story about his turn and burn playbook, the spiral of consequences.
What is turn and burn again? I don't think I understood that. Billy Joe 1148. Can you explain turn and burn? I don't understand. He's got this strategy. They call it turn and burn. I can't understand your comment. You're kind of reminding me of Nick Shirley here, right? As incoherent as Nick Shirley was in that conversation with Andrew Callahan, I'm not sure happy to support colonialism abroad, but don't like it when it's in your face at home. YouTube banning based streams and pushing Libby crappers. Listen, Billy Joe, YouTube is banning everyone, and for no good reason. It's like AI. They're bots banning people now. People are just getting banned for nothing, right? They're banning everyone. Don't feel like your conservative based streamers are being singled out for. Okay, so K Musi over on Twitch chat says turn and burn, I'm assuming, describes a rapid maneuver often involving quick turns and powerful accelerations. Oh, it's like a airplane thing, like an aerial combat, dogfighting, racing. Okay, yeah. I was like, it sounds like a car. So it's like a Fast and Furious. Is this a BE listener? I don't know. Maybe. Did BE just finish a stream? Do I get the BE chatters after Empanada stopped streaming? I've gotten this take before, the idea that actually ICE doing this shit in the United States of America is good because somehow it's going to distract the Trump administration from its colonialism abroad. It's a really interesting take to have, considering that the colonialism abroad only seems to be accelerating, just like the But yeah, I don't know if they want to like sit and try to make it coherent. Chat, we're gonna watch some. We should watch the Nick Shirley, the response from Andrew Callahan, right? Nick Shirley tried to accuse him of taking him out of context or playing, with edits and clips and stuff, and Andrew Callahan clapped back pretty damn effectively. Wait, what the fuck is he? A B-36, 6 turning and 4? Wait, what does that mean? But I don't know. Yeah, I never got to understand the accelerationist sentiment of
that are malicious. The backstory of the raid at Jenny Ramirez's house began a week earlier. An immigration operation at 2 nearby car washes that seized a handful of potential deportees. But it also led to 4 vehicle crashes, hours of protests and violent clashes with federal agents, and emergency responses by 6 local police forces.
Give us additional units from East LA, please. We gotta get this crowd out of here.
By day's end, 4 U.S. citizens with no prior records of violence were facing allegations of federal felonies.
I just felt like they're trying to frame me as a criminal.
You jumped in front of the vehicle. And
I was never charged. I was never read my rights.
We're U.S. citizens. I felt like we were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
On June 20th, across the heavily Latino suburbs southeast of Los Angeles, reports of immigration agents and angry backlash were becoming a routine part of daily life.
These fucking guys for one man. So crazy. Be a fucking shame to yourselves.
Esa migra. La migraña.
what's your badge number, actually? Yeah.
yeah, exactly, Ananagami. Nick Shirley's the guy who couldn't pronounce the word benevolent.
Among the locations targeted was in the city of Bell, a local business here along the main drag.
Yes, he was also asked who said that Trump was a billionaire with positive impact.
Jack's Car Wash. It was like any other busy Friday afternoon until around 2:40 p.m. when footage shows 7 seemingly ordinary vehicles begin to stream in. At least 16 people would emerge.
It's a lot of people for a little car wash.
One worker who didn't want to be identified for fear of retribution told the Times he thought the cars pulling in wanted a wash.
I was like, oh, it's probably a customer. But when they came out, they had these vests and like ski masks and sunglasses on, so you couldn't identify who it was.
That face is bad news, even covered up by a mask.
Most are border.
What a horrible thing to see.
Patrol agents, and according to a memo obtained by the Times, they've come prepared for elevated security.
He needs to get with that Mouse Feedments Reddit mod. Yeah,
risk.
They could rewrite the English language.
Workers said agents seem to approach everyone as a suspect, but ask just 2 questions.
He asked, "Are you a citizen? Are you from here?" I said, "Yes." And then he said, "Oh, where were you born at?" I said, "Bellflower, California." He left right away.
The agents clearly spark fear for one customer who runs into the drive-thru. Then a worker dashes off in the opposite direction. Agents sprint after the runners.
Ran through the tunnel.
As new ones arrive to
Yeah, that's just the thing that sucks. Anybody that looks like they're trying to get away will generally attract their attention, and they'll try to, so some people outrun these guys. They're not exactly known for their cardio, but it's
assist and search for
definitely a risk.
More suspects. Meanwhile, in the restaurant parking lot next to Jack's are Jenny Ramirez and her partner George, who had just delivered an order for Uber Eats. They're in their Jeep eating a quick lunch while the baby naps, she says, when they notice a man sitting in a parked SUV.
And I'm like, maybe they're just waiting like us for orders. And then when I just saw what looked like a rifle, I told him, let's go, let's go, let's go.
When George goes, he turns right, away from the car wash.
Córrele, primo! Córrele, córrele, primo!
But now his black Jeep is driving into a high-speed pursuit. This blue pickup is an unmarked Border Patrol vehicle, chasing the fleeing car wash worker, who, according to this driver's video synchronized with CCTV footage, runs right in front of George's Jeep.
We were so close to running him over, and then we'd see this blue truck trying to ram us on my side. I just thought it was road rage at that point because the vehicles are not marked or anything.
But then the pickup suddenly stops.
Yeah, there's no way that you would know that this, unless they put their lights on, which are in the front of their, sort of on the front of the car or whatever, or they get out, right? You don't really know that this is anything other than just a normal truck.
To let an agent jump out.
Oh, they just crashed right now. Oh my God.
It gets rear-ended by George's Jeep. Immediately, masked agents emerge with weapons drawn.
They jump out and they were going towards us, and we didn't even have anything to do with it. We were just trying to get.
So do you see what they did? Do you see what's going on here? Like, they got no real reason to go after these people, but they pull in front of, like, was the guy running in front of their Jeep, was that an ICE agent too? Or was that the guy running from the ICE agent? But either way, like, they're you know, basically pull in front of, aggressively, like, first try to run her off the road, then aggressively pull in front of her and slam on the brakes in order to get, well, I don't know. Let's find out what happened, right? It almost looks like they kind of backed into her. Yeah, they brake check at the very least. That was a very rough brake check. Yeah, at the very least. I almost think that they, like, I don't know. It somehow seems like more than a brake check.
Away from that place.
The runner guy was running. Okay, so the runner guy runs in front of her. That's the guy trying to get away from them. Then the ICE. God, what a fucking. This is like fucking Grand Theft Auto out here. Like, I mean, but with real lives, you know? Like, the fun thing about Grand Theft Auto is you can get wasted and you can retry whatever. Real life does not have multiple attempts.
George tries to back away, but his bumper is hooked onto the pickup, and both vehicles surge backward, right into a gray vehicle behind them. Meanwhile, about 5 minutes away in the neighboring town of Maywood at Express Fleet Wash, another turn and burn operation is about to unfold.
What makes these things turn and burn? I don't understand. Like, it's the turn and burn when they, like, pull into, like, a place, and, like, I feel like they just are trying to sound cool, and they're not cool. Like, Greg Bovino is a Nazi pig fucker that walks around like he thinks he's Napoleon, right? They just want to be cool. They want to be like, turn and burn. Hey, turn. Like,
driving nearby on his way to work is Edgardo Urias, a 19-year-old college student. His dash camera shows a blue SUV on his left, veering into his lane and cutting him off.
There's no signal, no anything. And I just thought, like, regular LA drivers.
But then the SUV suddenly stops in a busy lane of traffic, and the back door flies open. The impact sends it.
So the meaning is to move quickly and change targets. Do they give up on targets, or is the idea they get one target and then they go for another? So yeah, so the idea of, like, you know, somebody comes up and they're, you know, if you can entrap some you know, legal observers or some people that are out there with Ice Watch or whatever, go for them too.
Edgardo's side mirror.
I heard he's 5'4". I think that's a little too tall, because I the one thing I know about him is that he's the perfect height to fuck a pig, and I think 5'4" is probably a little too tall for that, right? A pig's pretty low to the ground, so yeah.
Mirror flying through his window.
What's that, bro? What the fuck?
No one in the SUV appears to acknowledge the collision. Two men in ballistic vests scramble out to the drying area.
United States Border Patrol. Huh? United States Border Patrol. Yes. Are you a United States citizen? I'm a United States citizen.
Other agents who hang back to dislodge their car door ignore Edgardo.
I see that this is like a suspected ICE raid. Like, I'm still not gonna leave without insurance, because that could be like still a hit and run on me. And then I also have my car messed up.
For nearly 2 minutes, Edgardo, who seems free to leave, snaps photos and pleads.
Wait, it's an accelerated Crazy Ivan maneuver? I think, what does that mean?
For insurance. But then, after taking down a passerby who flees into traffic, agents abruptly turn their sights on Edgardo.
I'm just confused. What's going on?
So, like, the idea that people that run are going to be targets, is that the turn and burn? Changing directions, catching targets off guard.
Federal agents, you're repeating federal agents, so you will be arrested. Yeah.
Why are they arresting me after they caused an accident?
Because they are the apex assholes of the universe, apparently.
Car wash, a worker in green named Manuel is getting questioned and detained.
Leave them alone, they're just working.
Okay, so do I get this correctly? Like, Target 1 is the place. They go in, they, try to find workers that, they can ask them for their papers, their IDs, ask them if they're citizens. But then also anybody, when they're walking around doing their fascist strut, anybody that runs from them is going to become a target too. Arrest anyone and everyone? Turn and burn was a line from Top Gun. Turn quickly and catch the target off guard.
They're just working, bro.
Across the lot, a worker in white is looking on. Jose Cervantes Licia is a longtime employee of Jack's who appears increasingly agitated watching the raid unfold. Suddenly, he charges toward the agent, leading Manuel away.
What? I didn't do nothing. Oh, shit.
A scuffle breaks out.
Oh, shit, hey.
Then a silver pickup flies across oncoming traffic.
Oh no! What the fuck?
Rams into an unmarked federal vehicle.
This is like people that watch movies, right? About like with stunt, drivers like doing the car, whatever, car chases and shit. And then they're like, okay, I think I can do it. Here, let me like turn across like the fucking traffic island and like, yeah, this is wow.
Florida just fucking hit the ice truck. Hell yeah. Fuck ice, perro.
Manuel gets loose. Jose gets chased. Both get caught and cuffed.
American citizen, where's my wallet? Where's my wallet?
They probably stole your wallet. I was rooting for them.
At the same time, up the street from Jack's,
Hey, put the guns away!
Jenny and George's Jeep is still hooked to the pickup, and they're sitting inside, terrified the masked agents are trying to take George into custody.
Get out of the car, get out of the car. Trying to get George out, but they didn't say who they were. They didn't say why. We didn't open the doors because we were scared.
Fucking dogs, man, what the fuck?
One agent pulls out a baton.
So Baddest Yakuza says the men sends ICE to different neighborhoods to avoid protesters. Yeah, to try to, they don't want to be, because when there's people with whistles, then it's like a warning to anybody that's in the area. So they're trying to avoid protesters for that reason. This turn and burn stuff is just trying to explain that. Yeah, trying to make it sound cool. Trying to make fascism cool again. But fascism, much like the characters from the regular show, it is never going to be cool.
Another fires a pepper ball launcher.
Hey, they got a family, put the guns away!
Agents say they're trying to stop George.
No, I just went, now I'm imagining like Greg Bovino being like, how about now, Benson?
Fleeing, according to court documents.
He would be the one to say that.
After what they allege was a deliberate collision to block their pursuit. Former agents told the Times a pursuit on busy city streets for a subject who posed no known threat wasn't part of Border Patrol training during the previous administration. Most, however, broadly defended this shift to more aggressive enforcement policies, saying it was necessary after decades of lax border enforcement. And George's driving, according to some of the agents, posed a serious threat given the hostile operating environment.
Hey, we're here to de-escalate this situation.
This isn't the type of policing, or setting, they said, that Border Patrol agents typically handle.
There's a fucking baby in the car, bro. Put the fucking guns away, dude. It's not for them, it's for the crowd. It's for There's never been any...
At the other car wash in Maywood, no express workers or customers are detained. Bovino's turn and burn playbook appears to be backfiring.
Guys, don't got nothing else to do, huh?
Wait, what?
Once agents move Edgardo into their vehicle, it appears they're planning to leave, to be backfiring.
There's never been any...
At the other car wash in Maywood, no express workers or customers are detained. Bovino's turn and burn playbook appears to be backfiring.
Guys, don't got nothing else to do, huh?
Once agents move Edgardo into their vehicle, it appears they're planning to leave. But apparently, there's uncertainty about what to do with him, according to audio from his dash camera.
We'll get on the rally.
Instead of getting on the road, agents sit in this Tahoe with Edgardo in front of the car wash for nearly an hour.
Show your face.
I got family.
We got family too. We're out here.
It's not clear what they're waiting for, but Edgardo says agents are making calls requesting help from local law enforcement. As the crowd grows and tensions rise.
They're saying that this would have never happened if like I would have just like been on my way, but I was being on my way. I was just trying to go to work.
Yo, what's your name? Brother, what's your name? What's your name? Back to the truck.
Over in Bell, federal backup is flooding in, but none of the heavily armed masked agents can defuse the situation or detach the pickup from George and Jenny's Jeep. Within minutes, Bell police arrive.
Yeah, what I see is unnecessary violence, danger, destruction. Aren't these the assholes that complained about destruction of property during the 2020 uprisings, right? The riots would happen and property would get destroyed.
Wearing body cameras that give a rare behind-the-scenes look at how turn-and-burn tactics escalate a minor accident.
It's a fucking clown show, but it's a clown show that is actually, ruining lives.
And unleash mayhem for local officers who are barred from assisting federal immigration operations, but sworn to uphold public safety.
Sir, do you guys need paramedics?
Initially, officers try to handle the collision like any other.
Can you tell me what happened?
The Border Patrol agent says the opposite. The GP says, cut him off.
I tried to go around him, chasing this guy. I was going to go off the curb, but I couldn't, so I slammed on my brakes and he was right on me.
The agent also alleges to police that George might be a repeat offender.
I'm pretty sure I had something similar to him the other day, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Federal agents tread lightly, but their requests of local police quickly mount.
We're not going to do anything to the driver, but do you have his info? Thank you.
It's going to take several years for you to regain our trust.
And once officers get Jenny and George to exit the Jeep,
Nobody's going to take this, right? These are going to be good.
We're U.S. citizens.
and a tow truck positioned to unhook the vehicles,
Okay, you guys are good?
Jenny says they're told they can go home.
I asked the Border Patrol too, are we free to go? He said, you guys are fine, go.
But no one's going anywhere at this point, because the show of force has not deterred, but attracted hundreds of onlookers and protesters. And now, agents need help getting out.
We're just looking at our exit plan here. Okay. We'll probably need your assistance. Right. We have several vehicles that are trapped over here by the crowd, so we'll need to push them out. Okay.
The federal vehicles, they say, must all leave together to protect against attacks.
Like Fallujah?
I think we should be able to get through.
We have CS gas, worst case scenario.
That worst-case scenario, it turns out, will unfold minutes later, after many failed attempts to move the crowd.
Move out of the street so they can leave. Hey, can you guys clear the driveway so we can get them out of here? You just go to the side, please.
The moment that shifts the protests into violence comes when two new federal vehicles arrive and accelerate toward the crowd.
They absolutely just tried to run some folks over.
Bystanders erupt at federal agents.
What are you doing? You're fucking done.
And at local police.
We're supposed to be with us, not against us, bro. Let's get these vehicles out of here. Well, yeah, I know.
The sergeant in charge scrambles.
All right, guys, hey, it's time to clear out.
To clear an exit path and de-escalate the scene.
Let them out of here. Let them
But it has the opposite effect.
out of here. Come on, let them get out of here.
What's your badge number?
As the sergeant waves people to cross, this federal vehicle starts rolling toward them. A man bangs on the hood.
Oh, shit.
And immediately gets pinned to the ground.
So look, he's walking. The car's moving forward, right? He hits the, what the fuck is it called? The hood, in order to like let them know, hey, I'm here, don't run over me, and look at what happens.
The takedown sets off new backlash. And a hail of tear gas.
What the fuck?
Oh my God!
Local police caught up in the scuffle.
Watch out, we're taking shit.
Call for emergency help.
Can you get us additional units from East LA, please? We need visual 999. You guys almost out of here?
Well, that's 2 flat tires now, so I don't know.
It was during these minutes of mayhem that federal agents made the one request that police officers denied.
You guys go over to take this guy home? I can't.
Bro, they pushed me with the car.
You jumped in front of the vehicle and you are hitting the vehicle.
That is not what
a fucking liar
happened, according to Isaias Pena Salcedo.
This is where I was listening to the officer telling us to cross, and that's when.
Isaias, a 25-year-old construction worker, said he hadn't come to protest. He'd been headed to a nearby grocery store with his friend's family and reluctantly agreed to see what was causing the commotion. When violence erupted, he says he was following orders to leave.
Well, I was told by the officer to clear the path, and that's when the car started rolling into me, and I was like, dude, what the heck? Not hard enough to put a dent or anything, but just, what are you doing, man? Like, I'm getting told to cross, like, can't you see?
Being a citizen, he said, didn't matter.
I always carried my passport on me with everything going on. He took my passport, put it right back in my pocket, tossed me into the truck.
Leave him alone, he's a kid!
Get back over.
So yeah, they're very much policing by their emotions, right? They're pissed at him because he touched their car, and so even though he's got his passport proving he's a citizen, they still gotta fuck with him more. They still gotta fuck with him.
On the other side, it's getting dangerous out here now.
Before the federal convoys finally leave the scenes in Bell and in Maywood, federal agents deploy more tear gas.
Okay, so Jersey Texan is telling me that turn and burn is to act quickly and aggressively. So that's all it means? It's just like we're going hard? Like, right? That's all they're saying with turn and burn?
Nearby park.
Right! Oh, fuck my eyes! Oh, fuck my eyes!
And into streets filled with local police officers.
I had one explode in my face.
Federal agents leaving the operations were frustrated, according to Isaias and Edgardo.
They were dropping off all the people they caught, and they were mad because they're like, oh, how much did we get today?
They were just saying that, like, they had one body and that was me. And then some other guys had 2 bodies.
3, and they're all USCs, like US citizens.
At least one detainee was not a US citizen. Coworkers said Manuel, the car wash employee in Green, was deported to Mexico within days. DHS did not respond to questions about the Jack's customer who fled or the man detained near Express Car Wash. But the collateral damage was vast.
You had the traffic collision, you had the deployment of gas by the federal agents, vandalism against both the federal vehicles and against our vehicle.
Bell police faced days of protest and spent months investigating each act of vandalism. But the chief said his officers were caught off guard, not only by the federal operation, but also by their tactics.
This makes me wonder when this was. I'm getting the feeling this was a while ago, right? I feel like it's only gotten worse probably since then.
Anytime you move crowds, whether you use less lethal weapons or gas, it has an effect in the surrounding area. It has an effect on the cops. It has an effect on the community. The federal government may have a certain way of handling crowd management, but we as an agency will not drive into crowds.
For each of the 4 US citizens caught in the dragnet of the day, the fallout was different. For Jose Cervantes Lucia, who declined interview requests, it led to home detention and felony charges of assault on a federal officer. The charges were later reduced to a misdemeanor, and Jose accepted a plea deal. Isaiah says he spent almost 3 days locked up, not allowed to call a lawyer or even his family.
I was never charged, I was never read my rights, I wasn't even allowed to see the judge. Yeah, okay, if I did...
The guy that was walking in front of the ICE vehicle.
Just take me, don't just grab me. That's third world country stuff.
He said he had no idea if or when he'd get out.
You're just in there looking at the ceiling at the white paint. I thought I was gonna be in there for a couple years, so I was already mentally preparing myself.
After 64 hours, Isaiah says he was told they were finally taking him to see a judge, but instead, with no explanation, he was released.
Like, it just messed up my head mentally, like, pretty bad.
It really tells you something how often these charges just get dropped, right? It tells you about how much ICE is just like blatantly, brazenly lying.
So you can be arrested. Yeah.
Edgardo was also never charged. He says during intake he managed to show videos of the collision on his phone to a federal investigator.
He sent it to his boss. He's just like, wow. But he was just like apologizing on behalf of the ICE and Border Patrol because they never did. So.
Greg Bovino, the Border Patrol chief, did not respond to our interview.
I'm sorry, this guy's such a weirdo.
And Border Patrol because they never did. So.
Greg Bovino, the Border Patrol chief, did not respond to our interview request or to specific questions about the tactics used in these operations. Spokespeople with Homeland Security and Customs and Border Protection provided a written response, which in part says Bovino has been instrumental in informing the public about the record-breaking increase in assault against law enforcement. Agents, it says, use the minimum amount of force necessary in dangerous situations and are highly trained in de-escalation tactics. The response also says on June 20th, Border Patrol vehicles were violently targeted during
so this is June 20th.
lawful operations. In Bell, one vehicle was rammed and had its tires slashed, it says. And regarding Edgardo's collision in Maywood, a civilian struck a federal vehicle, totaling it.
Yeah, that's the one where I'm trying to remember. They pull in front of him, he tries to go around them, and did they like open their door into him or something?
As for George, he declined our interview requests, but Jenny said he was at work delivering coffee supplies the morning immigration agents exploded their way into their home.
They called after and they told him, "Did you find out what happened in your house?" That for me just, that was just not right.
We did not get a response to questions about why federal agents let George go, then a week later used such high-risk tactics to arrest him. He immediately...
So they had him in custody and then let him go, and then they come back and they do this at the house they think he's staying at?
Himself in. Prosecutors didn't request detention, and a judge sent him home the same day.
Only to be sent home. Wow. What did they do this for? Right? I mean, of all the things that they did, which were probably, you know, like all these car accidents, you know, were going to be fairly expensive, but right, the blowing up of a door and a window at a, you know, civilian house, right? That seems to be the thing that really needs to justify. There better be some bad, like, badass cartel member in there or something. And no, it's a guy that they had in custody, let go, decided they wanted it again. They blow up his house, and then he turns himself in only to be let go of again. What the fuck?
The Times found no past record of violent offenses. In the federal complaint against George, the prosecutor mentions a previous incident when he allegedly heckled Border Patrol agents.
Oh, that's what this is about. That's the kind of dangerous criminal he is.
But he's officially charged with injuring government property. And the crux of the case is the accusation that George deliberately collided with the Border Patrol pickup, which had stopped in a manner that should have allowed any car traveling behind him to stop safely. But this claim is directly contradicted by the agent himself.
I was going to go off the curb, but I couldn't, so I slammed on my brakes and he was right on me.
And
wait, what? He's the guy that they were going for? The guy that like just ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time and behind this truck?
Allegation of a deliberate collision.
Yeah, it was this one. That's what caused them to do that raid?
Not evident in the footage. In fact,
so they had him, like, from this event, they had him in their custody, they let him go, he goes home, they decide they want to blow up his fucking house, he's not home, he hears about it, he turns himself in, and they let him go. Like, all of this shit is just complete waste of money, and unnecessary endangerment of people. There's no fucking purpose. There's no fucking rhyme or reason. Even when these people aren't, like, you know, Like in addition to the evil and the malice and the malfeasement, President ICE, you know, and this administration, this whole fucking vibe, it's also incompetent, and not in a way that is in any way beneficial, just in a way that yeah, wastes resources. I don't know what to say, chat. Let's see what the Pod Johns have to say.
Hey, everybody. Hey, John.
Hey.
So the Brooklyn Park Police Chief
of
the suburb of Minneapolis, a guy named Mark Bruley, had an extraordinary statement about what's happening in Minneapolis and St. Paul and the suburbs. And we just want to take you through it because I think it's worth appreciating what he said here in full.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Bruley, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park. Behind me is a bunch of amazing police chiefs that are here in support of a very short but very important message that we want to share with you.
Injuring government property, aka ISIS feelings, yes.
What you won't hear from any of us today is rhetoric of abolish ICE or that there shouldn't be immigration enforcement. The truth is...
Well, considering that you're a cop in front of a bunch of other cops, wait, is she rolling her eyes? Does he really need to say this? Like, I don't expect a police officer to be in favor of abolishing ICE. He's like, hey, like we're not being all abolish ICE or anything, but this is some fucked up shit.
Immigration enforcement.
We're neck deep in the malfeasements.
Is necessary for our national security and for local security. But how it's done is extremely important. In fact, we have a long history of working exceptionally well with our federal partners, including ICE agents, and we have seen the best of them perform their job extremely well in the past.
I'm here to tell you today, ladies and gentlemen, ICE is no longer sending their best.
With that said, recently, as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving...
Oh, also, this is News Nation. Don't get them confused with Newsmax. They're not. But they are kind of right-wing. They're fairly right-wing, right? So they're going to show you, I think, I'm not sure, but I think this is footage of the church protest, right? There was a there was a ICE agent that was somehow a pastor, can't say it right, a pastor at one of the churches, and people were there to protest about it. I think that's what they're showing, right? This is what Trump wants everybody to focus on, right? This is what the administration is trying to get attention on, is that, like, oh my gosh, they protested in a church. How dare they?
Complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally.
First of all, I just think it's an extraordinary statement. You have a police chief who's apparently been a police chief for decades, surrounded by other police chiefs from the region. You see him almost seeming a little bit almost uncomfortable with the position that he's in.
Well, you're a police officer, local law enforcement, and you're going to give a statement that is going to piss off the federal government, which is extremely powerful and has decided to place itself above the law.
But good for him for doing this. Good for him for standing up for his community and his officers who have been hit by some of these lawless searches and inquisitions while off duty. Good for him for doing this and being willing to say that he is going to speak up for this community in defiance of Trump and in defiance of what ICE is doing. I also think this image, along with the images of all the kind of mayhem that we're seeing, are why Trump is going to be responding, and we'll get to that. But I can't think of a worse image for Trump, a worse validator against what he is doing than this buttoned up police chief surrounded by police chiefs, starting off by saying, we're not for abolishing ICE, we're in favor of immigration enforcement, just putting those all aside to say what they're doing as officers who know the Constitution is wrong. And
I just don't see like what like it's weird that they have to do that. It's weird that they would think that they have to do that, right? They're cops, right? Nobody's gonna say
and illegal. And I think it's incredibly powerful. He then goes into a specific story. Let's continue the clip.
As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, prevented her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction. And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important.
Okay, so there we go. Look, the cops naturally are going to defend cops, right? That's what we've seen so far. People, even when people want their cops, their local cops, to like defend them from the obviously illegal shit that ICE is doing to them, a lot of times these cops don't. But now what we have is like cops getting assumed to be just like normal citizens and running into ICE and seeing how ICE is treating just normal citizens, and they don't like it, right? So now you have, WIX is saying, cops versus cops. I hate the podjons jacking off these cops. Yeah, they're not for abolish ICE either.
As it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it did do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted, and that's what they were. If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day.
They are lawless fucking thugs. What they did just then in that one story is they violated the rights of a law enforcement officer. They assaulted her. They stopped her for no reason, no suspicion. They refused to identify themselves. And then when they realized that they had violated her rights and broken the law, they left without any kind of accountability whatsoever, because ICE doesn't hold themselves accountable because they think they're above the law. And that's what the federal government thinks as well. And so, like, these are these are horrible political images. I think that they are at a point right now, they don't give a fuck about the public opinion. They don't care what people think. They're doing this to police officers and then just leaving and being like, whatever.
In that moment, it sounds like they were caught. That this person didn't identify.
And that's just one example. They're only caught because she's a police officer.
And then the fact that the way he describes it, they just run off. They just run into the car like the rats with the lights were turned on.
Because they know what they're doing is wrong.
So, you say like they don't care. I know that that's their posture, and obviously they don't care nearly enough. But clearly, like, we are seeing reports of Trump being bothered by the coverage, believing that NOM and ICE and DHS are not doing enough to talk about the good that they're doing. Part of what he felt compelled to address today were all of these bad images and bad stories. So let's go to Trump, who was in the briefing room, maybe still there whenever you're watching this. He was going on for quite some time, but here he was responding to the tragic killing of Renee Good.
And, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake sometimes. It can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say it. ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, oh, he loves you. He was I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans.
Two things about that clip I think we can separate. One is obviously he's a declining narcissistic sociopath bent on hemispheric domination. And so he's got his issues. And yet Donald Trump showed more empathy for Renee Good and other people that ICE has physically assaulted in that. And of course the bar is fucking in hell.
Yeah, it's on the floor for sure.
But there was the shred of humanity in there somewhere, or self-preservation or something that led him to say that was maybe 100 times more empathetic than his vice president, who is the presumptive front runner for the Republican nomination in 2028. His wretched Homeland Security Secretary, her disgusting and vile spokesperson, the Greg Bovino.
I gotta point out, that the Todd Johns, using the word fuck and also their description of this is them being edgy. This is them being told, hey, what the people really want for you is to be a little bit more real. Okay, so let a few F-bombs slip, or, describe somebody in a way that is not nice. And this is, there we go. There's the perfect freeze frame of John Favreau.
That fucking fascist pig that's running ICE and the rest of them. There's two things going on in the administration now. There's Donald Trump, who is an old dottery fucking guy who just wants his name on everything, wants to fill in the map with all the land
he's a fascist pig fucker.
Conquered, wants to get rich and get his family rich, and just wants to play president, right?
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. And then there's Stephen Miller, who's pure evil and is trying to whiten the country and ethnically cleanse half the fucking people in this country, and doesn't really care about public opinion, and knows that Donald Trump isn't really a details guy and isn't really paying attention, and is just running DHS because you've got an idiot in charge with Kristi Noem and the rest of them, and he's just sort of running the shit and sending these fucking paramilitary squads out into the country.
Yeah, and if you look at what DHS has put out about the killing of Renee Good, in their videos, there is this sort of dependent clause of acknowledging the tragedy, right? It's thrown in. With Vance, there were moments where he's like, of course it's a tragedy, right?
Yeah, we have to get fucking granular, Sam.
Kind of like a
he only did it after, because he's, of course, as terminally online as we are, he only did it after everyone was like, how could you show no empathy? Aren't you he did it at the press conference as an after thing. Yeah, of course, I guess we can be empathetic towards that.
Yeah, and with Noem and others, there is a kind of, they are just sort of so kind of adrift and just trying to figure out what they're supposed to say and who they're supposed to be to please the leader, to not give in to criticism, to have a good press hit, to stick it to the libs, that they all have, whether they ever knew themselves or knew a better part of themselves, have forgotten that part, that they're either supposed to feel from a place of humanity or understand politically it's a value to be a human being. Either way, there's too many things in their minds to keep track of, not enough space in the working memory. Right. And so, it is the way he kind of stops and says it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. He is look, he knows he's trying to do a good job on TV.
Well, it reminds me.
So what this was, chat, and I don't know if we'll have time to watch this or not, but Trump gave a press conference today, and it's basically him, he's got some awareness that this ICE shit doesn't look good, that people are not buying Greenland, that he's got to have some, or at least, I don't know, maybe it's more of a grievance that he has with the way that the media is reporting things, and his solution is like, well, I'll just give a press conference and tell people how things really are. There's never been a better economy. There's never been lowered inflation. There's never been lower crime. We have the very best border that we've ever. Like, he'll just like go on with his, worsening, effects of whatever kind of stroke that he had earlier in the year, making him seem, even harder to understand and even more, saturnine. Actually, is kind of how I describe this guy. There's doctors looking at him, and I mean, I don't know, you can't diagnose somebody, over television or over video, but there's doctors that are saying, based on his venous insufficiency symptoms, we may be looking at just a few months of Trump left. So, get ready for that. President J.D. Vance.
It's reminded me of with him recently is how he treated Gaza for a while, and everyone thought he was going to be like, maybe he's going to be better and tougher on Bibi than we think and stuff like that.
Really?
And really, he was telling us the whole.
Who was saying that?
Time. It's like Netanyahu can do what he wants in Gaza.
Like, even people that are highly critical of Kamala Harris, I don't think we're thinking that, look, because there was no messaging, there was no attempt, right? There was no outreach with Kamala Harris in terms of, like, for instance, the community in Dearborn. That is why Trump was able to, make huge inroads and, in fact, win places like Dearborn. And just out of a sheer frustration. But, I mean, it's not really people thinking that.
Gaza, I just don't want to see it all over TV because the images look bad.
Right.
And all over the screens. Like all the people dying in Gaza that are getting killed, it looks bad.
He just thinks that there's not enough positive messaging from the administration breaking through to compete with the bad images, because in his mind, like he says it there, right? They're going to make mistakes. They're tough people. They're being tough, and there's going to be mistakes. He wants a story of we're going after criminals and we're doing it so thoroughly and so aggressively that we are making mistakes and rectifying them, but it's worth it. That's what you get with me.
And we do feel horrible about it, and we're trying to do better, but
but that's just not the story that people are hearing. And I think it's in part because of police chiefs like Mark Bruley and others who are going out there and just saying, we're for immigration enforcement, but this is something far, far darker and far worse. So, I hear you in saying they don't care. They don't care. I know that I'm sure there are plenty of people who don't, but in some way what we're seeing is at least an unacknowledged recognition that this has been bad politics for them and getting worse.
Yeah, I don't say that at all to be like, well, it's hopeless kind of thing. I say it that I think there is we have to be clear about who we're talking about, right? Like, I think the pressure, the protesting, the sharing of the videos is incredibly important because there are people in that orbit who care about the politics.
Yeah.
Republicans running for office care about the politics, right? Like, I don't know if they care about the people or not. It certainly doesn't seem like that, but maybe they care about their own political self-preservation. And there's some people in the administration that clearly care about that. There are people, I believe, like Stephen Miller and some of the people running ICE and some of the people at DHS who do not care about the politics at all and think that they have the power and they're not going to relinquish their power anytime soon. And even if they do, they just got to get their job done, which they want to do.
Right,
and so I do think that part of it is figuring out that it's speaking out more about this, because you want to, like, you put that clip in front of Lisa Murkowski, Tom Tillis, Susan Collins about the police chief. You put it in front of some, like, you put it, I don't know, a fucking ad of a Republican running for Congress in some of these districts. They're going to know that hurts them.
Yeah, I do think that the Stephen Millers of the world, they are aware of the politics. That's whether they're trying to stay ahead of. That's the aggressiveness around Doge,
yeah,
the
they
aggressiveness
gotta go
here.
fast.
They got to move fast because they know democracy will either catch up with them or they won't, but they have a limited window. It's the strange thing of Trump being kind of a lame duck dictator.
Yeah.
It's an unusual thing. A dictator who has an exit date that they seem to be at least pretending is real and acknowledging. I think that's where you get the tension of Trump knowing that he has to kind of acknowledge the politics here, while at the same time you have people in his administration not being willing to do the same, and then the fucking gnomes of the world just so in over their head, so overwhelmed by the scale of their job that there's no space in their hearts, in their minds, in their day-to-day for being a person. I don't think it's anything more than that. All right. Well, that's where we're going to leave it for now. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing to this channel. And if you haven't yet, please do it.
Okay, so yeah, chat, that is gonna do it today on Minnesota. I wanted to see what MR. Oh my god, great freeze frame. Great freeze frame. Wow. See, I must be telling a really bad joke. Because, you know, Emma does not seem to be amused here. But yeah, let's pivot to Greenland.
Up in stationed in Alaska, was prepping to come to Minnesota, but there's also speculation that that was sort of a head fake, that in fact they would probably be one of the, if not the lead in an invasion of Greenland. And Denmark
got a multi-front war between Minneapolis and Greenland.
And Denmark, meanwhile, has sent 100 troops there, I guess ostensibly just to make it sort of, you know, uncomfortable if the United States.
What the European leaders are doing, and the Danish are the bravest of them all. I mean, it is their, you know, their territory, right? That the U.S. is threatening, right? But you know, they've sent in 100 military personnel. The rest of the Europe is they're sending in like 1 or 2. It's literally like 1 or 2 people from every country to be like, you better not attack Greenland. So we got a soldier there. We got 2 soldiers there. Okay, you better not attack Trump.
Invade. Canada is considering sending troops there. As you know, Trump is really essentially mulling the end of NATO, and really a decent relationship with the EU. We reported over the past couple of days, like Canada signed a big deal with China to essentially establish not only the sales of their cars, EVs in Canada, but what looks like the paving of the way of a Chinese plant in Canada, or maybe more, building EVs as we watch the beginning of the end of the U.S. car manufacturing business, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think like people in Europe have to be looking over at Canada and saying, why not us, to a certain degree. A lot of European leftists have long held that this relationship with the United States, based in NATO, but the over-reliance on U.S. for their security and their economic relationship puts them in peril. I mean, we have kind of...
It makes them reliant, right? And, you know, like to some extent, they didn't have as much at stake in terms of that reliance before, right? You know, it was okay to be reliant because if you're Europe, you were always going to somewhat go along with the United States, whatever horrible project they were doing. Even if you had, you know, moral issues with it, you would ultimately, you know, allow the United States to do what it wanted. When what the United States wanted was things like, you know, we're going to go and do regime change in Iraq, right? That kind of stuff. And now that it's like, now that European nations have something at stake in letting the United States run rampant, it's a rude awakening. It really is, right? For you know, countries that got comfortable with this vassal arrangement, as Hassan calls it, right? This idea that they are, you know, they're part of the United States empire. We're not going to say that you are. We're going to call you independent. We're going to give you that dignity. We're going to let you save face. But at the end of the day, you know where your bread is buttered, right? And you know, wherever the American empire is going, you got to chug along. You're attached. And now that is being attached to Trump, who is just like doesn't give a fuck and sees a shiny object with some rare earths and says, I want, give me.
folded in for many years, decades, Europe into our imperial aggression in Iraq and in the Middle East.
Yeah, exactly, Vamps. Charles de Gaulle was right about NATO. Ultimately, very deleterious to the other members. Because here's the whole thing, right? You want to think that NATO is a relationship, right? Is a, multilateral relationship. And that it's about us, right? Common interest, containment at first of the, Soviet Union, and more recently of Putin's Russia, right? Is in the interest of the United States as it is in the interest of these European nations. And now you got two more European nations joining at the probably the worst time, to join NATO, right? But out of understandable fear of what Putin is going to do, right? He's got the Baltics in his crosshairs. He's got obviously Ukraine in his crosshairs, and yeah, the countries like Finland and Norway, or was it? Sorry, is it Norway and Sweden? Finland too, right? Finland is part of it anyway. Regardless, it is not looking like there's that much protection offered now that you got to worry about aggression from both fronts, right? From the east with Putin and from the west with the United States.
And also in our sanctions regime, which has limited Europe's capacity to do business with who they want to do business with, right? And Canada has kind of done a clean break. And Carney doesn't share all my politics, but this deal with China is going to benefit Canadians. There's no doubt about it.
Kermit Favog, Fat Hog, says, I work in an international institute in Germany, and we were advised this week to transfer all of our data into European servers from any American ones like Dropbox or Google Drives in case the U.S. decides to cut off European access to those services, which, seems like a rather prudent, reasonable step to take.
I would have done it, last year.
Here is a clip from the BBC trying to...
Did I hear somebody talk about Trump skipping Davos earlier? So kind of what's going on with this, right? He's threatened Greenland. He's reaffirmed that he really, really wants it. The European nations have said you absolutely can't have it, and furthermore, we're going to station troops there. And Trump's response has been, "Fine, I'm going to put an extra tariff on you, and in fact, we'll keep on increasing the tariffs until I get Greenland, right? Tariffs will increase until I get Greenland." And he was supposed to be headed for Davos, which is well, if you ask Republicans, it's like a communist hotbed, but in reality, it's the capitalists of the world, divvying up their takings, right? But it's also, a conference for heads of state and such. And he was supposed to go over there, maybe do some talking, maybe do some negotiating. And then something happened with the Air Force One, right? They had technical difficulties on Air Force One. They had to turn around and come back. Last I checked, they were going to put him on another plane, but I don't know if that actually happened. I don't know if he got on the beta plane. What is it called? Do they literally call it the beta plane? That's kind of funny. He's like, "Oh no, not the beta plane. I hate the beta plane." No, you're gonna have to ride the beta plane, Mr. President. His plane supposedly turned around, but yeah, there was some electrical fault. Yeah, so I think he got on an alternate plane or something. Last I checked, but I didn't see if he actually debarked. Is it debarked? Is it embarked? What is the word, chat?
Explain the most recent development in Trump's desire to take over Greenland. There was reporting last week that Ron Lauder, the billionaire, had put the idea into Trump's head to buy it some time ago, and then it just sort of things have steamrolled. Maybe. I mean, I guess. Anybody's guess. But here they are explaining in BBC the latest, what appears to be impetus. You'll recall Donald Trump was not the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize this past year.
A national
I have
heartbreak.
been. They fixed that. I am the
Yeah, I
winner.
think you're right, Herbert Horologist. I'm looking for embarked, I think.
And then, but that doesn't mean he didn't end up with the medal. When the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize,
Maria Corina Machado,
who was the would-be beneficiary of the Trump.
Prachi says Trump wanted to poop on Davos, so he got in his F-16 or whatever. What's the good one called? The F-35. What's the good one, chat? He got in the good one, and he unloaded his payload of poop all over Davos. All the skiers were then suddenly skiing in poop.
A coup in Venezuela. She turned out to be more would-be than she had anticipated, because he felt like, well, she doesn't have the support, and frankly, I don't really care what's going on in Venezuela as long as we get a taste. And we got a taste, and so that's it. When he met with her the other day, he demanded the Peace Prize. She brought it to give it to him. Of course, the Nobel Institute was like, it doesn't work that way. I mean, you can get the prize.
I have it now.
But, it's like a prize fighter selling the belt.
Right.
Yeah, it's not the Triforce of Power, for fuck's sake. Like, you don't just, like, get it and, like, I've got the power of the Nobel Peace Prize. Just start zapping people.
Somebody buying it at a
pawn shop.
And then going like, I'm the world champion.
Yeah, the same pawn shop that Rudy Giuliani got Hunter's laptop.
Oh, it's like
no, you're not. But you got the belt.
No,
like a gang lord taking your bowling trophy.
Or people that purchase Super Bowl rings and then acting like you scored the winning touchdown.
Wait a minute, isn't there a guy that steals Super Bowl rings, chat?
Didn't Trump steal like one?
That was
Rob Kraft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Putin. Wasn't that Putin?
It was Putin. This is a Putin thing. Multiple people have reported that Putin has asked to see their like ring, like Super Bowl ring is the example I've heard, but I'm sure he does it to other rings as well, right? And when you like, he'll just kind of like disappear without giving it back, and then you're like, hey, I believe Mr. Putin has my ring, and he just never gives it back. He just like, he's got like, I don't know, what does he do? Put on all the rings at home? He's like, ha ha, I've won every single Super Bowl.
I could do it too.
I learned from the best. All right, so here's the BBC explaining the latest reason why Trump is giving that he may invade Greenland. It's because everybody else made me do it.
In Davos this morning. Morning, Faisal. So the World Economic Forum gets underway a little later on. And of course, I imagine a lot of the chat will be about tariffs. What impact could they have on the UK and indeed the rest of Europe?
Now, Sally John, I hope you're sitting comfortably. I know that normally you talk to me about economics and numbers, but this is also the place where all these people will meet. Donald Trump is coming here on Wednesday. We think Keir Starmer might do. He might want to get his skates on because of something that's just happened. We have both the Norwegian Prime Minister and Finnish Prime Minister accounts of an exchange of letters, which is truly extraordinary. It is absurd.
Oh yeah, remember the medal that Trump just pocketed? What was it at like a football match or something? Embarking, getting on, disembarking, getting off, says random 3PO, with a reference to a boat. Embark also implies to leave, such as the Senate. Let us embark on a journey.
In a way, but it's also incredibly serious. Overnight,
you become King Cheeseburger once you collect all the Super Bowl rings. Does that entitle you to free Burger King for the rest of your life?
An email or exchange between those two and Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is reported to have replied, considering your country, this is a message to Norway, decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped the wars, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace. And then goes on to make an...
So there we go. He's a petty, messy bitch.
An argument for why America should own Greenland. An astonishing note, really, to think that that would be sent by the President of the United States. And it shows the sort of...
He's playing with people. This is gross, right? He's just like, well, if Norway's not going to get, and the whole, he's got this delusion that really Norway, the president decides who's going to get the Nobel Prize, because somehow I think he feels like if the Nobel Peace Prize was American, he would pressure whoever ran it to pick the person that he wanted. Right? So he's assuming that Norway is the same.
It's astonishing if it was sent by anybody, not just the president of the United States. If anybody said, you know, I didn't get the Peace Prize, so
now I'm the war guy.
Might as well just do the wars because
I thought you were bragging about saving. He was the other day saving tens of thousands of lives, is what he said. What happened to your principle of being anti-war? All it took was you not getting the Nobel Peace Prize, which, by the way, the government of Norway doesn't. There's so many layers of insanity here. The government of Norway doesn't give you the prize. Secondly, Norway does not control Greenland. That's Denmark, buddy.
So?
I mean, he's being so.
No, actually, I didn't even know this. Is he just mixed up? Did he just wander into Norway's doorstep when he was trying to find Denmark, and he was just like, yeah, same difference, Norway, Denmark, whatever. You're one of those countries. Thank you to your degenerate sleep schedule indeed, Uncle Slayer.
He's confusing white people. This is anti-white racism.
No, they're all live in cold places.
I'm offended as a Norwegian. I'm offended.
Is this a real letter?
Yes.
Is this a real?
Random 3PO is talking about a Cold War figure named Admiral. Is this guy real? This sounds like a Monty Python sketch. Admiral Hyman G. Rickover. He would take interviewees for their tie, and if they gave it to him, he would keep it in his drawer. Oh my god. So he was just collecting people's ties. Also noted to steal salt and pepper shakers from people's houses when they'd have him over for dinner. Jesus Christ.
Letter, pop this up here. This appears to be real. Dear Jonas.
Not referring to him as dear Mr. President.
Here's the thing.
Wait.
Trying to be a jerk.
Is the MR right about this? I thought this was maybe not an actual letter, but it was was it like a text that he sent? I thought this was a text, and they'd repackaged it to look like a letter because, again, the president is he's like Noah after the flood, laying out naked. Everybody's looking at fucking grandpa's balls and junk, right? And they're like, oh shit, the president texted the leader of Norway. Well, here, let's put it in some stationery. Let's put it on some White House stationery. Make it look like it was real. Make it look like it was official, not just a fucking like a random text, to another world leader. The natural enemy of biggest dickas has that's like QT stealing Hassan's cutlery. Wait, who's the Rickover? Is the Hyman G. Rickover? See, yeah, it does. It sounds like a Monty Python sketch, doesn't it?
This is the thing that I find stunning. There's no way Trump typed this out. No. Right? But it's got his Trumpisms, like the numeral 8, like the capital C.
I think this is dictated, probably.
Considering your country.
Oh, this is for Norway.
Put
sorry.
a cap on it.
Yeah.
WYX is saying it's WhatsApp. Is that what he originally? Yeah, he really originally sent this on WhatsApp.
Decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus. Wait. Okay, so
we can't count any higher than
numeral 8, so it's easy to read, and then plus all in caps. Thank you. Okay.
Which chat? If you're counting in Thai, it's not 8, it's Pat. pet wars.
Longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace. Although it will always be prominent.
What?
Oh wait, no, not prominent.
Predominant.
Although it will
Doesn't make
always be
sense there.
predominant.
Yeah.
You know. But can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America.
He's saying that my thoughts of peace will be predominant. Okay.
See, before I was always like, peace this, peace that. No, Mr. President, that's not America first. I don't
great things in Syria. We got that coming up, Quaximus.
care.
Yeah, so this is what Donald Trump texted to the Prime Minister of Norway via WhatsApp. We've also got what Emmanuel Macron and others have been texting at Trump, and it's kind of embarrassing, right? Especially if you're European.
I care about peace, but then you just...
If these are your leaders, this shit is the baby talking they do to Trump over text is kind of embarrassing.
You just shoved it all in my face.
Yeah. I'm cutting my hair.
Denmark cannot protect that land from Russia or China. And why do they have a right of ownership anyway?
And I hope they sell all that U.S. debt. They do have things they could do, but most of them are just not in the mindset. Like, this is the thing that's happened, is somehow the leaders of Europe are people that no longer think of themselves as sovereign countries. Like, they have this engineered dependence on the United States, and maybe, you know, this wakes them up and they break out of that and actually, you know, use leverage against the United States like Quaximus is talking about. Or I don't know.
There are no written documents. It's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago.
Oh my God.
But we had boats landing there also.
Is he 12?
I have done more for NATO than any other person since its founding, and now I have done more than NATO? He personally has done more than NATO? Okay.
Okay.
I mean, here's what the thing is, though. Like, right, everybody in the alliance thought NATO was us, right? NATO is all of us. And Trump is laying bare the naked and disgusting truth that NATO is the United States. Like, that's what he's really saying. That's what this is about. This is him being like, I am the big dog. I have the leverage. The little dogs will do what the big dog says, and that is that. And, you know, that is effectively how this alliance has been running up to now. The question is, you know, what options are left to Europe, right? They're dealing with a very belligerent Vlad Putin on their, you know, western flank. They're dealing with a now, what is the word? Where you like want shit from people? It's more to do with being afraid of him launching nukes because Trump's is yeah, well, I mean, this is the whole thing, right? It's NATO realism, right? They cannot look outside of they cannot imagine a world without NATO as their security guarantor, right? And that meaning like the United States as part of NATO. And so it's hard for them to, use the leverage in the way that they should. Canada right now is going over and making deals with China. Right now, you know, it's trade deals, but you know, trade deals set the, you know, pave the path for security deals. Security, you know, this is not, you know, they're looking to other places, right? And Europe is going to have to do the same because the United States right now is not a reliable ally. It is no kind of ally whatsoever. It is a danger. It is a rogue state, right? It is a dangerous Leviathan in its twilight, throwing its last bit of weight around. It's really what is going on with the United States. So,
and now NATO should do something for the United States. The world is not secure unless we have complete and total control, all caps, of Greenland. That's the name of my new book. Complete and total control of Greenland. Thank you, President
CTCG.
I mean,
he's a lunatic. He has lost his mind. He has lost his...
He's a lunatic, which would be great if he was some fucking rando, but he's the most powerful person on the face of the planet right now, and that is the problem. He's a lunatic with way too much fucking power, attached to a whole bunch of other lunatics with way too much power and way too much money. And the question is, what are we, the world, going to do about it? Is this just our world where we live and breathe, and that is getting into danger, given that the system has doled out this, unlimited power to this madman. Yeah.
His mind.
The thing is that if they were to land, I don't know if those 1,500 troops from the 11th Airborne Infantry would probably just have it. And we'll work out the details later. You guys just keep doing everything like you're doing, and just, we own you now. And that's it.
Yeah. As I said, it's just incredible. I mean, this is that Europe is completely neutered by this right now. And there have been a lot of people sounding the alarm saying Europe needs to be a little bit more, take control of their defense packs, and they need to be less reliant on the United States for defense, relying on the United States for its economic ties and its trade relationships. Canada is out ahead of this right now. They understand that China is the future. And if I were a member of a European country right now, I would be screaming to kind of cut bait at this point.
To be
the United
fair,
States is
I would be asking if we could somehow move the country closer to China, right? In some way. Like out of the way of the United States, and maybe could we just become part of China? Maybe
not a reliable partner in any capacity.
We're going to be subsumed by any global power. At least let it be the global power that's making high-speed travel and technological advances instead of war and threats and civil rights violations.
To be fair, if I am some of these European countries, rightly or wrongly, I would have concern about Russia.
That's true.
See, Vamp says Europe's got its nuclear options from the United States. So how does the EU unfuck itself from this? I think the countries right now are scrambling for the answers. They really should have been as soon as he was elected. I don't know who thought that they could play ball with him, play nice with him, get along with him, ride the wave, right? I mean, that's the problem. I guess that's the problem, is that, European leaders have always been, granted, it's engineered at this point, right? New European leaders can't exactly make the sort of decisions that de Gaulle at one point at least entertained to try to get itself out of the sphere of influence of the United States. And as he, rightly determined that, yeah, with the, Bretton Woods arrangement and everything else that it was doing, this was gonna, because it's one thing if you're a European country to choose to align yourself with the United States, right? Because the other option is, you don't like what you're seeing from Soviet Russia, right? It's one thing to make that choice yourself. It's another thing to be in the kind of predicament that European countries were, where this is like their only option. And yeah, they do a different form of, capitalism that's a little bit more, heavy on the social safety net, just because they're also trying to make sure that, their countries are nicer places to live than Russia, right? That the capitalism is not quite as unbridled as it is in the U.S., right? But that's all going away, and it's all collapsing into austerity.
We saw two countries join NATO, countries that would never have contemplated joining NATO until Russia invaded Ukraine. And for the past 60, 70 years, they have relied on the U.S., the existence of the U.S., and the commitment from the U.S.
And the beneficence of the U.S. The U.S. being generally good-natured, at least as far as their interests were concerned, right? Not so much, on the greater world stage, that the U.S. is, because, again, like look at Vietnam. This is a war that France handed over to the United States after it could not stand up to the insurgency.
For at least the bulwark of their security.
But that's what Trump or maybe I think some of the neocons that are okay with how Trump is operating here understand, is that because of...
Yeah, France has its own nuclear. Probably the countries with the bigger militaries are the ones that were hedging their bets at least a little bit. I mean, I know at least at some point France was among these countries and has always retained like kind of a larger military footprint than maybe some of the other countries. But yeah, they have nukes.
Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, NATO is essential for a lot of these countries that border Russia right now in the immediate, and so we have them by the balls, figuratively.
Donald Trump, when did he truth out this? Last night, I guess. We have subsidized Denmark and all the countries in the European Union and others for many years by not charging them tariffs or any other forms of remuneration. Now, after centuries... Centuries?
It's like, is he oblivious to what the United States gets out of this deal? Because he's acting like the United States just did this out of the kindness of their hearts, right? And that other nations have been taking advantage of our largesse. When in reality, right, this was in order to have a set of, like, ready-made allies for any, but both in a diplomatic sense and in a military sense for any reasonable enterprise that we want to engage in, right? Or defense, mutual defense, like with NATO, right? The United States gets a giant fucking sphere of influence, just like the freaking USAID stuff, right? They acted like that was a huge waste. It turns out the Doge, with all the shit that it cut, including USAID, ended up costing the country more than it saved, right? But even stuff like that, a lot of that stuff, some of it is for the benefit of other countries at the expense of the United States. But what the United States gets out of that is something that's called soft power that it turns out is very valuable, right? The United States was not just doing this shit out of the goodness of its heart. We were engaged in realpolitik, a very amoral form of geopolitical theory.
Oh, I mean, it was a different century. 19th was 20th.
I figured out what Trump derangement syndrome is.
Just his brain.
Trump's derangement.
Yeah.
The last fucking 12 years of this country.
World peace is at stake. China and Russia want Greenland, and there is not a thing that Denmark can do about it. They currently have 2 dog sleds as protection, one added recently. Good stuff. Only the United States of America, under President Donald J. Trump, can play in this game, and very successful. I mean, this is all just, I can't even, this is just the
gobbledygook
ranting of a lunatic. We'll play this clip after the break. Also, we should just say, it's one thing for Europe to be sort of stunned and unclear on what they should do here. Cut bait. I mean, they clearly are, this is the
cut bait. Is that like a nautical? Is that a fisherman's term?
Sort of the classic metaphor of turning an aircraft carrier.
What is cut bait? Is that like when you catch Jaws and you're like, okay, if we pull Jaws up, he's just going to eat us, like in the movie Jaws, right? We don't want that happening. Let's cut bait and run, right? Is that what you do? I'm pretty sure Jaws will still chase you, but
they clearly are starting to move away.
If you think Sam can pronounce gobbledygook, you are sorely mistaken
in certain ways. But it's it's a process. But if they look to, like, you would anticipate that if there was an opposition party in this country, that the opposition party would be saying, don't worry, Denmark, or hey, Europe, we're going to come back and we are going to salvage this. And we're making a commitment here now as a shadow, whatever, that if we get back into power, we're going to attempt to, fix our alliances. I mean, the Europeans would have to be clinically insane to trust this country ever again.
Well,
sorry, we're busy learning Mandarin right now.
Right. I mean, and also, a overwhelming majority of the population of Greenland is indigenous.
When Sam starts using fishing metaphors as a random 3PO, he's officially reached the level, a new level of Unk has been unlocked. Cut bait is just giving up and leaving. Yeah, because you don't want Jaws to eat you.
Yes. And I just when we're seeing these reports too out of Minneapolis or in Minnesota of how ICE is targeting indigenous Americans here. We see the Trump administration's support for basically conquest in Gaza and the ethnic cleansing and genocide there. This the Donroe doctrine or whatever he's returning to is just really a retreat into the more naked forms of imperialism and conquest that this country already engaged in. And so it's just important to point out that this hasn't ended. And even if Greenland is a less populous part of the world, it is still very much the same through line of Western powers and capitalists taking land that isn't theirs for profit.
We'll have more to talk about this in just a moment. A couple of words from our sponsors.
Ethical Reacts, chat. Ethical Reacts. We have to sit here for the next 10 minutes. I'm just kidding. Anyway, that was a majority report on Greenland. I also wanted to see what Philly's got the text messages.
Can we just get one normal day? Also, hi, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. It's Tuesday. I hope you're having a good one. But y'all, 2 years ago, the Canadian government was preparing for the United States to devolve into a civil war. And now they're preparing for a war, not inside of the United States, but between the United States and Canada itself. Right? And we're learning that thanks to the Globe and Mail, which reports that for the first time in a century, the Canadian Armed Forces have modeled a hypothetical US military invasion of Canada and the country's potential response. And that includes tactics similar to those employed against Russia and later US-led forces in Afghanistan. And, the outlet sources and other experts saying, an actual war.
Wait, are they talking about insurgent tactics? I mean, they'd have to be. That's the only thing that Canada could do, really, is fight an insurgency. They'd be overwhelmed, and then, they could still, try to make it costly for the Americans.
Not an actionable war plan, but they also rightly raise questions about what this signals for the stability of the international order. Because this is a lot we've got to dive into, break down. It goes past Canada. I mean, from Trump's ranting on Truth Social to the...
They're talking about taking down, helicopters, right? If you're talking about Afghanistan tactics against the Soviet Union, you're talking about taking down helicopters with rocket-propelled grenades.
Insane backlash at this week's summit of global elites at Davos. Where we should start is with Donald Trump continuing his apparent descent into madness since we talked about it yesterday. Right, the lead-in to today was him threatening to tariff Europe unless he just gets to take Greenland, as well as him texting Norway's prime minister that he no longer feels an obligation to think purely of peace after they didn't give him the Nobel Peace Prize. To which Norway's PM was like, okay, hear you, but again, just repeating myself, that is an independent committee that awards the prize, not us. So when Donald Trump said that is just not true, with him saying in a phone call to NBC News, Norway totally controls it despite what they say. And then adding, they like to say they have nothing to do with it, but they have everything to do with it. And then they asked him, arguably this is more important, if he'd use force to seize Greenland.
I mean,
he said,
that's his way of saying, oh my God, he called me out, chat, he name checked. No, that's just his way of saying that...
controls it despite what they say. And then
it's him saying, listen, he's trying to get the prime minister to somehow crack down on the prize organization, right? He's like, you make them do. Look, when I have somebody I don't like on a network, I threaten them until they take him off. So, you make them give me the...
adding, they like to say they have nothing to do with it, but they have everything to do with it. And then they asked him, arguably this is
He's like a joke that stopped being funny 10 years ago.
It's more important if he'd use force to seize Greenland. He said no comment. Though he then later posted on Truth Social an AI-generated photo of himself planting the American flag in Greenland soil, as well as another of himself in the Oval Office lecturing European leaders while pointing to a map of Greenland, Canada, and Venezuela covered in the American flag. Also, after that, he blasted what he called an act—
Oh, the Cuba too. Cuba was also
of total weakness, an act of great stupidity, and another in a very long line of national security reasons why Greenland has to be acquired. And as far as what that was, right, you're saying, Phil, what is it? Did Greenland cut down the number of dog sleds defending it against China from 2 to 1? Well, no, it turns out that Trump was really upset about Britain's plan to hand sovereignty over to the Chagos Islands, where a joint British-US military base is located, to Mauritius. Now, why? Even if we grant Trump's premise that the loss of control over one base in the Indian Ocean would require him to acquire control of another in the Arctic is unclear. But in actuality, of course, neither the US nor Britain are giving up control over the base. And when the plan was finalized last May, Trump's own White House said it secures the long-term, stable, and effective operation of the joint US-UK military facility there. It's seemingly just on a dime, Trump's now reversed from that to sarcastically calling the UK brilliant and scare quotes and claiming that they're doing this for no reason whatsoever. Of course, that too isn't right, because British leaders say that they're giving the island to Mauritius to avoid legal issues after the United Nations and International Court of Justice urged it to do so. Though Trump, of course, has never been one to respect the UN or international courts, so in his post he said that China and Russia only recognize strength, which is why the United States of America, under my leadership, is now, after only 1 year, respected like never before. Though then also, if that's true, then it's strange that his proposal to create a board of peace has been met with such a lukewarm response. And actually with that, last night when asked about reports that Emmanuel Macron doesn't want to join his new pet project, you had Trump saying,
well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, you know, that's all right.
You're going to be off this planet pretty soon. What are you talking about? You'll probably be dead by the time he's out of office.
What I'll do is, if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join.
And then, like that friend you can't trust, just a few hours later, he got on Truth Social and posted screenshots of an apparently—
Okay, I gotta say, there's already a pretty substantial tariff on French wines and champagnes, all right? Are people even buying that shit anymore?
private text message from the French president with Macron's text reading.
I don't think it could get much worse, is what I'm trying to say.
My friend, we are totally in line on Syria.
Okay, so here we go. Donald Trump released these texts from Emmanuel Macron, maybe some other people too. But, you know, it shows how, despite any sort of tough talking that there is, I believe, is it Macron that was on with the sunglasses? Was he wearing the sunglasses? I just need the... I just want the video.
Your Majesties, distinguished heads of state and governments, President Lagarde, ministers, ambassadors, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here, and it's great to be here, as the Financial Times would say. And it's a time of peace, stability, and predictability.
Okay, so yeah, he's joking, obviously.
So let's try to address the key challenge of this world in a few minutes' time. But it's clear that we are reaching a time of instability, of imbalances, both from the security and defense point of view and the economic point of view. Look at the situation where we are. I mean, a shift towards autocracy against democracy, more violence, more than 60 wars in 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed. And
he's making fun of Trump for constantly bragging about ending 8 wars.
And conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot, and where the only law that seems to matter is that of the strongest, and imperial ambitions are resurfacing. Obviously, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which will enter into its 4th year next month, and conflicts continue in the Middle East and across Africa. This is as well a shift toward a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined.
Anyway, so that is how he's acting on the outside. Meanwhile, this is how he's talking to his friend, my friend Donald Trump. Now, look, on some level, this is understandable. The president of the United States is a man baby. He needs to be handled like a man baby. He needs to be spoken to, sweetly and gently, and he's volatile and dangerous and liable to crap his pants if you make him upset, right? So you kind of gotta, treat him in a certain way. But that being said, the embarrassment is the inability of leaders in Europe to, effectively take Trump on and meet him at the, with the energy that he is coming at you with, right?
We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland. Right, and Trump, he just kept going, also posting screenshots of a message from the Secretary General of NATO that reads, "Mr. President, dear Donald, what you accomplished in Syria today is incredible. I will use my media engagements in Davos to highlight your work there in Gaza and in Ukraine. I am committed to finding a way forward on Greenland. Can't wait to see you." And so yeah, just one part of that is I guess world leaders now have to expect that Trump might just leak their DMs on his own personal social media platform. Even if they've been—
And that's really bad, chat, because let me let you know, look, if I were to get into a conflict with another content creator who I had communicated with privately, and I characterize the or if they characterize the conversation in an untrue way, that would be the time where it would be appropriate for me to actually show at least some of the DMs, right? And to say, no, that is actually not the nature of our conversation at all. You're lying, right? That's understandable. But if I just, leak every single thing that anybody ever texts me, you know what's going to happen? Nobody's going to text me anything. And as a content creator, that could be bad. But let me tell you, as a president, it's even worse. It's even worse. You just let people know that you're too untrustworthy for them to for them to talk to you. You shut down a line of communication effectively, because he did it in such a there wasn't really anything where that's revealed in these texts that is like, oh my God, what a slimeball dishonest guy Macron is, right? It's not really that striking, but it's just shown that president will leak your text if he's angry at you.
Trying to be relatively cordial with him in private, they have become increasingly frank about what's happening in public. So for example, you have European leaders speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos this week, and while Trump hasn't arrived yet, he's clearly the elephant in the room.
We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition.
Or that's Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who says the rule-based international order set up after World War II and maintained by American hegemony ever since, it's now falling apart.
Great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. When the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself. But let's be clear-eyed about where this leads. A world of fortresses will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable.
Carney also saying he strongly opposes Trump's tariffs over Greenland, and adding that like-minded democracies need to band together so they don't have to choose between the lesser of evils. And he's not alone. You also had Macron kicking off his speech by seemingly mocking Trump.
And it's a time of peace, stability, and predictability.
And then, even when he got serious, it looked like he still couldn't help throwing in another jab at Donald.
More than 60 wars in 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed.
With Macron also saying that Europe needs to protect its own industries against unfair trade practices from the US and China, including by considering the so-called trade bazooka against American tech companies. And as for China in particular, although he lamented the trade deficit.
Look, if this trade bazooka would deflate the AI bubble, then please, Macron, do it. Shoot the bazooka.
There, he wants more investment from it in Europe.
China is welcome, but what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe in some key sectors to contribute to our growth, to transfer some technologies, and not just to export towards Europe some devices or products which sometimes don't have the same standards or are much more subsidized as the one being produced in Europe.
And then I'll note there's one last moment where he seems to call out Trump again.
We do believe that we need more growth, we need more stability in this world. But we do prefer respect to bullies. We do prefer science to plotism. And we do prefer rule of law.
Science to autism? I don't think that's what he said. We prefer science to whatism? He didn't say autism.
More stability in this world. But we do prefer respect to bullies. We do prefer science to plotism.
Plotism? We do prefer science to plot. Did anybody know what this guy's saying?
And we do prefer rule of law to brutality.
But also, while we're seeing people sounding off there in the Swiss Alps, we're also hearing more anti-American sentiment from the Vatican. With Pope Leo giving a State of the World speech this month at the Holy See and referring to
politism, like politics maybe? Brutism? Maybe he said brutism? Yeah. Makes more sense than anything. But anyway, that is what's going on with the Greenland situation right now. Have you heard about an export tax where the government adds additional tax on the sale to a country? Entire EU could do that to U.S. medical supply sale, which would impact every citizen. Seems like the EU have the upper hand. Yeah, look, if they want to actually take the United States on, yeah, I mean, they do have tools at their disposal, right? They are subsidizing, for, amongst other things, the U.S. debt, right? So, there's definitely stuff that they could do. And, on some degree, on some level, the investors did let Trump know, exactly what they thought of his attack on Greenland. Let's see if I can find that. Playlist, maybe?
Wall Street's main indexes ended Tuesday with their biggest one-day declines in 3 months, with the Dow losing 1.75%, the S&P 500 shedding 2%, and the Nasdaq plunging about 2.4%.
So yeah, those are bad numbers.
Fresh tariff threats from President Donald Trump against European nations opposed to his quest for Greenland reignited concerns of increased market volatility.
Today's an interesting day because it feels like a tipping point. The Greenland situation was a unique one.
Robert Conzo is CEO and managing director of the Wealth Alliance.
So what the market is doing right now is trying to assess, is Trump going to do what he normally does? Push it to the edge. To what degree will that market go down? And then pull back, start negotiating with various countries, and then having the market take a breather. Because we were in a breather for a while. We had the VIX below 15 for a long time. We had 10-year trading ranges at almost 10 basis points for a while. There was a little bit of a lull in the market. News flow started to slow down a bit. And here we go, ramping it all up with this moment in time with Greenland. So time will tell.
The risk-off trade was pervasive, helping vault gold to fresh record highs and pushing up debt costs with U.S. Treasuries wobbling under renewed selling pressure. Bitcoin, which can climb when traditional markets waver, fell more than 3%. Fourth quarter earnings season is
That's more than the other markets, I think.
Also kicking into high gear, with several
I wonder what's up with that.
industry bellwethers reporting this week. Among them, industrial giant 3M on Tuesday forecast annual profits slightly below Wall Street estimates, sending its shares down roughly 7%. Other companies reporting on Tuesday included Netflix, which remains locked in a fierce bidding war for Warner Brothers Discovery. The streaming leader squeaked past Wall Street's revenue estimates, but shares dropped more than 4% in extended trading.
Nick Shirley.
A Twitter user posted this picture of Erica Kirk with a non-bearded, pun might be intended depending on what I say later, JD Vance, with the caption asking Grok, do these two look related? Grok, which is Twitter's artificial intelligence, said, is actually JD Vance in both. Not related, but the same person. Now, Grok could either be simply remembering when JD Vance did drag in the past, like a lot of Republicans at some point or another because they enjoyed it or were entertained by it, or this AI could be reminding us that our vice president wears makeup all the time. Anyways, I didn't think these two could get any closer than they already are, but they're so close that they actually look alike. Anthony Fantano isn't going nuts. So when Erica Kirk said she prayed she was pregnant with her late husband's baby, some said that she would make a child with JD Vance, not hide it, and claim it to be a miracle. And I guess we know what their offspring would look like if they made it. As for the personality,
these people are like, I saw something, someone's calling me like a PDF. They're saying all these crazy allegations. I'm like, hey, what sucks for them is they're never going to be able to get me. I don't drink alcohol. I don't do drugs. I'm a virgin. I don't have sex with random girls. You're not going to catch me on no sexual allegation charges. I don't have any addictions. I don't have any vices. So what are these people going to get me for?
Nick Shirley. He's under the impression that the mainstream media can't take shots at him while he gives.
Does everybody know why he got called a PDF? It's because he showed up with a random weirdo named David outside of a bunch of daycare places being like, where are the children? Show me the children. Why can't I look at the children? Why are the windows blacked out? I want to see the children. Yeah.
Gives them ammo about being.
I don't think people were seriously saying he was. I think they were commenting on the fact that he's acting like a pedophile.
23-year-old virgin. Nick is a YouTuber. You may know him from when he went viral.
Chat, I should probably check on the poll, see how many of you have voted. 67 of you have voted. I wonder how many of you have liked the stream. We got a tie right now between Hassan versus the ICE agent in chat and Dr. K on post-nut clarity. But it looks like we got the most of the dono money is going towards Anna Kasparian apologizing. So right now, it's like Anna's in first place with Dr. K and his post-nut clarity in second place. So that's where we're at right now. 67 of you have voted. Make sure to vote. That's not very many votes, so you can still affect things. Things are, fairly close, although not so much with the bonus. But yeah, if anybody wants to donate, you could still affect things that way as well. Just let me know when you do which of these topics you want to support, and I will put your money where your mouth is and allow you to tilt the scale or untilt the scale if you should choose Vox Populi. Anyway, with that, chat, let's watch this Nick Shirley shit.
Viral in December with a video claiming to uncover $110 million in alleged fraud by federally funded daycare centers in Minnesota, where he walked around with a camera trying to record children, which is why he's called a PDF. I know him as the reason why Columbus police received several calls about influencers trying to expose Somali daycares, forcing our very small, very Republican governor, Mike DeWine, in very red Ohio to say, hell no. No one should let them in their school.
By the way, this is We Gonna Be All Right. Let me give you the link to the channel.
And if you didn't know, Central Ohio is home to the country's second largest Somali population. So, fuck Nick Shirley. He's on the list. I meant list.
Yeah, that's something I definitely need to think about if I was going to do defamation on specific people and stuff. Like James O'Keefe style, I know he's always having to lawyer up, which I don't want to ever have to.
Defamation. I bet that's what he would say I'm doing to him if he watched this. Like and subscribe, Nick. Grab a dictionary and a thesaurus. Oh, and I maintain the ability to change, alter, or augment the argument I'm making in this episode.
Who is Dr. K? Dr. K is like a internet therapist. Right? He's got a web channel. He's got a YouTube channel called Healthy Gamer. right, which started out as being, I don't know, advice for gamers on how to stay mentally healthy while being a gamer, I guess. Right, I've seen him do stuff like, interviewing or really sitting content creators down on the couch and having like a session. Like there's a session that he had with ContraPoints, right? And lately he's been kind of, targeting his content at incels. And that's where we get his explanation of post-nut clarity, right? He's there for the guys that are under, maybe they just can't have sex at all because of their face shape, right? This is, we gonna be all right, left TYT too? Is that right? Oh yeah, now I remember that. I always forget this, but you're right. I think you're right.
Episode, if it is later revealed that Nick is neurodivergent on the spectrum or has a real speech impediment, but he can barely speak. In spite of that, a U.S. representative introduced a bill to award Nick with a congressional gold medal. Vice Surrogate Daddy said, "This dude has done far more useful journalism than any of the winners of the 2024 Pulitzer Prizes." Actually, Nick refers to himself as an independent journalist. He won't comb through data, he won't read studies, present stats, his analysis doesn't stand up to scrutiny, and he struggles during sit-down interviews. He don't even watch his friends' videos to see what they say.
I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating
Okay, so for the record, I don't think that he is friends with Andrew Callahan. We'll see in a second. Andrew's got some smoke for this guy.
While it happened. And I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible and it represented like one of the worst pivots
I have to
in American
pee.
politics
Again.
ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Surely he can't be this dumb. When Andrew Callahan of Channel 5 on YouTube asked Nick if he thought his Minneapolis expose was being used to distract from the Epstein files, which dropped on or around the same day, December 16th, that the Epstein files dropped, he didn't know.
You're trying to say that it was some coordinated attack to get people's eyes away from Epstein, but the majority of the traffic, it has over 600,000, I think it has over 600,000 likes. So it wasn't just Elon Musk who was sharing the video. It was everyday Americans who were showing that video because they're sick.
I'm not sure of how Elon Musk sharing Nick's video refutes the distract from the Epstein files thing, let alone answers the question. And neither does he. Hassan Piker saw this next clip and said, amongst other things, "This is the guy that the VP defended as worthy of a Pulitzer. America is committing intellectual suicide. We are so cooked."
You think are the three most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
His first response was Trump, by the way. And yeah, more mispronunciations. Those who base intelligence on grammar and syntax better keep that same energy for little Nicky here. The devil's in the details. Oh, and he replied to Hassan with, "Never said I'm a genius." Hassan never said he was a genius either. And if you were talking about intellectual suicide, maybe start with using proper punctuation in your sentences. And I know he ain't talking. If you didn't notice, Nick is wearing a hoodie that says Quality Learning Center, but the word learning is missing an N. It comes from a daycare sign in Minnesota, and I know he ain't talking. But Nick sure is proud to make light of their mistake. And you should know that satire is his thing.
Because I do not believe by making satire on the internet commits a crime by any means. And
Okay,
that I
so
don't be going back.
this is a huge revelation. So you were actually doing satire.
In that post.
So it was satire.
Is there anything wrong with satire?
1-800-FRAUD to report this imposter. That was Caitlin Robertson confronting Nick about his $175 billion goes a long way. This is in the capital of Ukraine post promoting his own video where he claimed that American taxpayers are funding a Ferris wheel, coffee breaks, and fancy cars, which proves that there isn't currently a war in whichever city he was in.
Where did you go in East Ukraine?
I went to, isn't Bucha East Ukraine? Or I went somewhere where there was Bucha.
Not that he tweets too often, but Nick Shirley had yet to even mention satire on Twitter as of me writing this. So Caitlin will go on to say that Nick reverted to what many propagandists do, making themselves out to be victims. I can show you an example from their interview, but Of course, there are others.
They came after me. They came after my family. They doxed my entire family.
How did they come after you? Be specific.
Well, they tried to come after me. They tried to debunk all my whole entire story. They then...
Who's they?
All the news.
Would you just get more
CNN,
specific? CNN, who within CNN?
CBS.
Who's the reporter?
I don't even know her name because she's irrelevant. Nobody knows who she is.
Debunking his whole entire story is going after him? He must think that community notes are oppressive. And hey, he didn't know the woman's name at CNN because, as a journalist, he didn't look it up. And if it is true that she's irrelevant, then why is he bringing it up in the first place? Besides, I think he's talking about her.
I wasn't trying to go inside, and there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a
There
daycare.
shouldn't be a reception.
No, every daycare is locked.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then but why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Whitney Wild, law enforcement.
His son called Nick Shirley medically. Yeah. I mean, look, a lot of our right-wing influencers are not the brightest bulbs. They're not the sharpest tools in the shed, so to speak. But somehow, there's something about like the vocabulary of Nick Shirley that is just, just words that you wouldn't think somebody would just be completely missing. He is struggling with, right? He does at times seem like just a weapon for his mom. His mom is, I think, wait, what's the deal with his mom? Is he homeschooled? I think isn't his mom almost also in politics or something, or some kind of activist? It feels like his mom just kind of points him at things, right? It is like, oh, honey, I'm gonna take you to Minnesota. You know, you gotta meet this guy named David and talk about all the Somalis doing the fraud.
Correspondent. See how easy that is? Nick Shirley can't truly believe that going to daycares during off hours, pulling on locked doors, complaining about blacked out windows, rolling with like 4 men with no child of theirs in sight to enroll them into daycare, blurring out important messages.
He should have had them say that he was the child that they wanted to enroll in daycare. I think that would have been more believable.
Said daycare's door.
If the security guys were like, yeah, this is our son. We're all I don't know, chat. You don't have to be that bright. Yeah, I mean, maybe it helps, right? With like Asmongold, right? Some people hypothesize that the reason that guys like Asmongold pop off is because he's relatable. Although sometimes I think he's just acting like more oblivious than he even actually is.
Without looking at or showing a single stat, is uncovering $110 million of fraud in one day. Seriously, surely he can't be this dumb. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. However, his fans, subscribers, and supporters, they're buying all this nonsense, which lets me know that the price for entry into the right-wing influencer journalist ecosphere is low. They barely have to say anything of value for their viewers, or anything at all.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country, so a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
I'm sorry, why are we here? Why are we Anna and Pearl? Because Pearl's another example of a vacant-headed right-winger? Is that why? Wait. What?
What? You got this, Pearl. What the fuck?
Anna Kasparian.
Is that what we watched that, chat? How did I miss that? Did that really happen? How did I miss that?
TYT.
I must have been peeing at the time that it happened.
Versus Pearl. I had no dog in this fight, but I saw videos of this debate and the Nick Shirley interview.
So yeah, he used to work at TYT, so maybe he had experiences with Anna. Who knows?
5 at around the same time. This is the intellectual equivalent of Jake Paul and Andrew Tate losing their respective bouts during the same weekend. And look, talking live in front of an audience is hard. Let's see how Pearl does on her own streams.
I thought about it. I'm like, you can talk like this to men, but I'm bigger than you. I could body you. Do you know what I mean? I'm like,
what?
Yeah.
What? Like she's athletic. What is she saying?
Yeah.
I know. She ain't talking. Going back to Nick Shirley's viewers, or the right in general, someone posted that.
I mean, that's just not her not being able to express herself very well in the moment, right? That's a little different than what we got going on with Nick Shirley, I think.
That CNN report from earlier on TikTok with the heading, CNN is so predictable. And even though the cable news network noted that federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud in Minnesota for years, and the attorney general, along with the FBI director, has indicted dozens of people by now, CNN saying that they were looking into Shirley's claims and were reaching out to several of the daycares featured in the viral video doesn't matter to not too many people, honestly. But the comment section, intellectual suicide. We are so cooked. So CNN does more research on him than the actual fraud. Embarrassing. CNN is the enemy of this country. Nick Shirley isn't even MAGA. Dude is the most independent investigative journalist there is. Hassan Piker pointing out that Nick can't tie his own shoelaces is met with, not having to tie your laces just frees more time for uncovering fraud from an account that has over
that's
1
right. That's right. Yeah.
million subscribers on X.
His mom is tying the shoelaces for him so he can uncover fraud, which is what a Nick Shirley does best.
With takes like that, Richard Hananiah is showing that Nick can't say, spell, or define benevolent. Well, Richard, are you asserting that you know the definition of every word? Every content creator worth their salt has defenders and apologists, whether they're wanted or not. But this one needs them because when he's on his own, he gets destroyed.
I think what you heard today is that the Republicans who control this committee are not actually interested in solving fraud. What they're interested in is telling a story.
This fraud has happened underneath Democrat leader Tim Walz.
Private providers have made government a mark. And so every person running government, Democrats or Republicans, are dealing with the issue of how to keep fraudsters out of our public payment. We're also dealing with veterans. We're dealing with consumers. I hope you're looking at that. If you look at United Health, currently is being charged with defrauding Medicare. You know who runs Medicare? President Trump. Medicaid fraud is a 50-state issue. And so, again, it is not a partisan issue. There are Democrats and Republicans who are sitting in that committee talking about it. But what you did here was the Republican chair say she's not turning information over to the one person in government who can stop payment. And I hope you print that.
Fraud, like Nick Shirley apparently, is out here everywhere. Criminals should be caught, charged, and convicted, yet if Minnesota daycares under Democratic Governor Tim Walz were cleared of wrongdoing, and if Ohio daycares were operating accordingly per Governor DeWine, I get the feeling that only one of these guys will be considered to.
Those are some expensive looking glasses. Check out those glasses on DeWine. Maybe I'm wrong, right? Are they made of real marble?
Orchestrate a conspiracy cover-up. Why? Because of someone lacking literacy. Meanwhile, the Department of Children and Youth received a social media tip regarding a child care facility in Columbus on State Route 161. This address has caused concern on social media because the Google Maps image of the address shows a tobacco shop and not a child care facility. After investigating the tip, DCY determined that the Google Maps image was from 2022. The facility did not open as a daycare until earlier last year. Never mind the million more Charlie Kirks. What matters to me right now are the thousands of Nick Shirleys. He has.
What happened to Glenner? Didn't Glenner go to jail or something? I feel like didn't Glenner do something wild and like get in real trouble? I feel like I haven't heard from Glinner in a long time.
The White House's ear, and mediocre white men's eyes are upon him. The point is, and I can't stress this enough, so much is made about fraud by people who are letting this one slide.
And this, a post viewed by millions on X. Again, falsely claims to show celebrations erupting all across Venezuela. Now, this video is recent, but this is actually in Florida. We know this because of details in the background, and comparing it with other videos, that it's actually this petrol station in the city of Doral.
That fact check video was under Nick's tweet saying, wait a minute, the MSM media, which is redundant, lied to us again. The people of Venezuela actually didn't like being ruled by a narco-terrorist. And I'm certain it was satire or something. In May of 2024, when Nick Shirley was a little bit of a prankster, this must be the satire he was referring to, he paid 6 or so Hispanic day laborers that he found around a Home Depot $20 to stand in front of the White House holding signs that read, "I love Biden and I need a work permit for my family." This was in an effort to get Trump reelected, and Fox News would later pick up Nick's content. An assistant professor quoted in this Reuters article said, one of the easiest
So that's where he came from.
ways to stoke fear in the heart of America is to say there's somebody coming to take something that's yours. Immigration as a subject or a topic will do just that. I'm curious if he's just like his Grok-in-law, JD Vance, if he feels like he has to create stories about migrants. If it means they get attention, that's what he's going to do. There are connections between Nick Shirley's videos and
I don't think he's thinking that deep. You know,
tensions between Minneapolis citizens and ICE. I haven't even mentioned that the source of his Somali fraud campaign is David Hodge. Please look him.
there's David. Okay, that's what I was wondering the whole time. There's this guy named David. Like, who the fuck is this guy? Because if it's the Tyler Oliveira playbook, which, you know, definitely a big influence on Nick Shirley, right? Very similar genre of video. If it's that playbook, then what they always do is they go find some local hog, right? Find some provocateur that, I don't know, that fucks with protesters regularly, and then let them give you a guided tour through the community and show you the community through their eyes, and how, you know, all these awful in this case Somali people are in on some kind of daycare fraud that they never managed to prove in any of the cases.
Up. And Nick's mother, Brooker T. Jones, on social media, she's a right-wing provocateur.
This is what I was saying. Yeah.
I don't know if she's Nick's manager or producer or handler, but she might pop up to protect him from time to time.
I know that my parents would help me with school projects up until an embarrassingly late age, right? So yeah, I think so. If it's something that your parents do, you know, or know about or whatever, you know, it doesn't, it's, you know, I don't know. I'm speculating, chat. I'm speculating, but it's just like the amount of, you know, vacuousness in anything he says makes me think that he does not even completely understand what he's doing out here. And, you know, we know the interesting fact that he doesn't drive. So definitely to get to the location, that is mom driving him there. You know, the question is mom standing behind the camera or...
Nukes? We need more nukes.
For the U.S.? We gotta protect ourselves.
Wait, is that her?
We don't have enough nuclear bombs. Is that a joke? That's a joke.
His mom gets involved because it's not going well?
And a lot of the money, well, what do you... Brooker T, you can help. What's your question? My mom's got a question.
Oh, the mom is behind, yeah. I think.
What's your question for him?
What's the question?
Okay, I'm part of this. So, Kamala Harris now is all of a sudden running on the border. Do you believe that she's going to secure the border?
Brooke Shirley has admitted to feeding her son information and telling him what to say. There's no evidence that he has
Okay, so there's at least a little bit of this going on.
learned it all or at all. There's a state that starts with the letter M, which has been dealing with the mismanagement of funds by their Department of Human Services and money reserved for temporary assistance for needy families. What's his name? Say it with me, Mississippi. With our current administration, I was hoping that if any Somali individual was proven to have defrauded American taxpayers, they would receive a pardon or clemency or have their sentence commuted. I hear those have been going around lately. Wonder what the difference is. I'll leave a link in the description below of a journalist who lists just a few of them that recently occurred. Speaking of, I'm not with gatekeeping a profession, such as journalism, one that I very much respect. I don't even consider myself a journalist. However, I can tell you the difference between good and bad, real and fake. And I can tell you that satire is dead. With that said, I think we're done here.
I think we're almost done here, chat. Thank you for hanging on with me into the late hours of the morning in the US, because we got one. This is the best. Now look, I haven't been watching this guy, Andrew Callahan, for a long ass time. I mean, he had some allegations against him. He, apologized for them and disappeared for a while. I kind of noticed that he came back. I also noticed that he has a little bit of an anti-woke chip on his shoulder. You see a little bit of this in this video, but yeah, I wasn't really, super eager. Even though he, as always, covers interesting subjects, right? I wasn't really, up until, he confronted Nick Shirley, and I think it got picked for bonus content. So we watched this interview, or at least part of this interview. I don't think I watched the whole thing. Basically Nick Shirley embarrassing himself, mispronouncing words like benevolent and really just showing himself to be a ignorant and disingenuous person. Now there have been allegations from Nick Shirley about how this video was edited, saying that it was edited in order to present Nick in a less than awesome light. Andrew Callahan has responded. Let's go.
Mr. Nick Shirley, who is now falsely accusing me of conducting an unfairly edited interview.
Wait, what is this?
All right, so normally and historically, my policy for whenever somebody is saying some factually inaccurate stuff about me online is to turn the other cheek, keep my head down, and get back to grinding. But in this case, with Mr. Nick Shirley, who is now falsely accusing me of conducting an unfairly edited interview, I think I'm going to pick option 2 and let people know what went down. Journalistic integrity is something that I kind of take a little bit seriously, and I can see a future wherein access is limited to prominent people, especially conservatives, if I don't dispel this false narrative immediately in its entirety right the heck now. So to do this right, I'll have to show you a couple of things, including text messages between him and I, and actual footage of the working premiere sequence that I used to edit the interview, so you can see what was cut and why. So let's begin.
That's an interesting rationale. He's saying he doesn't want for conservatives to think that he is unapproachable, or he is trying to get a gotcha on them or anything like that. And so he wants to dispel what the accusations that Nick has made against him, which I hadn't seen yet, but hopefully he'll explain what exactly Nick is alleging.
Begin with an editing lesson. So when we're dealing with a long-form interview of somebody who talks very slowly and circles back to repetitive talking points, one of the first things that we do in post-production is cutting what's called dead
low-key shade
air, which means long pauses between words or sentences.
But I'm going to tell you, you are, as much of a content creator as you may be, you are powerless in the hands of your editor, right? The editor can make you look really good, can make you look really bad, can take something that you said and sounded ridiculous, make it sound coherent, or take something you said coherently and make it sound ridiculous, right? You are very much, at the mercy of those who edit you. that being said, the shade that we're getting here is that, like, listen, you're a pain in the ass to edit, and I wasn't going to say anything. All right. But holy shit, you are not much of a speaker.
Or fixable verbal stammers that slow down the conversation and risk boring the viewer. So in this raw interview with Nick, which had a total runtime of 2 hours and 2 minutes, we had to cut nearly half an hour of dead air to make it listenable. Many people
see, in order to make a good YouTube video, when the person you're talking to is a bad speaker, you have to do a lot of editing in order to, clip together something that sounds vaguely coherent.
People like to choose their words carefully, so I get it, but there was a couple points in the interview that even in person we had to have Nick repeat himself because the crew felt that no amount of corrective editing would possibly be able to make him sound normal.
It's been an interesting few days, past 72 hours. My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever, longer than 10 minutes, other than Mr. Beast.
Can you say the fraud in Minnesota again? Because you kind of stuttered.
Yeah. Wait, are there going to be cuts in this, or just going to be one take?
Which will make it perfect. So if we ask for to say it again, it was just to make sure you say it perfectly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, so my video on the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, expose style, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast.
So bear with me here. I'm going to show you the raw footage, and we'll see how with the magic of editing, we were able to make Nick sound actually smarter and faster than he was in person. Check this out.
And how does that make you feel, like, gratification-wise as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the HHS, Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
And how does that make you feel, like, gratification-wise as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses.
So in that interview, we probably did that same thing.
So you see, they're not changing his meaning. They're just making it listenable, right?
As far as trimming dead air and splicing B-roll, no joke,
Look at that.
probably 30 times, as you can see here on the timeline. And it was never to take him out of context, but to help him get his point across. We do this for every good faith interview or 5cast we've conducted so far. From Hunter Biden, which had a raw runtime of 5 hours before being cut to 3:24, to Hunter Kozak, to Alex Jones, to Hamilton Morris, Jan DeSanti, to pretty much everybody we've ever talked to.
Exactly. 100% not. Is that and there's this conflation that people have. I mean, I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the West Wing of the White House.
We aren't live streamers or live podcasters, and we like to package our interviews for efficiency and entertainment value. So that's just something that we do. So the other cuts in the Nick Shirley interview that weren't dead air related were conversational beats that I personally found either boring, repetitive, or so off topic to the point that they derailed the conversation away from its intended focus, which was fraud in Minnesota and Shirley's personal background. We cut probably 25 minutes of unproductive, redundant banter about Portland, Mormonism, gay marriage, his new crypto coin.
I heard you also
Oh my God!
made a coin of some kind.
I did not. Well, I didn't make a coin. I just joined a platform where you can monetize your content, and there actually. So yeah, it is a coin. You can then monetize your content, just similar to like how you upload on TikTok. You can upload your stuff on there. It's just based off Coinbase.
The history and ethics of welfare in America, and 6 whole, nearly identical back and forths about his 89% statistic that he falls back on unchallenged.
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians, and 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population. 89% of the fraud happening by people who were brought into our country and then committing fraud. So 89% of the fraud happening in Minnesota is from the Somalian population.
Right, but 95% of Somali Americans in Minnesota are legal.
Yeah, 89% of Somalians are committing fraud.
He's saying at least two different things, right? Either 89% of the fraud in Minnesota is committed by Somalis, or that 89% of the Somalis living in Minnesota are committing fraud. Neither of which is true.
Since we ended up including an extensive dialogue about that stat around the 50-minute mark of the final cut, I personally didn't feel the need to torture
Wait, what is this? ChatGPT? This looks like something ChatGPT would spit out.
all of you guys with 5 other versions of that
That is ChatGPT, right?
conversation.
89% of the population, or 89% of the fraud being committed in Minnesota is by Somalians.
And just so we can put that on screen to verify, do you know where that data is from?
Yes, you can put it up on screen. It's up. It's public.
And if you watch that raw cut, the 2-hour cut, which I made clear in text with Nick that I was willing to
But is that something that Nick sent them? Like, did Nick send them? Did Nick have ChatGPT like write up his complaints about the interview?
share with him in 4K when I got back from Greenland, you will see exactly what I mean. This is not a Sacha Baron Cohen style ambush edit or a Jim Jeffries Avi Yemeni situation where I primed him, by saying crazy shit to get his guard down and then Shanghai him with post-production. I was trying to help Nick Shirley, which it seems up until yesterday he really appreciated. So after the interview came out about a week ago, he texted me right after saying the backdrop of this interview is hilarious. It was filmed in his uncle's upscale game room in Farmington, Utah, in front of several taxidermied bears that were presumably killed by the Shirley family.
Oh my god. Okay, so that's the uncle's taxidermy trophy house or something? Is that like, that's not where they live, right? Is that like in a barn or something? I don't get it.
He goes on to say,
Either way, it's weird.
fun watching the reaction from both sides. Appreciate you coming out. Wish you the best in all you do, bro. To which I replied kindly. But then the Clippers started doing the thing that they do Hunter Biden, finding the most outrageous or dumb soundbite in the entire piece and memeing it into oblivion while missing the entire point of the dialogue, which was to try to find common ground on issues like affordability.
Yeah, you woke liberal right wing. What is that channel called? What is that account called? Right wing.
Finding the most
right wing cope.
outrageous or dumb soundbite in the entire piece.
Yeah.
And memeing it into oblivion while missing the entire point of the dialogue, which was to try to find common ground on issues like affordability and the collapse of the mainstream media.
I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
He's like, I was just hoping I could talk to him about how much the mainstream media sucks. Maybe like, hey, you're a right winger, right? Yeah. You hate the mainstream media? I hate the mainstream media. Yeah, fuck the mainstream media. Yeah, he didn't even want to have this fight. He literally just wanted to talk to this dude, find out what he was about, and in the process, yeah, he finds out this guy is full of shit.
Yeah, like it's like, I mean,
Like, I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because
yeah,
the affordability is insane and people can't buy houses. And if we're talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing it. We're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
If you guys saw, the clip that did the most rounds was when Nick tried and failed to pronounce the word benevolent.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump? Our president?
Because he never said it right and said benevolent twice, there was no way to cut the dead air or trim the stammer, so we left it in. And personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal to not know that word. I mean, he is wearing a hoodie that is making fun of immigrants for their spelling errors, but benevolent has more syllables than learning, so I get it. But the comments on this
Yeah. I get it. I get it.
clip were brutal. Like, actually genuinely mean, and it couldn't have felt good from his perspective to read these things. We're talking tens of thousands of people declaring this guy is retarded. which he's not. But there are some moments in the interview that even with dead air trimmed for speed, Nick does not give his best performance, particularly when blaming immigrants for rising rent prices.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Suggesting that Muslim Americans keep multiple wives in private while dismissing the association with his own religion, Mormonism, and polygamy as just a harmful stereotype.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah?
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype?
Negative stereotype.
And also confronting me about staying silent on the death of Charlie Kirk, while admitting that he consciously chose to not watch the video that I made in the immediate aftermath of it.
And so I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Well, you should watch.
What? Wait, you didn't... What? Did you... This guy, what the fuck? Like, you didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk. Actually, I did. It's in this video, you know? Well, I don't want to watch the video. I just want to be mad at you for not saying anything about Charlie Kirk.
Watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
None of these moments were a very good look for Nick, but I did not engineer them that way. And if I was a betting man, I would suggest that much of the hostility displayed toward him in the comments is because his reporting, which was signal boosted by Trump and his cronies, has been a driving factor in ICE's decision to escalate their presence in Minneapolis.
Okay,
you know,
I gotta say something now. Andrew is on a plane recording this. I don't think I would have the gumption, right? I don't think I would have the... I don't think I would be able to record. There's no way I could make like a recording for YouTube, like on a plane as people, it looks like as people were getting on, maybe. Looks like everybody was like getting on. How does that even work? How did he even get clean audio? I mean, obviously he has his microphone on his hood, and it's not the... he probably just bass boosted it. Does it sound like it sounds like it's bass boosted.
kidnapping kids from local high schools, terrorizing U.S. citizens in their own communities, shooting people in the streets, and hiding behind masks like the goddamn cowards they are. However, that's just my personal opinion. I don't like ICE. I don't like Trump, which is something that I made clear to Nick in the interview.
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him. There was no deception anywhere. But sometimes, and I'm not sure what the word is for this in the journalism field, the person that you interview views your fans as an extension of you. So if your fans are dicks to them, they kind of feel like that's you shading them. And that's definitely what happened.
I don't think it was just his fans like making fun of Nick. I think it was the internet. It felt like even right-wingers were, you know, the like the ableism, right, was coming from the right-wingers.
Happened. Right after the benevolent clip went micro-viral, Nick began to send texts to me that alluded to the footage being manipulated, writing, "Greenland will be epic and cold. Let me know if you need any locals. I still have some contacts there. Just curious though, why didn't you post a full 2+ hour interview instead of the selected 1 hour of the interview?" Notice the word selected. Nick suggests that I cherry-picked his worst moments, which is concerning because we consciously did the opposite. But as you can see from these texts, I explained our entire editing process to him, as I did to all of you, and as I mentioned, even offered to send him all of the raw video files when I get home from Greenland, which I'm doing now, and gave him full permission to clip any and all moments of the piece for his own socials. Fast forward to 2 days later. I wake up in Nuuk, Greenland to see that Nick has posted a video filmed on a side camera, captioned something like, "In case you guys want to know how the interview really went, here's this." Nick's bullshit crybaby video here points to 2 pieces of damning evidence. Exhibit A. Nick grills me here about Democrat cities being catastrophic failures after failing to understand that I am not a supporter of the Democrat Party. I am from Seattle, a failed blue city, and then asks me to name thriving blue cities. So I named Austin, Nashville, El Paso, and then while
So yeah, I mean, I don't know what's behind that. Seattle is a failed city that he's saying there, but there is like I feel like he is like a little, from what I've been able to tell, he's a little bitter about, you know, about what happened, even though, you know, he apologized for it. Um, and he's kind of like, that's become an anti-woke chip on his shoulder. I mean, not a huge one, but
Smirking, I mentioned Denver because, as shown in Nick's angle, I didn't actually know if Denver was doing well because I don't spend much time in Colorado.
Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering.
Yeah, I think.
Why you think?
It's doing better. New bars and restaurants have opened, but I can probably think of some better examples.
Like what?
Nashville's doing good. Austin's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
A city inside of a blue state that is prospering. Denver.
Why are you smirking?
Because I don't know if it's prospering or
Because it's
not.
not. See, you can't even answer the question, dude. It's
no.
not prospering. Denver's not prospering either.
But in post-production, I did some research and found out that my intuition was correct. Denver is currently experiencing a decline in violence and property crime, a large influx in population, job growth in the aerospace, tech, and healthcare sectors, and a number of other great things. So I chose to trim a brief section after I mentioned Denver that indicates a bit of self-doubt, given that I ended up being correct. I also trimmed a soundbite where I said that many Democrat cities around.
okay, I just wanted to say, Denver is, it's from what it sounds like he's saying, actually doing pretty well. So he's right over, you know, Tyler, but, or sorry, Nick. Why am I calling it anyway? He's right over Nick Shirley. He's correct on the point, right? But I just wanted to point out, Denver, is Denver really that much more affordable than other cities? Because yeah, I mean, like a lot of the cities are doing well, but you know, not a lot of them are affordable. That's the issue. Is that the cities are actually the part of the country that tends to be doing the best, right? It's just, you know, being able to afford living there is the challenge.
Run poorly because it was redundant. After our conversation about Denver, I then launched into a tirade about how I am not a Democrat, don't believe in the capacity of the two-party system to enact meaningful change, believe that Gavin Newsom has misappropriated California's tax revenue through NGOs, reinforce my belief in voting on the local level, and then give Nick the benefit of the doubt and say that I hope he's right about Trump and the GOP's ability to mitigate the affordability crisis that's made many places like my hometown, Seattle, unlivable for those who grew up there.
So I support voting on a local level for sure.
I also suggest if you're watching this and you want to see videos that I've made about dysfunctional blue cities, watch San Francisco streets, Albuquerque streets, Las Vegas tunnels, and Philly streets. So the second clip that Nick posted really makes my blood boil because it is so disingenuous. As I mentioned 6 or 7 times in this interview, Nick references the stat that 89% of fraud in Minnesota is committed by Somalis. We aired the version where we asked him to show us the data on his phone, which he found using Google search results powered by ChatGPT. So in the video he posted, you can see me look in the camera after he shows it to me and saying something like, all right, damn, I guess he's right then. Let's put that on screen.
Here, right here, the figure 89% does not represent the total percentage of all fraud in Minnesota. Instead, it refers to the percentage of individuals charged in connection with specific high-profile federal fraud cases. Millions.
Wait, with the cases involving the food, or what was it called? Food Future.
89% of those charged in connection with major. Wow.
Identified as Somalian Americans.
Well, Looks like we do. It looks like
I'm interested to see what you put in this interview because
looks like there is a problem with fraud.
He is kind of right. However, the stat refers specifically to the already litigated feeding our future
Yeah, feeding our future
case, which
future food. Yeah, it was like called future food. Or
resulted in over 60 fraud convictions in Minnesota. The ringleader of the nonprofit behind the scam, Amy Bach, is white, but it is true that 89% of convicted defendants in that case were Somali. And that's what makes me so pissed about this particular piece of evidence that Nick presents. The exact thing that he is showing me on his phone in the video is what I put on screen on the final cut. I did exactly what I said I would. He frames my decision to put that on screen as some kind of like liberal ball-busting fact.
Okay, so in his post or some his Instagram post, he's got like some shit from ChatGPT. That's what it is.
But it's actually supplemental context for something he is literally fucking showing me, which is why it pisses me off. So that's all I have to say. I'm just in a phase in my life where I've been doing this for so long, and I care about this so much that I don't want to play these kind of games, especially with people who can't take an L. I want to put my credibility on the line by spinning things in a way that benefits their reputation.
he literally went out of his way to try and make me look bad, which is not
But you already look so bad.
not cool.
And even right wingers are commenting on the, just you're undermining your perspective with every word that you say. It's only when people see or like hear about this guy, like, yeah, he's the guy that found all these bad Somalis doing fraud, that they kind of respect him. Once they start to listen to him, I mean, this is where he was getting called the R slur, like Andrew was saying, right? It wasn't from leftists.
I wouldn't say that's like very benevolent of him to do.
I think my policy moving forward, especially when working with people who are filming their own versions of things and lack the integrity to be honest with their fan base, is to either go live during a
Yeah, Lena, Irene acknowledged. Andrew, oh my god, Andrew talking about people who can't take an L. True.
interview, or upload the full raw files on Patreon the moment a final cut hits YouTube, so there's no room for these kinds of shenanigans, because it's exhausting, and I've got real investigations and real documentaries in the field, in the works, that I need to prioritize over these Miletta's antics. 2026, keep my fucking name out your mouth. 5.
Channel 5 Live.
Damn, don't fuck with this guy, I guess. Okay, well, I will keep that in mind, Channel 5. And I think we got some bonus content to cover. Look, post-nut clarity, off the charts. It's in first place by 2 points in the poll, but huge amount of donos going towards post-nut clarity, right? That makes it like 60% to Hassan versus Hasanabi Head in Ice Agent, and second place, right, at 29%. Oh my god, it is really fucking close there. But what has the motion, what has the donos, is actually Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian apologizes. And I am now wondering where the fuck I have that. Where does this exist? There it is. It's back. We're back. Refresh F. We hit an F minor. I am still trying to find what I did with the Anna Kasparian apology. Like, I know a bunch of people have commented on this, but I'm trying to remember where the original where did the original apology happen? I'm surprised the Majority Report don't have a video. Okay, so we do have here, let's try to just watch Francesca's version of it, maybe.
By the way, guys, I was so wrong. I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming.
I feel like I found this video at some point on TYT.
Political commentator Anna Kasparian of the progressive network The Young Turks, who famously a few years ago declared herself politically unaligned and spent the run-up to the 2024 election and most of 2025 gracing right-wing shows, not to challenge but to find common ground with them, the ground right over the bodies of trans people.
Is it bad that I don't want to see a dick in the women's locker room? Is that bad?
No. Anna is now having a bit of a come to Jesus moment and apologizing for not seeing all of the fascism coming and not rightfully calling Trump a fascist.
By the way, guys, I was so wrong. I knew Trump was going to be bad. I didn't like, just because, when I hear the word fascist, I think of, fascism is a specific ideology. So when Jake and I got into that debate about whether or not Trump is fascist leading up to the election,
Notion of a fascist. Because look, if we're just gonna use fascist toward anyone we dislike, all right, then the word doesn't actually mean anything.
Okay, what do you want me to say, Anna? You want me to say wannabe dictator?
Sure, you can say wannabe dictator, but I don't even think he wants to be a dictator.
Of course he does. That's what you do when you lose an election and you go, oh, I got fake electors and I'd like to terminate the Constitution and bring out the tanks and use martial law against American citizens and shoot protesters. I mean, if that's not fascist, then I guess the word just shouldn't exist.
She rolled her eyes. Oh no. Oh no. She rolled her eyes at shoot protesters, right?
Exist.
As if that is not gonna happen. That is never gonna happen, right? Almost as if that is some liberal fever dream. There's this look, because some of the Hillary Clinton cope was included ideas like, Trump, Putin helping Trump steal the election. Because of that, you got this reaction from a lot of leftists, even where, any sort of accusation of, corruption, co-optation of Donald Trump, people would roll their eyes, right? So anything involving Russia, right? And it's like, there's some bad things involving Trump and Russia, and it kind of made people, it got people into this mindset of like, well, listen, anything that does not go forward as a successful case against Trump is not even real, right? So things like what was in the Mueller investigation, which was not an exoneration by any means of Trump, right? But it also wasn't something that the Congress that was going to take at the time and as grounds for impeachment. So it didn't end up mattering, and therefore there's this whole tendency to like ignore it, and especially because this is the exact kind of thing that the liberals love to chirp about, and it's easy to let yourself be negatively polarized against liberals and be like, oh, Russia. Okay, well that's very Trumpian of you.
but was he able to do those things? There wasn't evidence to suggest that he has or believes in a fascist ideology. I've seen now multiple videos of innocent people who are they're not obstructing, they're not getting involved, they're doing nothing other than standing kind of like away off to the side and filming ICE as they're, raining terror on people.
So this is what it took to get Anna to no longer want to ingratiate herself to MAGA, because that's kind of what she was doing. She was trying to carve out this like middle ground where, the left, and not just the left, like leftists, like a lot of the left, right? Anna had cut off anybody who was like seriously progressive, right? Was either too woke or purity testing or whatever for Anna for a long time, and she was looking more towards opportunities to cross-pollinate with Glenn Beck's audience, for instance, or Tucker Carlson's, right? I am guessing that this has come to an end now, and it's kind of because it has to, because it's no longer cute to flirt with MAGA. She could do this before, right? When it looked like, well, you know, it's just going to be a very conservative administration, right? On all the issues, you know, where we could do a slightly left-wing thing or a hard right thing, we're going to be doing the hard right thing, but not this, right? This is a whole another level, and it's been that way since it started, right? He's been crossing the line since the very beginning, to the point where people feel numb and don't realize how far across the line he has traveled. And it's only now that, you know, we get from Anna, okay, well, you know, I guess I was 100% wrong. Yes. Yes, you were. And this piece by Francesca, this video so far, this is like one for the ages, right? This is cinema.
And the ICE agents walk up to them and literally knock them to the ground. American citizens. I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming. I'm such an idiot.
Ergo, he is a fascist. Sorry, you forgot to finish your thought there, but otherwise, beautifully said, especially that last part.
I'm such an idiot.
Now, credit where credit is due. It takes guts to admit when you are wrong. But as someone who was booted from the TYT network for pointing out colorfully that coddling the right was no way to advance democracy or human rights, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities. I'm the most endangered, Franny.
By tweeting at Elon Musk? Please,
whatever.
don't help me. I find myself a little peeved and quite unsatisfied. And at the risk of making this egomaniac retreat on her own words, she, after all, has been known to shape her beliefs based on what...
I do want to point out, though, like, we should have our eyes on the fact that even though on their public platform, you know, which hardly anyone watches anymore, they have said, Anna has said, importantly, I was 100% wrong. I regret that every day. Okay. I mean, that is at least a big statement. That is a big and clear statement. You know, she hasn't necessarily, and maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe it is on, maybe she's tweeted this out too, right? But the Twitter, here's what I'm worried about. I feel like her Twitter audience is like a different demographic than her YouTube audience. Her YouTube audience, for the most part, you know, they're left wing. They maybe have some, I don't know, maybe not left wing on everything, but vaguely left wing. And the Twitter audience is almost the opposite. It is, I swear to God, fucking groypers like that seem like they are gooning out to Anna, right? Groypers that are sexualizing her constantly in a really gross way.
What commentary is made about her, I do think it's important to ask, how did you not see this coming? See, back in the heady days...
Oh yeah, so Cat Black's got a video about Dr. K, says Teo. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're not getting that today. We got Anna Kasparian apologizes. That has won so far. We're at 107. If we get to 200, we can what is the next highest one? Would be post-nut clarity, indeed. So we'll probably get to post-nut clarity at some point, chat. We need to... I'm sorry, I said that the wrong way. We will get to watching that video of Dr. K explaining post-nut clarity to apparently what has become an audience of incels. But, oh yeah, so you're talking about Dr. K's past videos. Yeah, he's kind of morphed into something different now, and I guess maybe is that what the Cat Black video is about? I mean, I thought it was cool because he's a content creator that's a therapist, And I was like, oh my God, that's like the only person that could understand like a content creator would be like another content creator. Like as far as like the shit that but no, it's not. I don't know. He seems like he's really kind of grifting towards a incel type audience at this point, from what I've heard. If Anna's having a come to God moment, says Burpel, she needs to go back on Bill Maher and decry all her previous garbage. So now she hasn't withdrawn any of her beliefs, right? She's just saying that Trump is bad, Trump is dangerous. She was wrong when she said that, you know, calling him a fascist is an exaggeration and that it's not going to get that bad, right? And the little bit of like, you know, kind of like she's sort of like forged she just was kind of like, you know, joining the, I don't know, intellectual dark web ever since the election. And now she's off of that. She's off of the pro-Trump stuff. I think she's still going to be, you know, doing her tough on crime bullshit. I'm assuming she's still going to be doing her turf bullshit. So, as far as I know, that's not changing. But at least as far as glazing Trump and maybe being a little bit more skeptical towards MAGA figures that try to ingratiate themselves towards her, I don't know, chat. Maybe that's too much to ask. She did well, as far as I know. I have not heard about her apologizing for transphobic comments. That would be a whole nother development.
Days of 2024 and 2025 when TYT wasn't quite sure when the next Peter Thiel funded Polymarket check was going to cash.
Live from the Polymarket studios. What is this? Well, we got a new sponsor, Polymarket.
Anna spent a lot of time soft-pedaling Trump, a fake populist who had already very much enjoyed 4 years in office, 2 impeachments, and 1 violent insurrection to overturn the 2020 election, to say nothing of Charlottesville, the Serengeti of white nationalist militias who killed Heather Heyer in cold blood. And also, never forget the defining feature of fascism is corporate power. And in Trump's first term, he gave the rich a massive tax break that added $1.9 trillion to our debt. But other than all of that, how would we know that Trump was going to be fascist in his second term? It's not like there was some playbook, you know, with some ominous name like Project 2025 written by a bunch of Trump and Vance besties that spelled it all out.
Trump has very aggressively disavowed Project 2025. There are portions of Project 2025, namely on immigration policy, that Trump does.
This is the thing that breaks her whole persona, right?
At DeVicliffe super chatted $9.99. I mean, I'll give Anna one thing. I just thought it was going to be dumb and bad as term 1, but this is genuinely much worse.
You know, even I have to say that. I was obviously very scared about what was coming down the pipeline with Trump. You know, I left the country, but yeah, this has exceeded most of my wildest expectations. I don't know what else, you know, I expected to happen. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Davi. This is but yeah, so she's walking back the Trump apologia, but I don't think anything else
does agree with and he campaigns heavily on, but associating it with the Trump campaign because some former Trump administration officials are now part of the Heritage Foundation, I think is a little bit unfair. Well, there's a lot that he doesn't agree with that's in that document and said that he won't actually pursue. And are we gonna pretend like Trump read a 900-page document?
Yeah, that was a real excuse that Trump can't read. Well, guess what? Neither can the ICE Gestapo, but that's not stopping them from murdering people in the streets. The one time Anna chose to believe Trump, to hear what she wanted to hear, to soothe the mean comments online, she was deafeningly wrong. Project 2025 was the playbook. It did call for everything we're seeing right now. Massive expansion of ICE funding, mandatory detention of all immigrants, a massive buildup of 100,000 new beds to house those immigrants, and an elimination of programs like TPS and punishing any state that doesn't comply with the above. Check, 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 check. But was that okay with her so long as they were doing it to undocumented people? Because did anyone else notice that part of the apology?
And the ICE agents walk up to them and literally knock them to the ground. American citizens. American citizens.
Yeah. Project 20.
Wow. Wow. Look, a lot of people fall into the trap of saying that, right? Even I'm sure, have remarked that, it is surprising, more, that I don't know, that it's like, that there's a creep going on as far as their targets. And yeah, they don't seem to care that much about, as much as we thought about citizenship, right? It turns out. But yeah, that it belies like a belief that somehow this is understandable, forgivable, less horrible if it is happening to non-citizens. It's ugly, and it's unfortunately embedded in so much of our culture.
2025 also spends a Kasperian amount of time on trans people, obsessed with there only being two genders. And yes, by executive order, there are now only two genders. And gender ideology, as it's called, is being criminalized. And oh cute, the feds are now
I feel like at this rate, we're gonna be like, we're gonna have one gender. They're gonna have to merge the genders. Trump will say we can't afford. We're not a rich country like we used to be. We can't afford two genders. Only one. Only one. Trump gender. Trump gender for everyone. Oh no, Chad, I don't want to be Trump gender. I don't want to be Trump gender.
Investigating schools for possible trans athletes. But I digress. Trump 2.0 has also ingratiated himself with billionaires of every industry, let the richest man on earth hollow out the government and then redirect funds to himself. And oh yeah, they passed the big fugly bill enshrining those 2017 tax cuts permanently. Textbook fascism. This person has been doing the news for nearly 2 decades. They should have known better. And look, I get it. The brain gets cooked. Or maybe it's getting lazy and sees what it wants to see to go on the shows that it wants to go on. But she did a massive disservice.
I was about to say I thought Francesca was giving her too much of the benefit of the doubt, but there we go.
To her audience. And
that's real, Chad. I mean, that is
leftists and progressives under the bus for it. And it's only a matter of time before she'll do it again. Which, by the way, Anna, did you ever catch that undocumented person who started the LA wildfires? No? Better luck next time. Hey, if you want more drama and backstory, watch these 2 videos. One is my debate with Cenk Uygur a year ago about his rightward pivot, as well as my response to them banning me from TYT. And if you want to support me...
Oh my God. Yeah, go support Francesca on Bituation Room. Let me copy the link for you. It's correct. Did anybody find like the original Anna Kasparian? I don't know. I thought I had that. Somehow. I cannot seem to find it though. All right, so chat. With that, your bonus content for the day, I must bid you adieu. Rating you if you're watching me on Twitch into Lesbian Hot Sauce. Go say hi to Lesbian Hot Sauce, friend of the WOD, for me. Also, I realized I forgot to read out my Patreons at the beginning of the stream, or at least I feel like I did. Let me do that again now. Everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above gets a shout out. Fancy shout out, as it were, at the beginning and end of each stream. Let me do those now. Shouts out to user JMB, Brian, Emily French, Big Owl of the Cake Remix, Direful, Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Steven. Now I can't talk. Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Enemus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabi. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I need you to take care of yourself and each other. And I will see you tomorrow, most likely. Thank you, mods, for keeping everybody safe. And thank you, everybody that has liked the stream, for keeping me relevant to the extent that I am. Much love, everybody. I will see you again tomorrow. Until then,